California's Clone Robotics has just posted a video of its full-body protoclone humanoid robot, and well, it's a wee bit creepy. The prototype's less disturbing clone descendants, however, could one day be vacuuming our carpets. We first heard about Clone Robotics 3 years ago, when the company debuted its clone hand. Like the production model clone robot that the hand will be a part of, the device was designed to closely mimic the form and function of the human body. This makes sense, given the fact that the clone is designed to perform household chores such as doing laundry, washing dishes, preparing simple meals, and yes, vacuuming carpets. All of these tasks involve utilizing tools that are optimized for use by humans, so a human-like robot could very well be the best way to go. Plans call for the clone to have a full polymer skeleton consisting of all 206 bones in the human body, but with a smaller number of bone fusions. All of the joints are fully articulated. The robot's limbs are moved via the company's myofiber artificial muscle technology, which has already been showcased in the clone hand and in the clone torso. As is the case with the human musculoskeletal system, this setup incorporates muscles that are anchored to the bones via tendons. In the myofiber system, which was inspired by the McKibben muscle concept, each muscle essentially takes the form of a mesh tube with a balloon inside of it. That balloon expands radially as fluid is pumped into it, forcing the mesh to contract longitudinally. A 500-watt electric pump is the clone's version of a human heart, pumping hydraulic fluid at a 40 SLPM volumetric flow rate and a 100 psi rating. The clone also has its own nervous system, which will ultimately consist of 4 depth cameras in the skull for vision, 70 inertial sensors for awareness of joint positions, and 320 pressure sensors for muscle level force feedback. This setup will allow the robot to instantaneously react to visual feedback and to learn tasks simply by watching its user perform them. As can be seen, the robot isn't looking like it's ready to vacuum carpets just yet, but its human-like movements are impressive nonetheless. The protoclone boasts over 1,000 myofibers, over 200 sensors, and over a total of 200 degrees of freedom. Clone Robotics plans on starting production with a limited-run batch of 279 robots, which will be known as Clone Alpha. Pre-orders should commence later this year, and we're still waiting to hear about pricing.
Musk has become $138 billion richer, Zuckerberg has become $49 billion richer, and Bezos has become $28 billion richer since Election Day.
This, a miracle right here in the greater Cincinnati area. Church leaders confirming an investigation is now underway in southeastern Indiana.
All right, so all of this happened at St. Anthony's Church in Morris, Indiana. And WLW 18 News 5's Rachel Whalen just talked with a pastor who specializes in miracle studies. She's live in Newport tonight. And what did he have to say, Rachel?
Yeah, the pastor here in Newport, not affiliated with that church, St. Anthony's, told me, if true, this is incredibly rare and special. Right now, the Archdiocese of Indianapolis is withholding any judgment, only saying that an investigation is underway. Miracles, what are they? You may think it's a Bengals win or a 60-degree day in February. But to the Catholic Church, it's a sign given by God to strengthen people's faith.
The key part of a miracle is it introduces some kind of discontinuity between what we would call normal events.
Right now, the Archdiocese of Indianapolis says it's investigating a Eucharistic miracle inside this little church in southeast Indiana. The occurrence happened at St. Anthony's in Morris. The diocese would not answer a lot of our questions, but told us they're getting assistance from a professional laboratory.
Anytime.
Pastor William Cleves from the Holy Spirit Church in Newport says a Eucharistic miracle usually refers to blood appearing on a communion host, which to Catholics represents the true body and blood of Christ.
We talk about the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist. So that would be a confirmation of faith.
Of course, this is not confirmed yet. The church has to go through a thorough investigation, and for good reason.
Well, because anybody could claim a miracle anytime and use it to make money. And that's not real faith. That's just tomfoolery.
It is finally happening, guys. Jerusalem has officially announced that they are building the third Solomon temple. If this happens, the prophecy of the second coming of Jesus has now officially begun. Now, this update was given to us by Israel Heritage Foundation, where they basically run all the religious operations. And now they've announced something so big that the entire world is now terrified to see what's going to be happening next.
That very soon we will all see the building of the third temple in Jerusalem.
The table of showbread is ready.
Oh my God.
Is ready. All of the golden pieces are ready. The third temple is ready.
Our job to bring and to build the third temple.
They're also planning to slaughter 5 red cows. That paves the way for the building of the third temple, replacing the Dome of the Rock.
The red heifers imported from Texas in 2022 are now 3 years old, which means they are ready for a purification ritual according to the Torah. This makes them eligible for the ceremony needed for the third temple preparation. But why the Jews are very silent about it? Well, actually, they are not silent. The leak information from the Temple Institute officials. The red heifer ceremony will take place in the Passover holiday 2025.
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media.
The WWE, Donald Trump may have to get his hands dirty himself.
Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
Get involved here. Hey, look at this!
God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
Feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't have. You're playing cards.
My God! The hostile takeover!
You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III.
I'm Donald Trump on this McMahon!
And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
You have to reward friends and punish enemies. It's not enough just to release the good guys. You then have to terrorize, absolutely terrorize. Your enemies should be having nightmares every night thinking about what the Christians are going to do to them. And it's like, that's not Christian. That sounds terrible. Jesus said to love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. I'm talking about doing it all through categories, through the proper avenues. That's what the civil magistrate is. Romans 13, he is a terrorize, I use that word intentionally, it's a biblical word. He is a terror to those who do evil. The Christian prince, Christians should be in government, and those Christians who pursue political office and attain it by the grace of God should absolutely be a terror to anybody who is a threat to Christians here in America.
The apostolic clarity that's coming right now is coming from King Donald Trump, but it extends even over the church because he is a fellow believer, and every single one of his values that he lays out there are biblical values. Apostle Trump.
Yeah.
Let's go with Prophet Elon. There are some things the Lord showed me. Archangel Michael is working very closely with Trump.
Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
The devil came to Pennsylvania holding a rifle, but an American lion got back up on his feet and he roared.
You don't get slight grazes to the ear. I mean, that is divine intervention, that he was not, mortally wounded.
Fate stepped in, God, the hand of God, call it whatever you like.
Evil came for the man we admire and love. I thank God that his hand was on President Trump.
The fact that this is about milliseconds and millimeters that changes this from being an attempt and an assassination should really talk about the divine intervention that has occurred here.
Trump is truly blessed by the hand of God being able to evade being assassinated.
And we thank him for protecting our next president, Donald J. Trump.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our
Treasure Valley communities,
the El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
we are concerned about trouble and irresponsible one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
It was a clear assassination attempt. I think there was maybe some divine intervention.
If you didn't believe in miracles before Saturday, you better be believing right now.
It was God alone who prevented the unthinkable from happening.
So that was truly divine intervention as far as I'm concerned.
Plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
False news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these stories simply aren't true without checking facts first.
It's having everybody on the internet saying this is divine intervention. Every frame of the attempted assassination is nothing short of proof that it was divine intervention.
We mistaken on President Trump. God must have been watching down on the president.
I personally believe that God intervened today, not just on behalf of President Trump, but on behalf of our country.
I'll say that, in my opinion, probably the most famous NFL catch in history is called the Immaculate Reception. I call this the Immaculate Protection. I believe that there was divine intervention to make sure nothing happened to this man. It's extraordinary.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Let's just be real. Donald Trump is anointed by God. Whether you believe in God or not, he had a divine intervention that saved his life. And you can call me crazy, but I think that's the only thing that truly saved Donald Trump. And now he's going to have more support than he's ever had.
Willie, you're right. He's been posting on his Truth Social account. Here's his latest post. It came in just moments ago. Thank you to everyone for your thoughts and prayers yesterday. It was God alone, he said, who prevented the unthinkable from happening. We will fear not, but instead remain resilient in our faith and defiant in the face of wickedness.
Well, when God shows up that clearly, it's hard for even the biggest detractors to deny it. They go, what did I just watch? You just watched God turn Donald Trump's head, literally. We all just watched it. I mean, think about God making his presence known. I mean, on the biggest possible story you ever could. Now you've got people going, okay, I believe it. I believe it.
To say no to President Trump would be saying no to God.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 I wanna be
Welcome to today's show, everybody. You're listening to the Dance of Life podcast, and I'm your host, as always, Tudor Alexander. Boy, do we have a lot to talk about today, as always, it seems. I thought that I would do these VDS episodes probably every month or every 2 months, and yet here we are doing them every 2 weeks. It just astounds me how much stuff is happening like I said, every 2 weeks. The last one I did was 2 weeks ago, approximately, and then the one before that was also 2 weeks. So it's been just crazy. They are moving at light speed. I've also said that I think we have educated guests 7 to 10 years. And that may seem like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. That's like no time at all. And really it is. And at the same time, it's going to be a very, very long 7 to 10 years. If it is 7 to 10 years, maybe it's 15. I don't see it more than 20. I really don't. I think 20 is a long stretch. It might be even less than 7 to 10 years. Who knows? But ultimately, whatever it is, it's going to be a long time. It's going to be a long time because time is changing. The rate at which things happen, I mean, again, if you remember 2020, that was 5 years ago. That was 5 years ago, man. How many things have happened in the last 5 years? It feels like you've lived, I mean, for me at least, it feels like I've lived, 10, 20 years since that time. So much has happened. So much has changed. So much has been learned. So much work and so much politics and just a lot of stuff. So there's that, and that's going to be even faster going forward. It's going to ramp up even faster at the rate that they're pumping out deception and dialectics and false signs and wonders, dark to light stuff, Jesuit theater, bread and circuses, all the things that we're going to talk about today. So it just gives you an idea of how much crazy satanic activity is in the world right now. Satan is on 110% offense right now, because he knows that his time is short and he has to achieve his purpose of being worshipped and, of course, also deceiving the reprobate and destroying them. So he's on 110% offensive, and they have entered into the final phase of their action plan, a plan that they've been planning for a very long time. We are now at the phase where everything has been aligned, and so it's time to shoot. It's time to really go for the action, and things are happening very quickly. But the reason they're happening quickly, you need to understand, is that the powers of this world have been planning what you're seeing right now for hundreds of years. What a time to be alive, to see these things unfold, the final moments of the book of Revelation. Pretty crazy. It's been a very busy time for me right now, obviously, with all these things happening just by default, but then there's other things that I've been doing. I've been working on a lot of other projects, trying to basically align everything this year so that everything can go in a very well and edifying manner, especially the Salvation series that I'm eager to publish, but I'm not eager to make something that's just half-assed. I want to make a very quality series, and I want to have lots of resources for people to be edified by. So I'm going back and redoing some things, and one of the things I'm redoing, redoing 2 books, The Gratitude Map, which was my first book that I ever wrote in 2019. Of course, it was a different book then, but nevertheless, it's going to be a different book when I release it. And Dance Your Way Through Life, which is my health book. And so I think both of those are going to be very, very important in the coming months and years. The Gratitude Map is going to be about how to reconnect to God, how to overcome obstacles in your life, how to build a daily gratitude practice, and how to create relationships, abundant relationships with others. I don't mean abundant like in a New Age term. I mean in like a really flourishing, thriving way to have authentic, genuine relationships with other people. I think all of those goals are going to be very appropriate for the coming months and years, and it will join my devotional and my other book called The Way Home as sort of the encouraging, God-centered, devotional type of books that are there to help edify you, especially with the release of the Salvation series, which is coming up. Like I said, I'll probably do that if everything goes according to plan and God doesn't have any other ideas, then I'm probably maybe going to start that in late May, something like that, the summertime for sure. Either way, there's a lot of great knowledge and theory in that book, but it's focused also on a lot of practical, actionable advice. And that's why I'm really excited to re-release it. The Gratitude Map used to be a program. I had a whole course on it, and it was on my website, but I've scrubbed it. I took it down from the other places that I had. You may run into it online. If you do, then it is what it is. I can't control all those things, but I have redone the book. I've added 20,000 words to the book. I re-recorded the entire thing on audio. So that's what I've been doing on top of collecting these news stories and organizing them. I literally been working 12-hour days. especially with the store and everything. That's since the year has begun, actually since December, because December I released about almost 70 hours of content with the Synagogue of Satan series, with the PSYOP, like the Israelite PSYOP, the Serpent Seed PSYOP, whatever else I released there. So since December, as of the time of this video, I've been working like 12, 14-hour days every day, except the Sabbath, obviously. So it's been quite a time. But nevertheless, I redid the book. I'll be publishing the audiobook in sections on YouTube as ongoing encouragement content once the devotional stuff ends. I think that's scheduled till April of this year. So once that stops, the gratitude map will kick in with another, I don't know, maybe a couple weeks, like maybe 4 months worth of content. But you'll be able to access the entire audiobook if you go to the website. It'll all be posted there. But nevertheless, it's just there as just additional encouragement content because the devotional stuff is ending. And like I announced like a month or two ago, whatever it was, I will not be writing, at least not for the foreseeable future. I will not be writing any more devotional type articles. I just won't. I need to centralize my focus, and I want to finish the projects that I have. I want to finish the salvation series, and then I'll have time to focus on the news, because obviously there's so much happening, and maybe do some live Q&As, do that kind of thing where you guys can ask me questions live, those types of things. They're more tactical. So I will not be writing any more articles, but I've written 80 articles. There's a 650-page devotional for you. So I think that's plenty for the time being, especially considering these other two books too, The Gratitude Map and The Way Home. I mean, you're looking at 1,000 pages of content, guys. So I hope that you enjoy it. The Way Home does not have an audio recording. It is what it is. I just never got around to it. When I wrote that book, my voice was fried. That's why I wrote it. So God used that time to help me write a book. So I never got around to recording it. I don't know if I will. Maybe, maybe not. Either way, it's been a lot of work on that particular topic. I'm also, like I said, going to redo the Dance Your Way Through Life health book. That was my 800-page, 1,500 scientific reference health book that I released in 2020. It had a lot of good things for the health stuff, which I adapted into the health articles on the website. But it also had a lot of New Age stuff. It had a lot of personal growth, New Age type things. It also had foul language because whatever, I was a different person at that point in time. So I'm going to be updating the health research articles where needed in terms of there's any, health updates or information updates. I'm going to compile those into a big book, just like the devotional. It'll be kind of like a health devotional. It'll have QR codes there so you can scan and go to the website articles if you need to click on links for supplement recommendations, if you want to click on links for research, if you want to listen. Some of the articles I did convert to health or recordings, health podcasts, so you'll be able to listen to them. So either way, it'll be a utility type of devotional. Obviously, some of those things may change, like with links to Amazon products and things, those may get taken down. But nevertheless, it's going to be a great resource for you. I'm going to make a whole health page on the website. Right now, the health page on the website leads to just a bunch of listings for health articles that I've written. I want to change that into a page that has a bunch of information on it. My books, articles, old health podcasts that I interviewed, health experts and doctors, and then about various things that are still relevant today. There's nothing crazy there. So ultimately, I wanted to make it a resource because I'm also going to record probably a very long podcast I'm going to title it, The Importance of Health Until Jesus Returns. What should be our perspective on health, especially knowing what you know, and until the end? What is that perspective? And I want to have a whole podcast on that and supplement that with a page with a bunch of resources, including the book and everything else, so that you can have it and understand how to walk the narrow road here, right? Because on one end, there's the idea that, Jesus is going to sustain my health. Yes, Jesus sustains all things all the time. That doesn't mean be complacent in a completely toxic world that is out to kill you slowly or even rapidly. At the same time, the other side of that narrow road is, eventually they're going to shut bank accounts off, so you can't be dependent on supplements or anything else. It's just understanding how can I be strong? How can I be physically independent? How can I, stop maybe taking some prescription drugs? How can I just get healthy and be in the best possible shape that I can, given the resources that I have, given the genetic issues that I have, given the diseases I'm already dealing with? What's the best that I can possibly do so that I can be no burden to anybody else or minimize my burden or, not be susceptible to, going to the hospital and depending on these stupid health systems. Just basically the best that you can possibly be. And that's my approach. So that will be a resource, and I think it'll be very valuable to you. Either way, though, it's been a lot. It's been a lot, and I've been very swamped. Barely have time to, eat and go to the bathroom. That's about it. So thank you to everybody who has been paying attention and watching the news and sending me stuff on email. It certainly makes things a lot easier than having to go hunt for those stories. Of course, it's still a lot of work to put things together, but nevertheless, I really appreciate everybody who is doing their due diligence and researching. Join the Fennec Fox chat and share the news with each other, or you can email me directly. All you need to do, if you don't have my email, because people say, oh, you have to pay to email. You do not have to pay to email me. No, you don't. You just go to the website, register. You don't have to pay to do that. You just put your email in so that you can get emails from me when new content comes out, and then you just respond to that email. I don't have a shiny red button everywhere that anybody can just comment or, whatever, email me, because there are a lot of emails that I deal with. I deal with, probably, 100 emails a week from people asking me questions, maybe more of that. I don't know. But the point is, you have to be discerning about how you manage your focus and attention. So I don't have a shiny red button that makes it necessarily super easy for anybody to just email me, but it is super easy to email me if you just invest 2 minutes of your time. Not even. So don't be complacent. Use those resources. Go to the website and check the Watch Foxes page under the Resources tab. It's a free resource. It's just a little page with a bunch of sites to monitor. They're, militant Catholic sites, these types of things, to monitor news stories, because that's what we need to be watching. And understanding how people are reacting to news and gauging, putting our finger on the pulse. So use that resource. It also tells you what kind of things to watch for. What's my general, attention? Where am I looking for? What are the stories that I'm looking for? So that'll help guide you. It also gives you guidance on how to present information. Like if you're going to send me a video, guys, look, I appreciate everybody who sends me stuff. I know that your heart is in the right place. But you can't send me hour-long podcasts. You really can't. I'm not going to watch them. I'm just not. It's not that I'm not interested. It's just I don't have the time to go, oh, let me watch that and give you an opinion. Oh, let me watch this 2-hour thing and give you an opinion. I don't have time. Be responsible, just like I'm responsible, to give you timestamps, to give you organized information, and take it up a notch in your own level of approaching these things. When you send a video or when you post a video that's 2 hours long, put some timestamps. If you're watching the video, then you should pay attention to important moments. Get those timestamps, put them there and say, hey, there's a timestamp from, 25 minutes to 32 minutes that's super important, or, this and that, and have it specific so that we can utilize that information. It will increase the odds of me watching it, or anybody else watching it for that matter, if you're posting it in the chat. So again, I'm not trying to discourage you from posting things. I'm just saying we have to be efficient because there's so much happening. It is I'm not an AI, okay? I can't just scan something mentally. I don't have a Neuralink and I don't plan on having one and tell you my opinion on it. So we have to be responsible with that. Now, another housekeeping thing, a note on advertisements. A lot of people I see in the comments, not regular people who actually listen to my stuff, but just, these new people or whatever people that are coming in transition and passing by, complain about seeing ads on my videos. Okay, well, number one, I'm not going to apologize for monetizing my content. I'm just not. I spend hundreds and hundreds of hours doing what I do. I really do. That's not an exaggeration. When I told you that from the beginning of December, all the way to the present moment of recording this video, March 3rd, I have been working minimum 12 hours a day, except the Sabbath. Minimum 12 hours a day, doing research, reading articles, understanding what things to use and what not to use, going to scripture references, answering questions in the meantime with everybody, managing community, and doing all this. So I work 12 hours a day. Okay, I'm not going to apologize for monetizing my videos. I'm not. The Venerable Day of the Sun episodes, like these ones, requires so much work to collect the stories and organize them in a narrative for you. Because this is not just like, oh, here's a story. Oh, there's a story. No, this is a narrative that I'm presenting with you. And that takes a lot of work. And most people, my wager from everything I've seen on YouTube, at least in this sphere, are not willing to do what I do because it takes a lot of work. And it takes delayed gratification. I do not make videos for the algorithm. I really don't. I engage in best practices, but I don't care about the algorithm because I know God will bring my videos to the people who care for the truth. And when those people see them, they will stay. I don't care. If I cared about the algorithm, I would make shorts. I would spend, all my hours making cute little transitions and videos for 10-minute videos and all this stupid stuff that everybody else does. I am not interested in that, and I will never do that. I have short animated videos designed to help you share and bridge the gap, but that isn't my focus. That, why the Jews are not God's chosen people video. Yes, that was a great work that God did through that video. It's like almost 700,000 views at the time of this recording. It's about an hour and 20 minutes, and it took me, I think, over 100 hours to put together. That was a lot of work. And I don't want to do that because to me, I like the detail and the documentation. You can't get the kind of detail in the documentation in that kind of a video. That video is designed to, give detail and documentation, but it's designed to kind of break paradigms a little bit. It's not designed to say in detail what's going on. So I like detail. I like research. I like to document stuff. And I also like to do something one and done so that you can come back to it later and I can move on to something else rather than just making content randomly and reacting to the news. I'm not like that because that's slavery for me. That's also slavery for me. All these people that make 10-minute videos, 15-minute videos, they're stuck in the algorithm. They're slaves. I don't want to be a slave. I'm doing this because I love to do it. And God has blessed me with the time and the resources to be able to continue and do it for you. The other thing is this, folks. I don't control my audience on YouTube. Tomorrow they could pull a switch and they could turn my channel off and then what? So I don't have control over any of my work on YouTube. That is very unsettling if you understand how much work it goes into putting all this stuff. So I have no problem whatsoever making money off of YouTube in the meantime, as long as I'll be there. Think of it as a dark to light type of situation. Yes, I want you to go to my website. If ads bother you and they push you to go to my website, good. I want you to be connected to my website, not because I want you to spend money on a membership. You don't have to spend any money to get any benefit from what I'm doing. All of my content when I release is free. And most of my major content, like Bible studies, encouragement, et cetera, is free. Go to the website. But the website, I have control over my email list. Now, eventually, I'm sure Substack is going to play ball with the powers that be. I'm not putting my trust in Substack. But at the time, Substack gives me more control than YouTube. So that's something that's very important from my perspective. YouTube also reserves the right to monetize my videos anyway, even if I don't. If a video is successful, they reserve the right to put an ad on it. And that infuriates me. It really does. YouTube is also, by the way, going to increase advertisements from what I've heard, because I've been watching various people talking about creator stuff, creator analytics, and so on and so forth. And YouTube is basically going to create a distinction between premium light, and premium, whatever the regular premium is going to be called. So now you have premium light, which is $8.99, but you're going to be shown ads. And the regular premium, I think they jacked it up to like $16.99 if you want to not see ads. So everybody's doing this. And, it's just costs are going up everywhere. Ads are being shown across all platforms, regardless, even if you're a membership now. So before it's like, there were no ads. Then, okay, now there's ads. And if you want to avoid ads, you got to have a membership. Oh, now you have a membership, but you got to need a little better membership if you want to avoid ads. So this is the direction. There's a word for it, but I can't say it. It's something ication, if you can probably understand what I'm saying. But this is what everything is doing. And of course, they're going to use AI and scan where to put the ads more effectively. So YouTube is always going to have ads. I don't intend on, using YouTube as my main platform. I never did. But YouTube has been useful to get the message out. So again, go to the website. If you hate ads, don't complain to me as if I'm the one showing them to you or putting them wherever I don't. I just say monetize. That's it. Yes, please monetize it so I can make some money from all of the hard work that I'm doing. Ads help creators on YouTube make a living doing what they're doing so that they can continue to present you with the value that you seek. And you don't have to pay anything, by the way, for YouTube stuff. You pay with your attention for 20 seconds or whatever it is when an ad interrupts you. Yeah, I get it. It's annoying. Then go to my website. It's free. No ads. Never will be. There never will be any ads there. People today want a private researcher in their pocket who gives them high quality research for free without asking anything in return. That's not cool. It isn't. Because when you can work for free and you can do everything you're doing for free and work for 12 hours and just, live off of whatever you find on the ground, then you can point the finger. Point number 2, is that I already offer everything that I do for free. Again, encouragement, Bible studies, all the new content, first 7 days, regardless of what content it is, when it's emailed out to you, it's free. Although there are some exceptions because certain articles are tied to the devotional, and so those require. But as a member, as a free member on Substack, you have an allotted amount of times that you can use they have credits or whatever, where you can see something that's a paid post and you can access it. And by the way, you can even access my library for $5 and then download everything I've ever made, all of my presentations, all my notes, all my videos. You can put it on a hard drive and then cancel your membership. You have gained hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of work for $5. So people need to stop crying about, other people and what they're doing and accept the fact that everybody has to make a living to some degree. I don't interrupt your videos with sponsorship ads or gimmicky stupid things. Yes, have I recently launched a merch store? Absolutely, I have. Yeah, because people ask me to. And the intention behind the merch store is so that you can go and have messages and conversations with people that are very intentional. There's a blurb on the actual store page. When you purchase for the first time and you get a confirmation email, I am very specific and intentional that the intent of these products is for you to have edifying conversations with others. So nothing I'm doing is gimmicky or stupid. It has very high intent to it. But if you're going to take what I do out of context and complain and point the finger, then you're not really looking to be authentic yourself. So anyway, that's my rant. Back to the topic. Today's episode is the kings of the earth. The last time I talked about this, it was a very interesting discussion because we talked about how everything is moving back toward monarchies, and I'm going to reiterate that today. The French Revolution was orchestrated by the Jesuits because the monarchies had gotten to a point where they were out of their control. This is a very important piece of history to understand. The monarchs realized the Jesuits were spying and basically were not just a fraternal order of priests, but they were like the CIA of the Vatican, basically. They realized the Jesuits were extorting money, doing all sorts of money laundering schemes, creating their own city-states in the Americas, so on and so forth. So they cut off ties with the Jesuits. They expelled them from their countries. And Pope Clement XIV at the time listened to the pressure of these monarchs, and he canceled the Jesuit order, which was, of course, a very bad idea for him because they poisoned him. And then the French Revolution came to destroy monarchy and introduce this new system of dialectical secularism between left and right. Very, very important. Pope Pius VII was arrested by Napoleon's general Berthier, 1798, and the mortal wound politically to the papacy was given by its own army. Very important history to understand. Now, even more important point. Commit this to memory. The two-party system that was introduced because of the French Revolution 200 whatever years ago was a temporary situation. It was never intended to be permanent. I'll say that again. The two-party system, quote-unquote democracy, left and right, this whole thing that we've been doing was never intended to be the final thing. It was intended to be a temporary transition back to what the beast enjoyed for a very long time, 1,000+ years. And if you understand this, then everything will make sense to you that you're seeing in the news. This system was intended to buy them the time to regain control of the monarchies and the nation states. And it was also designed to bring people back to Catholicism willingly by creating the opposite, which is atheism. Today, both of these goals have been fulfilled. The Jesuits have taken over the world through the Rothschilds and central banking schemes and subjugated every nation under their power. They've infiltrated into religion, into politics, everywhere you want, through secret societies, through orders, through assassinations, through revolutions. I covered all this stuff in my Synagogue of Satan series, folks. Of course, the deep state has been conquered and people are running back to religion and tradition after being traumatized by the atheistic government. So goals number 1 and number 2 are being fulfilled. The Jesuit plan from 200 whatever years ago is almost ready to be accomplished. where people are going to come back to the Mother Church and worship the Pope as God on earth. So now, in order to finish this plan, they need to go back to monarchies. If you understand that democracy and the French Revolution stuff was temporary, then the question is, what happened before that? What was the system before that that we're going back to? History is your friend because it tells you everything. Monarchies were not the problem. Monarchy is what they need in order for this thing to work, where the kings of the earth give their power to the beast. One person can be in total control and give that control to the Pope, just as it was for, 1,000+ years. So again, the problem is not the monarchies. The problem was that the monarchs were not totally subservient to the Jesuits. Do you understand? The monarchies were not the problem. They loved having the monarchs pledge the entire country to the Pope. It's much easier that way. You cannot pledge your power to the beast if you are in this democratic two-party, tit for tat kind of system. You can't. With voting and, democracy, quote unquote, and constant uncertainty and, we barely made it, we got to go back to this way. This doesn't work. It works for other things. It works to give people the illusion of duality. It works to move the agenda in the background while the foreground seems like there's conflict. Yeah, it works for that. But now that's over with. That's over with, and it's time to move back to what we need, which is a monarchy. So we have our leaders, we have propped up, they own everything, the banks, the politics and everything else. So it's time to go back to that system. They have used secret societies, like I said, the occult, infiltrations, social infiltrations, social media now, influencers, central banking, you name it. Everything has been, like I said, this is what you're seeing now is the result of hundreds and hundreds of years. And certainly since the French Revolution. But everyone on the world stage now is playing for the beast, and you need to realize that, including Trump. And we'll talk about that quite a bit today. So they are doing the French Revolution, but backwards. They're going the reverse order. MAGA, populism, the Great Awakening, et cetera, et cetera. This is just the French Revolution stuff all over again, except the opposite direction. MAGA is going to spread populism and monarchy, just like the French Revolution spread democracy. So this is, again, the same thing. And there's similarities. The French Revolution had their little, red solar hats. MAGA has their red hats. It's the same thing, folks. I've talked about this quite a bit. The question is, are they going to be called kings? I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be called kings. I think that, you're going to see more and more of that rhetoric. There's a story today where we'll look at where Trump is calling himself king. And of course he does that just to throw the bread into the audience so they start fighting over it. But whether they're called kings or not, it doesn't matter because they will be functioning like kings. That's what matters. So again, it could be that we'll go all the way and call them kings, and we'll return to that because people say, we just need a king. This whole democracy stuff just doesn't work. It failed as an experiment. We need to go back to monarchy and have somebody we can really trust. I could see that. I could also see the fact that they're going to be called presidents, but really they're going to be just dictators and king. There's no difference. A dictator and a king, a monarch, they're all the same thing. It's one man that has absolute power over all things. And that man pledges his power to the Pope. You have to remember that Satan, everything Satan does is a counterfeit of the work of God all the time. There is nothing new under the sun. I have a mug for that. Nothing new under the sun. One of my favorite mugs, actually. The color scheme is really cool. But nothing new under the sun, folks. Nothing new under the sun. So Satan just copies and inverts and counterfeits what God does. In the Old Testament, God is the Elohim of Elohims. He is the God of gods. There is this understanding that there were gods, right? There were other Elohim, there were principalities. Some of them God had put in charge over countries. There was a whole hierarchy there. And of course they rebelled, but nevertheless, the papacy believes it is the God of gods. The papal institution sits between two cherubim, like the counterfeit of the Ark of the Covenant. It calls himself Holy Father, which is a title only for God the Father. And of course, all the kings of the earth pledging their power to the Pope is a model of, it's a counterfeit of the Elohim pledging their power to obedience to the God of gods, to the Elohim. So this is what's going on here. It's basically just a counterfeit of the truth. It's a model of ruling that is counterfeiting God's model of ruling. Of course, that was before Jesus, because now Jesus has taken power and he's ruling in heaven. But in the Old Testament, there's definitely something to be said about that. Nevertheless, Satan promises the world to these people, to these kings of the earth, in exchange for honoring him as God. So they can be called gods, right? You shall be like God. Same thing he's always promised everybody. Same thing he promised the fallen angels, to rebel so that they would have their own, worship on earth and create Nephilim and so on. And we talk about that in the Nephilim video, but it's the same thing, nothing new under the sun. So this is what we're looking at today. There's a lot of stuff to get through. As usual, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Like, share, comment, do whatever you need to do. These things seem to get some views, so that's always good. Share it with your friends. Share the sections if you need to. There's going to be timestamps. Get edified with the library also and all the tools that you have, because there's so much in the library. There really is. Get familiar with it. The presentation notes for this video and the video are available to be downloaded in the library also, so you can have a hard copy. I'm thinking about doing, by the way, somebody asked me if they wanted to do, if I could do like DVDs or CDs. I don't think people use CDs anymore, but maybe some sort of, what I wanted to do once my salvation, this is kind of a tangent, but it'll be interesting. What I wanted to do is that when my salvation series was done, basically that would finish my library. So that will be done, again, if everything goes according to plan, this year in the fall, my guess, rough guess. At that point, I was thinking, I could have all of my content. It's going to be on a hard drive, and I can sell that as a way that it's already organized for you. Just, whatever, we'll figure out what the price would be, put the content on there, and you can have a hard copy of it. It wouldn't have the up-to-date Venerable Day of the Sun episode, which you could just save. Obviously those are going to be ongoing, but it'll have whatever Venerable Day of the Sun episode goes up to that point when I finish the salvation series, and then that'll be like an entire library. It's already organized for you with folders and everything and resources. So that would be valuable, I think, because it's a lot of work to organize those things. But I could also offer that on a DVD or CD or whatever people use that's reliable. So let me know if that would be something you'd be interested in. I am interested in having some sort of hard copy of the library once the salvation series is done. So we'll look at that and see what people say. Now, there's a lot of things also in the store, again, that can help you engage with others. The postcards they turned out really good. The timeline looks so good now. I'm so thankful. I was very frustrated that the error was in the original timeline, but it turned out to be really good. So God did a great thing with that. And you can give those as gifts. You can, give postcards to people. You can give them to your pastors. There's a pastor postcard there. Obviously, there's the merch with the fun messages on them. But again, use them to start conversations. Really use them as conversation pieces. Sometimes having a visual thing or a physical thing can help overcome the awkwardness of like approaching somebody, maybe in your small groups. If you wear those things to your small groups in churches, people will say, what is that? And then you get them curious and you have a conversation. Much easier than saying, hey, do you know about the narrow road versus, the counterfeit institutional church? It's much easier than that. So use those things as tools. Of course, also, again, the library in general, when I say library here, I mean like the content on the website is free. So you can learn Bible studies, study those things, learn them so you can teach others and argue with them. Learn the arguments there, learn the information. The timeline poster itself has QR codes on it with 140 hours of content between the 5 eschatological series. Daniel and Revelation, End Time series, Great Delusion series, Synagogue of Satan, and Sabbath series. That's 140 hours of content on eschatological material. With QR codes, they can just scan it, goes directly to the series page. You have all the resources there available. There's also now a 1-hour walkthrough of the entire poster that I made, because it's basically like the Daniel and Revelation walkthrough, which is 13 hours, condensed to 1 hour. This goes to show you how much information is on that thing, where I literally am just going like, okay, line by line by line, and it still takes me an hour to get through it. So, but that's there. It's shorter. If people can't devote an hour to it, then you have the 30-minute summary of the End Time series, which is animated. And if they can't devote 30 minutes, then, well, they're not ready for a conversation at that point. I believe there's no excuse to learn. I really don't believe that there's any excuse. When people complain that, the videos are too long, I don't ask you to sit and watch this in one sitting. I have never asked anybody to do that. I don't expect you to do that. But I give you timestamps, and on YouTube and even Substack, you can listen to it twice the speed. So even if I have an 8-hour video, okay, that turns to 4 hours if you're listening to twice the speed, and you have timestamps, then what, you're going to listen to it in like 2 or 3 days in a couple parts if you're just listening for 45 minutes at a time? That's nothing. You're going to listen to stuff anyway. So there's no excuse. And I know it's hard to talk to some people because of the length of the videos and the research and stuff. Look, just learn the content yourself so that you can give arguments and take a leadership role. Don't rely on my videos. My videos are useful, and I'm grateful to God that they can be. But in the situations where people aren't going to watch a long podcast, and they're not even willing to watch the shorter videos that I've created on the share page, which they're all there for you, then learn the content so you can engage them in speech, engage them in conversation. Learn the content yourself and take a leadership role. If God has given you this awareness and given you knowledge that I can guarantee you today, right now, that very few people understand the things that we're talking about in this video. Very few people, comparatively to, the American population. Very few people. So if God has opened your eyes and blessed you with knowledge, it is a sign to take leadership and to be a leader in your own circle, whether that means just talking to your family or being more active. Get some postcards, hand them out to people, go to your church small groups, wear a shirt, engage them in conversation, go to the Bible study on Revelation and, pose a question and stand up for, these perspectives and say, look, dispensationalism's wrong for this and that reason and so on. So that's different for everybody. Everybody's courage is different. Everybody's knowledge and skill sets are different. But I believe, nevertheless, God has called you into a leadership role if he's given you knowledge that other people do not have. So there's no excuse to not learn and to participate in what God has given you. I know it's hard, but if you need support, send me your questions. You can email me, tutor@danceoflife.com. See, I gave you my email. You don't even have to sign up on my website, but you should so you get new content and that way you know what's coming out. But nevertheless, you can find support in the chat or you can email me and I'm happy to do that. Now, onward to part 1, bread and circuses. All right, well, let's get this show on the road, and we're starting with bread and circuses. Now, I decided to start with this because it's more of the superficial stuff. It's more the distractions, more of the look here, don't look there type of thing. But there are just so many of them, and these things are designed to distract you so that they're working the agenda in the background. These things are things like, oh, look, victory against the deep state, or, making fun of the obvious evil. All the things that are obvious, let's put it that way. This would probably be a category of obvious things. And there's just so much of it, obviously, because they're trying to keep everybody distracted from the real things that's happening in the background. The sad part is that people are going for it. And of course, watching your friends and family buy into these shenanigans and getting strung along is just really frustrating. But it's difficult to keep up with all the things they're putting out. So make sure you're watching, and if you see something relevant in the same vein of these types of things, you can send it to me. But they're pumping out distraction after distraction at a phenomenal pace because they have to meet their goals. They don't have a lot of time left. All these things have been being prepared for years, like I said. And what they're doing now is nothing new. It's just moving faster because they need to shape the culture. They need to shape the culture quickly, and they will be successful at shaping the culture quickly because they have a lot more technology at their disposal, and they've also programmed people through all these dialectics to accept these changes much faster. Nobody is screening anything that's happening today. The majority of these Trumpers and people that are whatever, the Christian Zionists, whatever else, their discernment is just turned off. Literally, it's just like, boop, turned off. They have no discernment because they've been so traumatized by the dialectic of left and right that Trump has been given a free pass to do things that nobody would be allowed to do. If Hillary or Barack Obama or George Bush or whoever would be doing the things that Trump is doing, they wouldn't get away with it. They would not get away with it. But Trump is doing it because people's discernment has been totally disabled by the dialectic and the bread and circuses. So the culture is ready now, and they can unleash all their power, all their resources, all the deception, all the lying signs and wonders by all the signs and powers of Satan, like it says in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, to bring about this outcome. So let's get started. This is from Republican Latina on Instagram. And again, this is the obvious evil. It's the obvious stuff that you need to be aware of.
I thought this was a joke, and I thought this was just like a meme. But no, a blind man, Mr. Hetler, was put by the Biden administration to be the director of the government oversight. And now he's testifying that he did not see any fraud. And now you guys could only imagine the memes and the people that are saying Democrats have literally put a blind man to testify that he saw no misuse of a government funds. How is this real life? And I know some people find it funny, but it almost makes
It is funny if you understand what's actually going on.
Makes me wonder, did the Biden administration and the Democrats on purposely put a blind man to oversee all of these transfers and all of these transactions?
Yes, they did, but not for the reason that you're thinking.
And was this their plan all along, to just have him testify, well, I didn't see anything, so therefore I didn't see anything, it must have not happened? I don't know. I wouldn't put it past the Democrats, but yes, this is 100% true. This is not a joke. This is true.
Oh, it's a joke, but you just have to be in on it.
Democrats put a blind man to testify that, quote, he did not see any fraud. He did not see any misuse of funds. I don't even know what else to say about this besides unbelievable Democrats.
Do you understand like how much trolling they're doing? How obvious? It's just like, again, the best. I always think of that fish in the bottom of the ocean. What's it called? I think it's an angler fish. They look so scary. Imagine, like a giant one of those things, but it's like this fish that's got a little thing here in the front that's like shiny. And literally it's like, hey, look, low-hanging fruit. Don't you want some? And then the unsuspecting fish comes and bites it, and then they get devoured. And this is exactly what's happening. Literally the exact same thing. You're getting, here's some low-hanging fruit. Oh, look, a blind man doesn't see anything. Oh my gosh, how incompetent. Yeah, just like Biden was an actor and he was incompetent for a reason so that Trump could come in and be your savior. Do you understand what they're doing? Of course it's a joke. It's an obvious joke to make you so infuriated at the government to where you can give somebody like Trump, who is so obviously off balance and so obviously compromised, so you could give that kind of a guy a free pass. That's the point. Just like atheism is so horrible on every level. And when I mean atheism, I meant communism, like the atheistic communistic paradigm. Communism is so horrible to where you will want Catholicism back. You will desire Catholicism. That's the schizophrenic, mind-numbing, gaslighting strategy that they're undergoing. So when you are trying to justify insanity, you need even greater insanity to make the insanity that you're trying to justify look justified. Does that make sense? This is exactly what's happening here. And people are buying into the first level of the psyop. Oh my gosh, look at the incompetent Democrats. They did it on purpose. Yeah, of course they did it on purpose. They're working on the same side. They're left and right paradigms of the Freemasonic pillars, the two sides of the occult. They didn't do it on purpose because, they're trying to hide, whatever stuff from the government. No, that's surface level. The deeper level is that they're doing these things to justify the next step. But people don't see how these two wings of the same wings of the same bird. That's what they don't see. And that's the frustrating part. Oh my gosh, this is just, okay. Later you're going to see a video of Jordan Peterson. We'll see a few of him, but Jordan Peterson talking about Protestantism. Remember this video when we get to that video. All right, let's see.
When we have yoga service in church, it's a service, it's a worship. It's framed by the classical elements of prayer and scripture reading and our Lord's Prayer, blessing as short sermon.
And God does not strike you down dead as a show of his mercy.
Sunniva et stort forbilde som prest.
So she says, I think Sunniva is a great role model as a priest and human being.
Tror hun blir en veldig god biskop.
I think she'll be a very good bishop. Oh,
Tydelig og
a clear and present bishop.
Nærværende biskop og en som kan
And one who can reach out to so many people.
nå langt ut til mange.
So she wears this shirt that says, I'm guessing is it German or whatever language they speak, Dutch, prest, which is priest or pastor. And
I wanted to be
people are asking her about it.
both a reminder of God, of the transcendent reality, and I wanted to be sort of an invitation to talk. And I have had so many strange and wonderful meetings with people out here in the street or in the shop, people stopping me and just saying, are you really a pastor? Are you kidding? No, I'm a pastor. Oh, I can talk with you? Yeah, you can. Can you pray for me? Yeah. And then we're just into something very deep.
This is the result of 500 years of Jesuit infiltration into Protestantism. And as you'll see, these types of things, again, very low-hanging fruit. The next one of we'll talk about this again, but one of the next dialectics, the big dialectics, is going to be the deep church. Just like they did with the deep state, it's going to be with the deep church, reforming the church and purging all of these liberals and crazy wackos. And all of this low-hanging fruit is exactly what people are going to justify going back to Catholicism for. So keep that in mind. USA Today, yes, I'm using an ad blocker, and I don't care. Kamala Harris signs with Hollywood talent agency CAA, joining Joe Biden, Barack Obama. You really can't make this stuff. You cannot make this stuff up, folks. Former Vice President Kamala Harris signed with Creative Arts Agency to pursue speaking and publishing opportunities. Harris joins the other high-profile political figures represented by CAA, including former President Joe Biden and Barack Obama. Yeah, Biden joined that, and then he also joined the Freemasons. There's your reward. It's not even Biden. We know that. He's some actor of some kind, but these people are all actors, folks. They're actors, and they are playing on a stage, just like Francis Bacon wrote a long time ago through his pseudonym Shakespeare. Oh, let's talk about this Epstein stuff. Stand by for redacted description. Bombshell, this is war. FBI whistleblowers reveal Epstein files being destroyed. Redacted news. Look, the Epstein files are never going to be released. And even if they are going to be released, you're not going to find anything good in them. You're not. This is all just, bread and circuses. Now, this is I wonder if I can zoom in. I'll just read it. You have to trust me on it. Let's see. Oh, that was interesting. And we're back. All right. This is the story. This is from Liz Wheeler. This is the story. President Trump and AG Pam Bondi committed to release the Epstein files. The FBI was told to deliver the files to Bondi. They did, about 200 pages. Bondi smelled a rat because there was nothing juicy in the 200 pages. Just flight logs and a Rolodex of phone numbers, no smoking gun. Still, Bondi promised to release the documents, so she prepared a binder of them. Then, last night, a whistleblower contacted Bondi and revealed that the SDNY Southern District of New York was hiding potentially thousands of Epstein files, defying Bondi's order to give them all to her. We're talking to recordings, evidence, all the juicy stuff, names. All the stuff that we're supposed to see. Oh, I guess somebody else has them. These swamp creatures at SDNY deceived Bondi, Cash, and you. Yeah, they're all swamp creatures, my friend. Be outraged that the binder is boring. You should be, because the evil deep state lied to your face. The binder is powerful because it's tangible physical evidence of the disgusting stunt in SDNY that they tried to pull. Bondi is now demanding all the Epstein evidence from SDNY plus an investigation into the persons who committed this act of defiance. There you go. So she's sticking up for you. Don't worry. The good cop is going to tell that bad cop what to do. The legacy media has betrayed you again and again. They lie to you. They smear you. They gaslight you. You're gaslighting too. They deserve no special access to real-time exposure corruption because they played a role in covering up in the first place. You are the media. Elon said, yes, we are. So celebrate the regular people are being given access to the most powerful people in our country to report on despicable corruption as it's being uncovered in real time. You're not in control of the information. They have control over the information. You get to report on what they give you to report on. And be very, very angry that the deep state agents in the swamp at the SDNY are at this very moment defying President Trump and AG Bondi and you who voted him into office, lying and hiding the truth about Jeffrey Epstein because they don't want their own corruption and weaponization of government exposed. Yeah, we'll take a look at that corruption today. You can be the judge, as usual. Fact check: House Judiciary GOP did link to a rickroll in tweeting promised Epstein files later deleted. So just like the blind man that the Democrats put on, the Republicans are doing the same thing. They're trolling you. Did the GOP House Judiciary Committee link to a rickroll video and a tweet promising the Epstein files? Yes, that's true. The GOP File Committee posted a tweet on February 27th that said, breaking, Epstein files released, with the link that went to a video of Rick Astley singing the song Never Gonna Give You Up. I mean, you got to hand it to him. That is kind of funny. A trick known as a rickroll when unsuspecting people are shown the music video instead of the expected information. The link did not go to the highly anticipated Epstein files released by the White House that day. The committee deleted the tweet, but it was archived online. Yeah, they're trolling you, man. Nothing is ever going to happen with this. It's not. Here's some great posts. This one is from Jonathan Mabrito. The flight logs for Epstein's private jet, aka the Lolita Express, were released by the courts months ago. They revealed Trump flew on Epstein's jet 7 times. Yet prior to the release, Trump had publicly denied ever flying on the plane. To make matters worse, 2 of the female victims who testified against Epstein, Maria Farmer and Annie Farmer, both corroborated that Trump and others were part of the Epstein sex ring as either facilitators or regular clients. Bill Clinton was also named by these women. Please note, these same witnesses were deemed credible enough to convict Epstein. Plaintiff Katie Johnson testified that Trump and Epstein, I'm going to use the word abused, her as a child in the 90s. Her testimony is compelling because she accurately describes Epstein's sexual preferences before they were brought out to the public. So how does the liberal media with their gigantic magnifying glass attack Trump for 8 years straight and never bring this up? How come the swell of legal charges brought against Trump since 2016 have been mostly frivolous and pathetic? I think you know why. Do you think it's a coincidence that every journalist, hit piece, and legal attack brought against Trump has been toothless, absurd, and hypocritical? Folks, it's not an accident that the constant barrage of unfair press and ridiculous legal attacks have made Trump the persecuted hero, in quotation marks, in the eyes of the people. This is how CIA psychological mind control works. MAGA is being played like a fiddle as they feast upon the absurd Q conspiracies in a massive CIA psyop. Note, I am not a liberal. Joe Biden is also a disgusting pervert. Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. Amen. And there's a link to the flight logs. And by the way, just a little caveat to all this. You're going to see in the next post a lot of resources. I have put all of these links into one text file. That text file, that text file is in the resources folder of the King Jehu Trump video. You can go there, use those links for your Trump friends. There's a ton, you're going to see in a sec. There's the flight logs, also other videos and resources. All that stuff is listed in that video. That way, anytime anybody asks me about Trump or, you got some dirt on Trump, there you go. This list is plenty. Believe me, it's plenty. So there's that. Here's another one. This is from Jason Stroup on Facebook. I have to make a post about the Epstein client list topic that has everybody talking. There's countless people not aware of these facts. I'm not just talking Trump supporters either. Okay, so first of all, there is no client list. Second, and most importantly, everyone is overlooking something huge that is well documented that happened during Virginia Roberts' trial. The judge ordered the files that her lawyers discovered that they were using to be destroyed. Yes, you read that correctly. She wasn't talking about copies either. Judge rules Virginia Guthrie's lawyers must destroy Jeffrey Epstein's files, July 2nd, 2020. And there's a link there. Also, when Epstein's house was raided, the FBI confiscated hundreds of tapes where he recorded the encounters with the underage girls. The feds have had those for years. Third, the House Judiciary GOP X accounts post earlier was absolutely vile and disgusting with the Rickroll video. Yeah, I agree. Another thing, nothing is going to be exposed causing that is all of them exposed cause that is all of them and not just some. Yeah, because they're all involved. The fact that some of you don't know this and could ever think otherwise is astounding. As for Trump and Epstein connection, I'm going to include some very important links that I implore everyone to read through carefully. The amount of info implicating Trump is undeniable. Agreed. I've looked at it. At least 4 of Epstein's documented victims have testified that Trump abused them. 2 of the girls, possibly more at this point, have testified and still actively talk about how they have witnessed Trump abusing other girls. So if that weren't true, guess what? That means that the court would have ruled that their testimonies were inadmissible and those would have been tossed. But here's the thing. Their testimonies are what led to the authorities going after Epstein in the first place. And the testimonies of these women are what led to their, Epstein's and Ghislaine's convictions. WTF is so difficult to understand about that? The answer is nothing. You people who ignore the facts of these things while defending Trump, absolutely inexcusable, and that's absolute proof of a deep, weird, illogical cognitive dissonance that I just can't fathom whatsoever. To anyone who wants to learn the facts about these subjects, I will leave them some very important comprehensive links that explain all of these things. At the very least, so those of you already know these things, watch, read, and study these to have further ammunition to attempt to wake people up from their willful ignorance and cognitive dissonance about these subjects. I bet all you know Ghislaine was arrested, but did you know who was responsible for seeking her arrest? Do you know the details of how Epstein ran his child sex trafficking ring with Ghislaine? His second arrest before he was suicided, do you know who was responsible? This is because of his first female abuse victim reported his crimes back in 1996, and she worked with the senator, some detectives and cops so they'd be prosecuted, and her efforts had proved successful. If you know a bunch of the details, I could bet there's an entire book of facts that you aren't being taught and probably hadn't heard of, though. If you want to know, watch this entire video. I'll link that below. Her name is Maria Farmer. Her other victims helped Farmer. She was a child abuse victim of Epstein who was exposed this network dating back to 3 decades to police and federal agencies, and a few months ago she gave a brilliant 3-hour interview with Whitney Webb, who is the best truther journalist there is. So if you aren't aware who Whitney is, I suggest searching and follow through social media through, that's XYZ links and stuff. So there's a bunch of other stuff here. I'll read a little bit more. So reiterating, Farmer was the first child abuse victim of Epstein who reported his disgusting crimes to authorities around 1995, 1996. So she is the abuse victim responsible for all the charges he, at different times, faced, but the next part will trigger a bunch of people. She has revealed a lot of details about those responsible and who controls Epstein and Ghislaine, both, and she has revealed the facts behind that being a Mossad creation and how Ghislaine's father, Robert, thought he owned the Israeli Mossad, and how both ran these child sex rings along with Mossad and the Rothschilds along with some other people. She said the head of the spear, her exact phrase, is Fortune 500 Les Wexner. Guess who else she named, though? Bill Clinton and, dun dun dun, Donald Trump. She isn't the first Epstein child abuse victim who has reported, accused, and filed charges against Trump. A bunch of you talk trash about the abuse victim known as Jane Doe, who was the girl taking Trump to court for abuse before the architects of society named Trump president. That's absolutely disgusting how people accuse her of being a liar, especially those ignorant of the facts. Katie Johnson is her name, though. I know you Trump lovers like to say Katie is a fame-seeking liar, but she is a documented sex slave of Epstein, and her stories of the other girls being abused were all corroborated. She only dropped the case because the threats against her and her family, so you can drop this shaming a child abuse victim garbage. Another of Epstein's victims corroborated both testimonies of Katie and Maria Farmer and their claims that Trump is one of the people who abused these girls. She has testified and she witnessed that. Speaking of Trump, he also hired the famous Alan Dershowitz as his impeachment lawyer, and he played a part of this. He has publicly argued that the age of consent is something that should be changed to 15. I didn't know that part. The criminal U.S. attorney who had got Epstein his absurd joke of a non-sentence, Alex Acosta, Trump appointed him labor secretary, and that's a fact besides everything else. This video explains a huge part of this whole disgusting Ghislaine Epstein stuff. If you do anything, please watch this video through and pay attention, because these victims deserve that. What if it's your child? Don't these child abuse victims deserve that? The video that exposes a huge part of Epstein's yada yada. This is titled The Head of the Snake, Wexner, Maxwell's, and Mossad's Mega Group Exposed. There's a lot of stuff other here too, like this is Epstein's first victim names. Trump, Clinton, Rothschild, Trump and Epstein, every known connection. He cited actually the video by that Chill Goblin guy that I cited like a couple weeks ago on whatever VDS I did. But obviously that's a good video to look. Donald Trump has paid out $30 million in child abuse complaints. I cited that article too. That's in there. All of these are going to be in there. Every one of these links are in the text file in the resources list. So you can use that. You can show them this particular content that I read, this guy's post. I think it's a great post, but people need to wake up. Here's another thing with this whole, oligarchy thing. SEC drops charges against Chinese billionaire after he pumps $30 million into Trump's crypto scheme. That's the guy who bought that banana for whatever, $6 million. Chinese crypto entrepreneur Justin Sun's legal troubles seem to be fading away. In March 2023, the Securities and Exchange Commission charged him with manipulating the market. After Trump was elected, he dumped $30 million into the president's World Liberty financial crypto scheme. Now a federal judge has granted him stay in the SEC's investigation, and probably he'll get a pat on the back like all these other people do. And that's the way justice rolls. Here's some more bread and circuses for you from Space News. Musk calls for deorbiting the ISS as soon as possible. This is from February 20th. SpaceX chief executive Elon Musk says the NASA should deorbit the International Space Station as soon as possible, preferably in the next 2 years, to focus on missions to Mars. The sudden call by Musk to end the ISS years earlier than NASA currently plans, made on social media on February 20th, threatens to further complicate the relationship between Musk, a close advisor of President Trump, and the space agency and much of the space industry. It's time to begin preparing for deorbiting the space station, Musk posted on X, the social media site he owns. It has served its purpose. There is very little incremental utility. Let's go to Mars. Asked to clarify if he meant deorbiting the ISS sooner than 2030, NASA's current date for retiring the station, Musk said it should come down in the next 2 years. The decision is up to the president, but my recommendation is as soon as possible. I recommend 2 years from now. I wonder why he would be in such a hurry. We'll find out soon enough. The comments and the influence Musk currently wields in the administration threaten to throw a wrench in NASA's ISS transition plans. Those plans call for operating the station until 2030. There is no station, by which time the agency expects at least one commercial space station to be ready to do that. NASA can continue the research and technology development activities it currently conducts in the ISS. Yeah, right. Here we go. Here's the money. As part of the effort, NASA awarded $843 million in a contract to SpaceX in June 2024 to develop a spacecraft called the United States Deorbit Vehicle, based on the company's Dragon spacecraft. The USDV would dock with the station and handle the final maneuvers needed to deorbit the station over a desolate area of the South Pacific to minimize any risk of damage or injury to the public. Yeah, right. So he's getting almost $1 billion to do this, and he wants to hurry it along. Conflict of interest much? I don't know. Oh, this is a video about this Malachi prophecy thing that everybody's talking about.
You guys want to hear something terrifying? The prophecy of the popes.
Oh boy.
This book was found in the Vatican archives, predicted every single pope from in 1143 all the way to our current pope. But the scary thing is, after Pope Francis, the last one, it just says Judgment Day.
Oh gosh.
It literally ends after Pope Francis?
Yes. The creepiest thing that I saw inside St. Paul's Basilica, but bordering the whole inner sanctuary, is every single pope. But what's weird is that there's only a certain amount of markers to where you can put a picture. There's one left after Pope Francis. They have always said that once that last slot is filled, it will be the end of the world. What he predicted, the time it took to go from the first pope that he wrote about, halfway mark, was 422 years. And he's saying from the middle one to the end, another 422 years will be the end of the world. If you do 422 years from the middle pope, which was 1585, that year is 2027. It's even weirder. Pope John the 23rd, and he said that the end of the world would happen 2,000 years plus Christ's life. So that adds up to 2027 as well. You guys want to hear something terrifying? The prophecy.
Yeah, so these are things that are getting people really riled up, but there's more to this story. The Catholics themselves don't believe the legitimacy of these things. This is from a Catholic site. Do the prophecies of St. Malachi suggest we are living in the end times? This is from Catholic.com, so pretty official. Someone in my parish told me that the prophecies of St. Malachi, which he claims prove that we are nearing the end times. What are these prophecies? Answer. St. Malachi was an Irish bishop who lived in the 12th century. By far the more famous of his prophecies concerns the sequence of popes. The prophecy consists of 112 short Latin descriptions of future popes. The prophecies were discovered in 1590 and attributed to Malachi. Each description indicates one identifying trait for each future pope, beginning with Celestine II, who was elected in 1130. In some instances, the description hit home in an uncanny way. They have led to centuries of speculation that the prophecy might be a real one. Now, really quick pause. You have to understand this is not telling you, oh, this pope is going to have, like Pope Pius the 14th is going to come after, Clementine the 13th or whatever. These are like very broad fortune-telling type of phrases that people are making connections to. So that's number one. Moving on. For instance, the description of the future John the 22nd is de sutore oseo, from the bony shoemaker. This pope was the son of a shoemaker, and his family name was Ossa, which means bone. In another example, Lilium et Rosa was the phrase used to describe the pope who would be Urban the Eighth, whose family coat of arms was covered with lilies and roses. Malachi's prophecy has been cast into doubt by the fact that the descriptions become vague from the 16th century on, about the time that the prophecy was quote-unquote discovered in the Roman archives. But there have been a few good matches in modern times. The phrase pastor et nauta, meaning shepherd and sailor, was attributed to John the 23rd. This pope hailed from Venice, historically a city of sailors. And on the day he took office, he indicated the goal of his pontificate was to be a good shepherd. I mean, anybody could say that. There have been many, many misses, though. Describing the popes to follow John 23rd are the phrases flower of flowers, Paul VI, from a half moon, John Paul I, and from the toil of the sun, John Paul II, none of which is an obvious connection. After our current pope, there are only two left in Malachi's prophecy: the glory of the olive and Peter the Roman. The latter was supposedly lead to the church through many tribulations, concluding with the last judgment. Is Malachi's prophecy legitimate? Probably not. The consensus among modern scholars is that a 16th century forgery created by partisan political reasons. Yeah, the prophecy of the popes, whatever, the people up until his time, 90 or whatever it was, the connections are, decently obvious. But then after that, they're just really grasping at straws. So again, it's not a prophecy. It was just a forgery that was done for political reasons. And if you know the climate of the Vatican, of Rome, and the history of Rome and its countless forgeries, so many forgeries that have come out of Rome. But what do you expect? It's the seat of Satan, the father of lies. So there's so many forgeries that come out of it. This is just add it to the list. What does the Bible tell you about prophets? You make one mistake, you're not a prophet, you never were. That's the test. Deuteronomy 18, 21 through 22. If you make one mistake, God was never speaking through you. Why? Why? You have to understand why. Tie it to the sovereignty of God. Because if God is going to elect a prophet to speak through, he is going to sovereignly control what that prophet says. That prophet is never going to speak out of turn because he's now representing God. God is not going to just let you say something stupid and be wrong, and then now people don't believe in God because of you. God is going to make sure that everything you say is accurate and correct, and you've always spoken for God. That's why if somebody has one mistake, then that means the other times that they maybe got connections or whatever were either demons helping them, they were doing fortune telling, they were guessing correctly, or whatever else. Because you can still get some things right, but what makes God God is that he's completely perfect and consistent. Anybody who's an actual prophet gets everything right. Do you get it? That's how you test. And of course, there are no more prophets because we have Jesus, who has revealed God in the flesh, and there's no more need for prophets. So you have the Bible, and you have the Word, and you have Jesus Christ. You don't need a prophet. But nevertheless, that's a simple test. So Malachi, the whole Malachi thing is, here's a Wikipedia article on it. Where did I highlight? I highlighted something in here. Saint Malachi. Where are you at? Oh, here we go. Prophecy of the popes. A prophecy of the popes is attributed to Malachi, which is claimed to predict that there would be 112 popes before the last judgment. Benedictine Arnold de Wion discovered and published the so-called Doomsday Prophecy in 1590. Most scholars consider the document a 16th century elaborate hoax. James Weiss, a professor of church history at Boston College, has stated, quote, "It is widely thought, given who the author was and his relationship, that the prophecies were published to establish the case for election of one particular cardinal." Thomas Groom, a chair of the Department of Religious Education and Pastoral Ministry at Boston College, has a similar notion. For myself, and even as a native Irishman, the prophecies of St. Malachi are a grand old fun tale that have about as much reliability as the morning horoscope. Thomas J. Rees of Georgetown University had only this to say: St. Malachi's prophecy is nonsense. So even Catholics don't believe in this, so don't put your weight into it. We have plenty of prophecies in the Bible. We don't need, false signs and wonders. However, there's a narrow road to walk as well, right? Because on the other end of this is that they do plan things hundreds of years in advance. That's number one. Number two, the coming of the lawless one is by all power and false signs and wonders of Satan. So could this play into, the revival that's coming in the Catholic Church? It could. Number three is the idea that 2,000 years plus Jesus's life a reasonable period for the world to end. I think it's very reasonable. Now, I wouldn't say 2027, because I would say from the crucifixion date, which is 31, which would be 2031. That's why, again, for me, 7 to 10 years, by the time we get to 2031, for me, that is a very high watch year. I'm not saying I know when Jesus will return. For me personally, 2031 is a very high watch year. And we know that 2030 is Agenda 2030. We know there's other false signs and wonders. The asteroid supposedly is supposed to come and, into the atmosphere. That point, some huge asteroid that they're trying, again, there's no such thing as asteroids, people, but, they're announcing that. They're telegraphing some giant sign in the sky that's going to happen. Then the space station, then what else? The 500th anniversary of the Guadalupe satanic appearance is going to be 2031. So there's a lot of things happening in 2030, 2031. So for me, those are years to watch. I think it's a very reasonable time, especially look at the rate that things are proceeding. So anyway, there's a narrow road there. Don't attribute a lot of credence to these, the Malachi prophecy, but at the same time, there is some truth to the timeline that it presents in that sense. It aligns with history and scripture in terms of the timeline. We are nearing the end. We're at the end of the end. So in that sense, I would agree. Okay, this next thing is from a channel called Conspiracy Theorista, which I think actually she did a great job on this video. And I'm surprised it only has like 480 views. She did put so much work into this video. We're going to watch it. It's about 28 minutes. It's a very, very good breakdown of the predictive programming that they are doing, that they did with Trump, to show you that Trump's presidency, just like everything else, is part of the plan that they've had for a very long time. So let's take it away.
One of the saddest lessons of history is this. If we've been bamboozled long enough, we tend to reject any evidence of the bamboozle. We're no longer interested in finding out the truth. The bamboozle has captured us. It's simply too painful to acknowledge, even to ourselves, that we've been taken. Once you give a charlatan power over you, you almost never get it back. If the mass murder that took place on September 11, 2001 was a surprise attack, how did Saturday Night Live know all about it a year and a half beforehand? If Donald Trump is simply a patriotic American billionaire taking time off from his fabulous life to save America, how did Hollywood know all about his presidency in detail way back in 1958? The satanic cabal running this planet into the ground follow a strange code of sorts that requires them to tell us what their plans are before they carry them out. It's been said that they do this in hopes of lessening any potential pushback, and so that they can claim that we agree with their evil actions. They told us, and we didn't lift a finger to stop them. Our tacit consent fueling their control like no other form of energy. It's also the sort of gloating and mockery enjoyed by the lowest of the low. There are many examples of them doing this. For the sake of establishing precedent before we get back to Trump, you're about to see one of the most blatant examples of this foreshadowing in an SNL Weekend Update segment that aired shortly before September 11, 2001. As you'll see, the upcoming attacks and already decided upon details surrounding them were laid out in pretty shocking detail. About a year and a half before the 9/11 event, after a particularly stupid and childish segment, host Colin Quinn begins the second half of the Weekend Update with a joke about then presidential candidate George Bush, who is at the moment still governor of Texas.
Texas Governor George W. Bush this week blamed President Clinton for the recent increase in gas prices and said if he were president, he'd abolish the gas tax and, if necessary, go to war with Alaska and steal their oil.
Exactly 3 years to the day of this airing, and with Bush now president, airstrikes signal the beginning of the invasion of Iraq. Many shared the view that Bush and the other warmongers who made it happen were after Iraq's oil. Next, we see the soon-to-be-destroyed Twin Towers and an NYPD shield. This time, the joke is about the NYPD utilizing DNA identification.
New York police Wednesday indicted the man known as the East Side Rapist, even though he's been identified only by his genetic makeup, making this the first indictment ever based on a DNA profile. Police are now offering a reward for information leading to the arrest of this man.
23 NYPD officers would die trying to rescue people in and around the towers on September 11, 2001. And reference to DNA identification is here because the maniacs knew reliance on DNA was going to be necessary on an unprecedented scale after the upcoming events, due to the extreme body fragmentation of their victims.
A NIST scientist developed a new DNA test that allowed medical examiners to identify human remains from highly fragmented DNA samples.
Some new DNA technology will be used to analyze the remains of more than 1,100 victims of the 9/11 attacks that have yet to be identified.
Next, believe it or not, the supposed mastermind behind it all, Osama bin Laden.
In international news, a Hong Kong-based news magazine reported this week that suspected terrorist leader Osama bin Laden is dying of kidney failure.
Next, Pakistan.
And in Pakistan this week,
Pakistan is where we will supposedly get him in 2011.
A judge sentenced a convicted murderer to be strangled, cut into 100 pieces, and then thrown into a vat of acid.
The cut into 100 pieces joke is especially vicious. 20 years after 9/11, the medical examiner's office would still be testing tens of thousands of body parts, trying to make positive matches for the 9/11 victims' grieving families.
22,000 body fragments were recovered from the World Trade Center.
And what 9/11 foreshadowing would be complete without mention of a plane, paired with some ridiculously specific details about that plane.
Passengers on a commercial airline flight Thursday averted disaster when they tackled a man who attacked a pilot in the cockpit and attempted to grab the controls. Fortunately, order was restored and the aircraft was allowed to crash on its own.
So someone on a plane tackles a hijacker, then the plane crashes? Of course, we all know about Flight 93 that we're told was hijacked on 9/11, the passengers fought back, and the plane crashed into a field in Pennsylvania. Then a story about a real happening that was in the media at the time.
In Texas Wednesday, 4-year-old Jayton Tidwell had his right arm reattached after it was bitten off by his uncle's pet tiger.
Initially, this seemed like another dismembered body part reference, but it turns out that a 17th century Dutch ship named Tiger caught fire and sunk in 1613 at what was then the shore of Manhattan Island. In 2001, part of the ship's remains still existed under the World Trade Center Plaza and were unearthed again during cleanup. Next, Salman Rushdie.
Author Salman Rushdie, who has spent the last 10 years hiding from an Islamic extremist death warrant, has left the safety of his London home and 24-hour-a-day bodyguards to be in New York with his new girlfriend, 29-year-old model Padma Lakshmi, who's been described as having a body to die for.
I don't have to tell you how Islamic extremist, death, New York, body, and die fit into the upcoming events. Quinn begins his next story with 9/11's Day of the Week.
Tuesday, TV Guide announced that it would cancel its Spanish language edition, which was launched just last October. Evidently, the magazine's sales numbers began to drop after the 20th consecutive cover story on Jimmy Smits.
This is here because on 9/11/2001, the second annual Latin Grammy Awards ceremony was supposed to have aired, but due to the day's events, this was of course canceled. The host was going to be Jimmy Smits. Next, a little bit featuring O.J. Simpson, who goes down in history for murdering multiple people without consequences.
Leonardo DiCaprio's stepbrother was arrested by Los Angeles police Wednesday on charges of attempting to murder his girlfriend, prompting O.J. Simpson to remark, "Not so easy, is it?"
Then Jimmy Fallon shows up and sings 4 little songs. Here are the important words.
Took my fake ID, that pictures me with a turban and a tan. My name's Mohammed. Use my dad's visa if it gets me there. I need some suntan lotion on my body soon. I look just like a lobster man, and I am shaking because I just threw up.
So fake ID and visa, like the fake credentials used by some of the so-called hijackers, a turban, and the name Mohammed, which is the name of the supposed lead menacing-faced hijacker Mohammed Atta. The fourth and final song alludes to burning skin, shaking, and throwing up, things that were no doubt going on inside the towers. So, to recap this 4-minute segment that aired over a year before the attacks of 9/11, we have current Texas governor, now president, going to war to take other people's oil, first responders for that day, and the soon-to-be-destroyed Twin Towers, the upcoming necessity to identify human beings relying on their DNA, September 11th's supposed ringleader, the place he's supposed to have been on 9/11, and the place where we're supposed to have killed him later, a reference to bodies fragmented into many pieces, a shockingly blatant reference to the official Flight 93 story, an allusion to the name of a 17th century ship buried beneath the WTC, and an excuse to say Islamic extremist, death, New York, body, and die. The day of the week of the upcoming attacks, and the guy scheduled to host an awards show on that day, the poster boy for getting away with murder because they were certain that they would, then fake IDs, visas, Muslim headwear, the supposed lead hijacker's first name, and a joke about what their victims trapped in the towers were going to be going through. All of this live from Rockefeller Center. Did I mention that David Rockefeller was the person who decided there should be a World Trade Center and made sure his friends in government got the taxpayers of New York to pay for it?
The two of you, when you were a leader at Chase Manhattan and he was governor, were responsible for really the World Trade Center.
We worked together on that.
And here's David on the cover of Newsweek magazine, shortly after ground was broken to build the Twin Towers. The hands of his watch are set at 8:55, the closest you can get on a working timepiece to the numbers pointing at 9 and 11. David's Hollywood flunkies showed versions of this same thing many other times in the media. In his autobiography, David here had the gall to admit that he was proud that he and his family work with others around the world against the best interests of the United States. The entire SNL episode is available to watch on Peacock and other places. Links in the description. So hopefully at this point you understand that the powers that never should have been do this type of garbage. They regularly engage in this sort of psychological warfare through the satanic entertainment industry that they created and have always controlled. Now let's move on to the television show from more than 6 decades ago, where the same group of people tell us a little too much about today's Donald J. Trump political phenomenon and the seemingly random details surrounding it. Way back in 1958, when Trump was 11 years old, a television series called Track Down featured an episode that was all about a pompous con man named Trump. People noticed some interesting coincidences.
CBS did confirm that this was a real episode that aired on the network May 9th, 1958. It was called Track Down. And it features, this is true, it features a con man, and the con man's name is Trump. And that con man tries to justify building a wall.
Not only does this character tell the residents of a small town that they're in danger and he can protect them by building a wall, but he almost gets arrested and eventually gets shot. The Trump character's first name is Walter.
Your name is Trump? Dr. Walter Trump.
And he doesn't look like today's Trump. He actually looks a lot more like Trump's father.
Huh?
Other than that, the so-called coincidences between today's Trump and this one are nothing short of ridiculous. This particular episode of Track Down is so specifically about Trump that his name is said 22 times in the 22-minute show.
Got a name? Trump. Your name is Trump? Dr. Walter Trump.
Wait a minute, Mr. Trump.
Bobby didn't know what Trump's pitch was going to be. The sheriff wouldn't stop Trump.
You hear about Trump? And Trump hasn't given him a thing to go.
You're a liar, Trump. How much, Mr. Trump? It's a lot of money, Trump. Trump had been right.
Trump's sure having his way.
Trump didn't want the credit. You're under arrest, Trump. I'll take it all, Trump. You're going to go back and tell him, Trump. You and Trump were in it together. Back to Trump's wagon. Trump had set fire to the wagon. Everything Trump had said was a lie. Trump was still believed.
That's an awful lot, especially for a one-time character in only one episode of the series. In contrast, the star of the show and the series' main character's name is only mentioned a total of 13 times. About 6 minutes in, TV Trump threatens to sue the main character over something he said. A very Trumpy thing to do.
How long are you going to let this con man walk around town? Be careful, son. I can sue you.
Donald Trump suing CNN.
Former President Donald Trump is filing a lawsuit.
Trump lashes out legally. This, oh yeah? Well, I'm gonna sue you strategy isn't just a pattern of late.
The former president has filed a defamation lawsuit.
Donald Trump is planning on suing the Justice Department.
Be careful, son, I can sue you.
Our main character sees through Trump's fraud, but no one wants to listen. The judge of the town says he can't do anything about Trump because he hasn't done anything against the law yet, which is an awful lot like what's happening with today's Trump.
In order to arrest him, the sheriff has to have a charge. And Trump hasn't given him a thing to go on.
They've been looking at me for 4 years. They found nothing. 4 years. Think of it. For 4 years. From the day I came down the escalator, I've been under investigation by sleaze. And they found nothing. They found nothing.
There's even a specific charge the sheriff has in mind for TV Trump.
What if I take him? On what charge? Fraud. Don't you see, he's not exactly guilty of fraud.
Where have I heard that before?
Here's how Trump's civil fraud trial could deal with...
Former President Trump committed fraud.
President Trump's civil fraud judgment.
Waiting for them was the high priest of fraud. I am the only one.
Trump's civil fraud trial in Manhattan.
Found Donald Trump liable for fraud.
Persistent and repeated fraud.
On what charge? Fraud.
Soon after, the judge mentions a big lie.
It's funny how a big lie can make us all kids again.
President Trump was perpetrating a big lie.
So, the big lie.
The big lie.
The big lie.
His big lie.
The big lie is only becoming bigger.
He continued to use the office of the presidency and his voice to promote the big lie.
Escalating his big lie.
The big lie.
Spread that big lie.
It's Trump himself who's directing the continuation of this big lie.
What has come to be known popularly as the big lie.
Trump was telling a big lie.
Spreading the big lie.
This big lie.
Repeating the big lie.
The big lie has only gotten bigger.
He spread the big lie.
He spread his big lie.
Big lie that you talked about.
The big lie.
Trump and his big lie.
President Trump told a lie, a big lie. He laid the groundwork for this big lie in the months before the election. He told the big lie on election night, and he repeated the big lie more than 100 times in the weeks afterwards.
Spreading his big lie.
We have to put an end to Donald Trump's big lie once and for all.
They always talk about the big lie. They're the big lie.
Oh, a big lie.
Then our TV Trump makes a pompous claim that today's Trump is also known for.
I alone was able to read in the fires of the universe.
I alone can fix it.
I am the only one.
I'm the only one that can fix it. I'm the only one, believe me. I'm the only one that knows how to fix it.
He alone can fix the problem. You'll recall it's a claim he made repeatedly during the 2016 campaign. He made it the centerpiece of his acceptance speech at the Republican convention and a staple on the campaign trail.
You know, a lot of people said we have no choice but to elect Trump because he's the only one that can withstand this.
I am the only one.
I'm the only president that didn't start a war.
I alone.
I'm the only president. I'm the only thing standing between the American dream and total anarchy, madness, and chaos.
I alone.
I alone can fix it is also the title of a new book.
I alone can get that done.
He alone can fix it, Julia.
When someone says, I alone can fix it, I reject that.
I alone can fix it. 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 I alone can fix it.
I am the only one.
TV show Trump then promises to build a wall to protect the townsfolk.
I can build a wall around your homes that nothing will penetrate.
And of course, if there's anything that's associated with the Donald J. Trump of today, it's building a wall.
We're going to build a wall.
I can build a wall around your homes.
We will build a great wall. And I said, we got to build a wall. And everybody said, oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. We will build a wall. We will build a wall. We will build a wall. And we're building a wall on the border of New Mexico. We're going to build a wall, folks. We're going to build it. A wall is a very good thing. We will build the wall 100%. And we're building a wall in Colorado. We need the wall. And we're going to build a wall. And we are building a wall on the southern border, which is absolutely necessary. Don't worry, we're going to build the wall.
By now it is a cliche. Donald Trump has to build the wall.
I can build a wall.
Oh, we're going to build a wall, all right. We're going to build the wall.
How do we save ourselves? You ask, how do you build that wall?
Please note that's not what the man asked. But TV Trump responds in a way that allows him to say the infamous Donald Trump phrase and rally chant, "Build that wall."
You ask, how do you build that wall?
Build that wall. Build that wall. build that wall, build that wall, build that wall, build that wall, build that wall. The wall, first of all, the wall.
The townsfolk asked to be saved.
How do we save ourselves?
Yeah, you're right about that. We'll save you. We're gonna save you. We're gonna save you. We're gonna save you. No, we're gonna save you. He screams, "You've got to save us, President Trump," but we're gonna save you. We will. We have to save America. There's never been a time like this. And now, after what happened and watching our country go to hell, we may have to do it again.
How do we save ourselves?
TV Trump then summons the people to the town square, where a riot ensues. Law enforcement just stands by and allows it to happen. A lot like what's said to have happened on January 6, 2021 at the U.S. Capitol.
Trump's role in inciting the riot was, quote, unmistakable.
Were Mr. Trump's words insightful to the point of violence and riot?
Many members of his own party say he is at least partially responsible for what his supporters did.
He summoned that mob, he assembled that mob, he incited that mob.
After the riot, the judge of the town says something interesting.
Trump's sure having his way.
Trump's sure having his way? Trump's way, then? What Trump would call my way? Trump's first dance with Melania as newly inaugurated president on the night of January 20th, 2017, was to the song My Way.
I did it my way.
They also made sure the song was playing for the media as Trump departed the White House for the final time aboard Air Force One. Liftoff was perfectly timed with the final line.
Yes, it was my way.
Newsweek described Trump's use of the song as musical bookends for his presidency.
Trump's sure having his way.
They then managed to insert a line about Trump being right, something very commonly claimed by Trump, his supporters, and media types today.
New York Times columnist admitting President Trump was right about TikTok.
Trump was right about everything. Remember, Trump was right about everything. They have a hat. It says, Trump was right about everything. Everything.
Donald Trump was right. Donald Trump was right. Trump was right.
Look. Yes. See that? Trump was right about everything.
Can you prove he's wrong? You might not like it, Mr. Gilman, but he's right.
He couldn't help but think that Trump had been right.
Both Trumps have fiery, apocalyptic predictions for the masses.
A cosmic explosion will end all.
You're going to end up with no world. The world is going to be blown to pieces. The world is going to be blown to pieces. If we don't win this next election, I truly believe our country is doomed. I think it's doomed.
The world will come to a flaming end. Every one of you will be dead.
We're going to hell, and we're going to hell very fast. America is dead.
The thought of death falling from above is not a pleasant one.
Our country has become a dangerous hellhole. Thank you.
And the last time we see Trump, he gets shot, just like we're supposed to believe happened to today's Trump.
I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, wrote it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place.
That's a lot of parallels, wouldn't you say? To recap, both Trumps will sue you at the drop of a hat, seem impervious to the law. Both are accused of fraud. Both claim to be the only one who can fix or do certain things. Both are accused of telling the big lie. Both Trumps say they'll build that wall. They're promoted as a savior to the people. They both seem to incite a riot. Both have their way in a reference to the song that starts and ends Trump's presidency. People go on about them being right. Both make apocalyptic predictions. And both Trumps pretend to get shot. The whole episode exists in many places on YouTube. Links in the description. Oh, and here's a comic book from July of 1990 where Donald Trump and Harry Helmsley team up and build a wall. Trump then gets the people all riled up against his enemies. He passes out signature hats to his people, whom he calls guardian demons, which is interesting because people serving in Trump's Space Force are also called guardians.
Henceforth, the men and women of the United States Space Force will be known as guardians.
Now, unless you can prove the clips aren't real, I think we all have to realize that something is very wrong here. This whole thing's been an enormous hoax, a huge psychological operation. It looks like a TV show because it is one. Trump isn't just another controlled politician. He's someone's Frankenstein monster, created and scripted to get his followers to accept things almost no one else could get away with. Like a Trojan horse, announcing on his very first full day as president again that he's going to move mountains to get this AI Big Brother data collection project that he did not mention when he was running switched on and monitoring you and me as soon as possible. In partnership with Larry here, who thinks warrantless spying on American citizens is very important.
I'll just hear you clearly. You're saying whatever the NSA is doing is okay with me.
It's great. It's great. It's essential. By the way, President Obama thinks it's essential. It's essential. It's absolutely essential.
Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
Larry also wants to secretly record people while they're in the bathroom.
By the way, and the camera's always on. You don't turn it on and off. And by the way you turn it on, you can't turn it off. I'm going to the bathroom. Oracle, I need 2 minutes to take a bathroom break, and we'll turn it off. The truth is, we don't really turn it off. What we do is we record it so no one can see it. But no one can get into that recording without a court order. So you get the privacy you requested, but a court order, if you get a court order, we will, judge, can order, I want to look at that. This so-called bathroom break.
And Sam here, who just can't believe they're going to get to build this spy grid here of all places.
I did want to say I'm thrilled we get to do this in the United States of America. The fact that we get to do this in the United States is, I think, wonderful. So thank you very much.
All this other winning is just to keep us distracted while this charlatan helps the enemies of freedom do their worst.
The Stargate project, I think, is going to be something that's very special. I think we're going to do things that people would be shocked at. This is, to me, a very big thing. It'll lead to something that could be the biggest of all. The biggest of all.
Citizens will be on.
It's essential.
You don't really turn it on. Recording and reporting everything that's going on. I want to look at that. This so-called bathroom break.
The same group who foreshadowed then did this have gone to a lot of trouble to position Trump as the world's only hope.
I am the chosen one.
Another clip from the 1958 TV show might tell us why.
The people were ready to believe. Like sheep, they ran toward the slaughterhouse. And waiting for them was the high priest of fraud.
I am the only one. I'm the only one.
What if all these decades of policy against the best interests of the United States was in large part done to get a certain reaction from us when they deprive us of our fake hero? If this corresponds to today, like so many of those other things do, maybe it's not the best idea to gather in large numbers in the name of Trump, even if he asks nicely.
They're going after me without any protection of my rights. If these radical, vicious, racist prosecutors do anything wrong or illegal, I hope we are going to have in this country the biggest protest we have ever had in Washington, D.C., in New York, in Atlanta, and elsewhere, because our country and our elections are corrupt.
Even when he demands it on social media.
Trump claimed he will be arrested on Tuesday of next week and urged his supporters to protest. He then urged in a follow-up, we must save America. Protest, protest, protest.
And they know exactly how long it's going to take us to lose it.
And the judge could decide to say, hey, house arrest or even jail.
That could happen. I don't know that the public would stand it, I'm not sure the public would stand for it. I think it would be tough for the public to take. At a certain point, there's a breaking point.
Nice to know they're thinking about our breaking point, isn't it? There's an interesting paragraph along these lines in the 1940s book entitled The New World Order. The author is talking about the various types of people who are not going to appreciate having their lives destroyed by their plans. He predicts that countless people will hate the New World Order and will die protesting against it. Got that? Countless people will die protesting their New World Order. Between Frank and Trump's call for protests, books associating protesting with death, the word slaughterhouse in a sentence about gathering for Trump, and in light of the fact that so many predictions from this show have come true, let's not help them fulfill this one.
Like sheep, they ran toward the slaughterhouse.
Protesting has never actually accomplished anything that they didn't already want, and would be really foolish to do when this charlatan tells us to. Let's figure out what they've been using this actor to distract us from. The real way we can take back our country. And whatever that is, we need to do that thing immediately.
Over the years, I've surprised a lot of people. The biggest surprise is yet to come.
Oh my goodness. I hope you enjoyed that video. Boy, what a crazy world we live in, that these things are programmed. You know, they're programmed. You're living in the Matrix, man. The Matrix is a documentary, supposedly, is a quote by, what's his name? The guy who starred as Neo, forgetting his name right now. But the Matrix is a documentary. You're living in the Matrix, man. These people are so religious and so obsessed with numerology, with occult, with revealing the method, with planning everything in order to bring about the worship of Satan on earth. It's profound. Now, I don't think movies and, you know, these types of things are primary evidence, because again, you have scripture and history. Those things are objective. However, these types of things are great proofs that confirm the trajectory of history, that confirm that Trump is a puppet just like everybody else is a puppet on the world stage, and that the trajectory of history is moving in a particular destination, which of course the Bible tells you is the worship of the devil. It never ends with these people, but God is going to use it for the good to divorce the elect from the world. You have to use these things to show your Trump friends and evangelical friends and Christian Zionist friends or whatever else, to help them wake up to realize that they're being deceived. Trump is a puppet of the New World Order. And of course, I've covered his fake shooting several times. I referenced a video about Chill Goblin. Again, that's 1.5 hours. All of this stuff is in the text file of all the links in the Trump video resources folder, the King Jehu Trump. It's now in the resources folder of that video. I've covered the lawsuits that he settled with minors alleging abuse. I've covered his associations with militant Catholics and Zionists. We'll talk about that more later. I covered his double-minded nature, where he says one thing and he always does something else. I covered his associations to the swamp and all the people he surrounds himself with, that he's just making the swamp bigger. Today you saw that Trump was groomed and planned just like everything else. He's born on a blood moon. He was inaugurated the first time, I believe, on a blood moon. The predictive programming is there, folks, and it's undeniable. The movies, he's in the Illuminati card game. He's in the Simpsons, the Simpsons episode with the escalator. The guy who makes The Simpsons is a 33rd degree Freemason, or 32nd degree, whatever. He's up there, meaning he knows that their God is the devil. So them predicting these things for you and making these little predictions shows you that, not to say that they have some predictive power, but rather that they are orchestrating these things. And Trump is part of that orchestration. And of course, when you present these things to people, it's just, they deny it. It's just astounding. It's astounding to me, truly. It's truly so astounding to see these things and see that people aren't accepting them, even though when they're plainly presented to you. This is, again, why the Epstein thing is never going to be released. Even if it does, it's going to be nothing. They're going to blame it on, the Biden administration or the deep state, just like you saw that post. And they're going to act probably like they could have released it, but oh gosh, the deep state got to it before we could do anything. And, if they release it, they're going to just release neutral information. That information is never going to be released. It's never going to be released. They never intended to release it. It was just there as bread and circuses to get the dialectic going. When they arrested Jeffrey Epstein and then he got suicided, which I don't know if he's dead or not, but let's say either way, there were shenanigans. And it just went on. That was another thing that made me question Trump early on, was like, what's happening? Like, none of this stuff is getting released. What's up? Why aren't we getting this released? Why is it taking years for this to come out? What's the problem? Why did that judge order them to be destroyed, those records that we talked about previously, to be destroyed? What's going on here? This is really fishy. Trump doesn't care about justice. Of course he doesn't, because he's involved in that list. That's why. But you'll see more and more of these things in the future. And, again, Trump is very much part of the club. I believe he was against releasing the Epstein list. I saw an interview somewhere, I didn't bring it in this particular episode, but he was against releasing the Epstein files because they'd be too damaging to, the people. And, of course, we don't want to cause too much damage. Of course, he's on those particular records, and that's why they're not going to release it ever. So this is all just a show, folks. Another thing with the whole crypto thing is that Trump was completely against crypto, and now he's completely 180 on it. Crypto, AI, blockchain, he's completely 100% for this. And you'll see more articles as we go through these sections, but he's completely for the centralization of power under these technocrats through AI, through blockchain, through all of the things that the Bible warned you about. So again, you don't need, the Simpsons and the Illuminati card game and, track down and all these different things as proof. You have the Bible told you a long time ago that the mark is going to be such a thing that you will not be able to buy or sell. The only way that that's possible on a worldwide level, it's possible locally, like if you have like a little town and you're controlling the economy, sure. But worldwide, you need technology. You need a technology that facilitates that. And of course, with the development of blockchain and crypto, these things are, and AI, these things are very much well in view. You'll see too, in one of these articles, mention, I forget the name. It's called like chain search or chain link or something like that. It's a thing. It's a program that scans the blockchain and they could basically identify who you are. So it's, anybody who thinks you have anonymity and it's decentralized, DeFi, just nonsense. It's BS as usual. Musk is, of course, another part of the scam with his whole constant conflicts of interest and the $1 billion contract he has to take down supposedly the space station. But there's no space station. That is like beyond proven. Go on BitChute, just type in, NASA hoax. You'll see a bunch of videos of them faking these space station videos. And so the question is, what's actually going on? Like, if that's true, and that's very easy to prove, we have so much evidence now because that's why they want to take it down. Do you get it? This is what they do all the time. They have a lie, and then once the lie is ready to expire, they need to create a dialectic to get rid of it. Because lies don't live forever. The truth lives forever. And so lies are always like coming and going. And so they have to constantly jump and leapfrog from one to another. And so that's what they do. People have now accrued so much evidence that the space station is just a giant hoax that they can't just keep doing this forever. They have to, it's served its purpose. It's becoming inefficient, blah, 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 blah. Nonsense. And so if that's easy to prove, then Elon Musk is just a giant con man. Just from that story alone. Never mind, the fact that you'll see some other ones with him in the PayPal mafia, wanting to chip people's brains, having control over, the grid, being involved in all these decisions with Doge and AI. Like, never mind all that stuff, which is very incriminating in and of itself. Just that one article about him accepting an almost $1 billion contract from the government to take down something that doesn't exist. That means the money is getting laundered and you are dealing with a fraud, with a scammer. So what's the deal? Has he scammed people in the past? Yeah, remember Doge? Remember the whole Doge thing where he pumped and dumped that whole coin where everybody bought a bunch and then, he took the money out. Same thing he did with Bitcoin. He's a scammer. All these people are scammers. They're all scammers. And so the question is, what do you do with that? Well, what you do is you detach from the world. And you realize that all this stuff is just bread and circuses. And you let God use that to cultivate some healthy cynicism. Cynicism isn't healthy, but it is healthy to be cynical about the world. Because friendship with the world is enmity with God. So allow yourself to divorce this world and help other people divorce this world too. There's people that aren't frothing at the mouth for Trump, but they're also deceived on the nature of history and the trajectory of history. Well, Trump, I don't really agree with Trump, but, it's better than Kamala and, at least we can get a better economy and, I can make sure my investments are going to go. Like, you need to realize that Trump is part of the end of the end. And that in probably 5 to 10 years, you're going to see that very obviously. Very, very obviously, with laws and morality policing and AI and robots and all kinds of stuff. Don't put your hope in this world, and help others not put their hope in this world too. And of course, you're going to face resistance because you're going to sound like a maniac to them, but you need to show them the evidence, and hopefully God will wake them up. So that's it for section 1. Onward to part 2, shaping the culture through culture shaping. Welcome to part 2. This is titled Culture Shaping. And of course, we're going to be talking about how they're shaping the culture. Right now, and in the next coming however many years, they are shaping the world's culture into one common moral and spiritual ideal. Faster than at ever in history, any other point in human history. Because the entire world needs to marvel after this institution. This counterfeit Christ, which is the papacy. It's coming, folks, so you have to be ready for it. And it's truly amazing how they are bringing all of these attitudes and dialectics and threads into one reality. It truly is. And you're going to see it. You're going to see it in this generation. Very important to understand that the culture is being shaped, but it's being shaped towards what? It's being shaped towards Catholicism and institutional religion and authoritarian ideals that are going backwards in time before the French Revolution to when the Catholic papacy was in charge through monarchies. Catholicism itself is going under many dialectics, and it's going to be reborn and resurrected through revival. How that revival is going to look exactly, I don't know. There's definitely going to be a charismatic component to it. There's going to be an ecumenical component to it. That'll probably be like a reform / rebelling to authority type of element, just like they did with the deep state, they're going to do with the deep church. Protestantism already, as you've seen clearly, hopefully, or realize that, is destroyed. It's gone. Protestantism is over, folks. It's just a matter of getting the formalities over with and getting people back into believing things like the Eucharist and obeying the Pope. But Protestantism has been destroyed, and unity, ecumenism, all these things are going to take their place. Amid this unity of all these religions coming together, you're going to see people demand a universal moral authority. That's the dialectic. So they're going to want to see the Pope again as the vicar of Christ. They will. They will demand a universal authority. That is going to be the reasoning for bringing the Pope back into worldwide acceptance. Of course, you're going to have the pagans convert. You're going to have the Muslims convert. You're going to have the Jews convert. And the Protestants are going to be, they're already destroyed, so they're going to be integrated. The Orthodox do not have a pope, and there's dialectics there between liberal and conservative. And so because they don't have a pope, they don't have somebody telling them what to do. So there's dialectics in every corner of this that are going to end up pointing to the need for a universal moral authority. Just like how they filled the need with Trump and got this whole MAGA movement and Doge and everything in people's minds because the people needed a hero because they did not love the truth. Remember 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, they don't love the truth. Who's the truth? Jesus Christ. He's the true hero. He's the true knight in shining armor on the white horse. But because you didn't love the truth, you love the counterfeit instead. So you're able to go to the counterfeit and you're going for the low-hanging fruit. So that's most people are in that category. Of course, you're not in that category if you're watching these videos, hopefully, but the point is that most people are, and they didn't love the truth, and they gave them exactly what these people wanted. Trump is not the final boss. I don't think he's going to be Pope. I think that would be pretty crazy, but I don't think he's going to be the final boss. And so that means he's rallying the world around a cult of personality to train people into idolatry, into accepting the authority of one man. He is training people for the ultimate reality, which is going to be marveling after the beast. But the political stuff has to happen first. And so Trump is very instrumental in bringing about the political image and the governmental and AI and controlling mechanisms in place so that when the spiritual delusion comes on top of that, people are ready for it very easily. So just like how they groomed Trump and how they groomed the people through all these dialectics to accept Trump, they're grooming you right now for the ultimate outcome, which is accepting the authority of the Pope again as the moral authority of the earth, as the presence of God on earth, which is, of course, blasphemy. So this is what the Bible says, folks. This is what history confirms. Watch my various eschatological series to learn how these things all figure, because it's very important. Now, let's jump to these articles. This is from Wikipedia. This is the Overton window. And it's very important you understand the Overton window. The Overton window is the range of subjects and arguments politically acceptable to the mainstream population at a given time. It is also known as the window of discourse. Key to the concept is the window changes over time. It can shift or shrink or expand. It exemplifies the slow evolution of societal values and norms. So really quick break. Here's the picture. Here's the Overton window, and you have these spectrums of, unthinkable on either side, which is, of course, what's the narrow road tell you? The narrow road says don't go to the left or to the right. Where's the devil at? He's on both sides with the unthinkable and ready to devour you. And of course, it gradually goes there. It goes from policy to popular to sensible to acceptable to radical to unthinkable. And the idea is to shift this Overton window to where the unthinkable becomes policy. Do you get it? That's the point. The term is named after the American policy analyst and former senior vice president at Mackinac Center for Public Policy, Joseph Overton, who proposed that the political viability of an idea depends mainly on whether it falls within an acceptable range, rather than on the individual preferences of politicians using the term or concept. According to Overton, the window frames the range of policies that a politician may recommend without appearing too extreme to gain or keep public office, given the climate of public opinion at the particular time. Now, do you not think with AI and all the stuff that's being introduced now that the military has had for decades, that they're tracking every transaction and thought so they understand exactly where the Overton window is so that they can program you and give you the thing that you want at the right time? Summary. In the early 1990s, Overton described a spectrum from more free to less free with regard to governmental intervention that was oriented vertically on an axis to avoid comparison with the left-right political spectrum, even though it's exactly what it is, essentially. As the spectrum moves or expands, an idea at a given location on a scale may become more or less politically acceptable. After Overton's death, his Mackinac Center for Public Policy colleague Joseph Lehman further developed the idea and named it after Overton. The political commentator Joshua Trevino has postulated that the 6 degrees of acceptance of public ideas are roughly unthinkable, radical, acceptable, sensible, popular, and policy. Again, the goal is to move that window so that policy, I should say the unthinkable, becomes policy. That's the goal, and that's exactly where we're at. The Overton window has shifted quite a bit, over the last 8 years especially. The Overton window is an approach to identifying the ideas that define the spectrum of acceptability of governmental policies. The premise of the concept Overton defined was that politicians typically act freely only within a window seen as acceptable. Shifting the Overton window would involve proponents of policies outside the window persuading the public to expand the window, while proponents of current policies or similar ones within the window attempting to convince people that policies outside the status quo should be deemed unacceptable. In simpler words, left to right dialectic. Now, if we go back to this picture, this did not exist. Let's go back to the history lesson that we had in the beginning, okay? This Overton window is a product of the French Revolution bipartisan, dualistic system that they created. You have to understand how this relates. This does not exist in a monarchy. The king could care less what you think is acceptable or unthinkable. The king does what he wants. Monarch, mono, one, archon, arche, ruler, one ruler. Monarchy is one person with ultimate power. It is a copy of what God does. That's why the kings were called Elohim, because they had the ability to have, power over life and death and do whatever they want. Of course, you could always risk people, revolting against you, but you also had the power through oppression and tax and everything else. But anyway, the Overton window does not exist in a monarchy. When they introduced the two-party system, you had on both sides now unthinkable extremes. On one side of that unthinkable extreme, you had the crazy communist, manifesto, which was also created by the Catholic Church and the Jesuits. And I talk about that in my Synagogue of Satan series. Quite documented. Rerum Novarum, the Jesuits, they all involved in communism and spreading communistic ideals. They had their Jesuit reductions in South America, practicing communism for 150 years before it even became a thing. You can look into that yourself. But the point is this. On one side, you had the unthinkable, which is the left, the hardcore, extreme, atheistic left, which is, robbing you of everything sacred. On the other side, what's the unthinkable there? The unthinkable there is acknowledging the Pope as God on earth and committing your power and allegiance to basically the same thing. You have two forms of authoritarian control that are unthinkable. But one of them, Satan can receive worship through because it's a spiritual reality. So of course the opposite has to be created to push you into that other unthinkable reality. So you have the Overton window now, and you have two extremes as a result of this two-party system. And as the two parties go, no this, no that, no this, no that, this Overton window moves a little bit here, moves a little bit there, moves a little bit there, moves a little bit higher, a little bit lower over time. And over time, that window goes and eventually lands where it is now, where Trump is accelerating things that even 8 years ago would have been unthinkable, but now they're policy. Because people are accepting it. Why? Because the Overton window has changed because of the dialectics between these two extremes. And the point is to get back to the Mother Church and acknowledge the power and supremacy of the Pope through a monarchy, which would be unthinkable. But it is totally popular and sensible and acceptable and policy eventually because people are so deluded. That's exactly what's happening. So that's an important little lesson there. Now a couple of articles. Now this is Ruslan 515. This is a video by Ruslan covering Jordan Peterson being a mouthpiece for the Catholic Church against the Muslims. And we'll talk more about it as we go, but you will see that Jordan Peterson is really, this is on chipmunk speed, I think. Jordan Peterson is really going for the gold here. I think he's going to probably convert openly. My guess is, I don't know, another year or two, my guess is Jordan Peterson will acknowledge the Eucharist. But until then, he's going hard for the gold because his Jesuit masters are sicking him on the Muslims and they're sicking him on the Protestants, as you will soon see. Let's listen. Oh, it's still chipmunk speed, dang it. Playback speed, can we have normal chipmunk? All right, there we go.
Now, Tommy Robinson has been pilloried as anti-Islam, but there's a discussion to be had here. And no one wants to have it. And, you said we need a national inquiry. It's like, we need more than a national inquiry. We need something like an international symposium on the relationship between the Christian West and the Islamic world. Because there are ugly things afoot, and they've manifested themselves in the most hideous of all possible ways in the UK with regards to these rape crimes and the cover-up.
So this is all about all the crazy Islamic immigrants, and what they're doing and what Islam is doing to, the UK, all the stuff that has been going on for the last several years.
But there's something that needs to be sorted out at the bottom of all this. And one of those is, like, you talk about moderate Muslims. Like, I looked up the polling data today that Winston Marshall, for example, referred to when he interviewed Nigel Farage. And, it's about 3/4 of UK Muslims would be perfectly content if Sharia law happened to be the, the principle of the day for the UK as a whole.
Woo! 75%. Right? It's
That's crazy.
Yeah, Sharia law. It's good.
So 75% aren't just on some no, that's not, they're hijacking our book.
It's just culture. We just like being modest and covering up our women.
No, they're like, we could, we could cut off some heads.
Well, in the UK, they have their own little Sharia law courts in certain communities. Right? And so people don't
I bet
like
those
that.
things are scary.
Oh, they're probably horrifying.
You walk inside, it's like,
all by design, by the way.
It's that scene with all the Pharisees.
Yeah.
From
The Chosen.
From The Chosen.
All right, go ahead and play a second. He pokes even more here.
Fine if Islam became the national religion. Now, that's 75%. So, a cynic would say, okay, just exactly where the hell are these moderates? And at minimum, their voice needs to be amplified. And then we could also point out that the participation in these by members of the Pakistani Muslim community. It was like 1 in 7 of the men in some of these communities was directly involved. And that meant everyone knew about it. Absolutely everyone.
Okay.
On the
1 in 7 folks of the Pakistani Muslim community were involved in these alleged grapes and grape gangs. And what he's saying at those ratios, people would have all known. So then it brings the question of, yes, there's a separation between Muslim and Islam, but how complicit is the moderate?
Yeah.
How complicit is the moderate person? How complicit is the person that's like, yeah, it's like my family thing, cultural, like I'm quietly not really into some of this crazy stuff, but yet some of this craziness that's happening, you're just kind of looking the other way.
It's like when you're kind of center of the road politically, but then when you get with your conservative family, you're like, the gloves are off. You see what Trump just did? But then when you're with the liberal friends, you're like, yeah, man, some things are kind of crazy. Go
ahead.
You're like, I'm not really a fan of either side.
Pakistani Muslim side. And the moderates were certainly, silent and complicit. Now, obviously, so were the authorities. And so that's a complete bloody catastrophe for everyone involved. But there's a serious conversation to be had in the West, and particularly in the UK, maybe France and Germany, exactly how it is that liberal Western democracies, with their emphasis on the rights of women, can live side by side with Islam in general.
He said with their emphasis on the rights of women. That's a huge one, because that is a huge, I would say to the point where that emphasis on rights of women is perverted to the point where the West is generally okay with allowing women to destroy unborn babies. How do you reconcile that with something like Islam?
Especially the sort of Islam that's transformed into enabling fundamentalism that allows this sort of criminality on the part of the resentful psychopathic sadists.
So here's what
Sheesh.
It's happening, folks. That conversation is coming more and more to the forefront. And of course, you know what the answer to that conversation is, because the Muslims will have to be converted, and they will convert by way of charismatic revival in the Middle East. Here is from this girl in Ireland. Catholics and Protestants in Northern Ireland are set to join forces at an anti-immigration protest in Belfast next month. This is incredible news. When these two communities are putting their differences aside and coming together, you've messed up. Let's listen.
Sunday, the 23rd of March, 1 p.m, Belfast City Hall or the Guildhall, Derry. Come and show your opposition towards this mass illegal, unvetted immigration that is being pushed.
Come and join the dialectic.
On our people. It's causing harm to our men, women and children. And we're not going to take it anymore. We want to show that we do not want this happening any longer. Come along, bring your flags, bring your banners with stats and stories of what's happening all around Ireland, north and south. And let's show them we're not going to take this anymore. It goes without saying, this is a peaceful gathering. So come along and show your support on the day. With both communities unifying and coming together, that's a strength like no other. So let's do this, Northern Ireland. Let's stand together like the brothers and sisters that we are. We aren't so different after all, like they always wanted us to believe. Our strength is our unity. See us on the day.
I love the Irish accent, but gosh, she's so deceived. It's so sad. They told you not to unify. Who's they? Who's they? The people who are behind all the intrigues and revolutions and divisions is the Catholic Church with its Jesuits. So who's they? The Muslims? The Muslims are fearing you unifying as Protestant and Catholic? No, this is a false dialectic, folks, and this is exactly the point. The people who liberalized all of these, agendas and moved all the immigration, the Catholic Church has been busted for putting a ton of money into and taking money from countries to facilitate these open borders and to send refugees left and right. Why do you think? Why do you think? Why? For exactly this kind of stuff. The ecumenical implications and the dialectical implications. Ecumenical in the sense that you have people like this, which I'm sure she's probably just a regular person, but she's very deceived. Oh, let's put our differences aside. What difference? We have major differences. You believe that you need to crucify Jesus every Sunday and drink his blood and eat his flesh in order to be saved. And if I don't do that, then I'm not saved. I believe in a completely different Christ than you do. How can we possibly reconcile those differences? No way to reconcile. You believe that you have to obey the authority of a man, which the Bible identifies as the seat by which Satan will receive worship from the world. And I believe that is, if anything, the Antichrist. How can we possibly reconcile our belief systems? How can we possibly do that? Now, again, I have nothing against Catholics. I really don't. I went to Catholic schools. My memories there were very near and dear to my heart. I was a very small school. I had lots of friends. I have Catholic friends. I know people that are Catholic. I have no issue against Catholics. But there is no reconciliation between Catholicism and the truth. Let's put it that way. Because I don't want to say Protestantism, because Protestantism is done. If you want to call yourself a Protestant in the sense that I protest the authority of the Pope, yeah, I guess I'm a Protestant. I protest the teachings of the Catholic Church. Sure, I'm a Protestant, but that's about as far as I'll go. Nevertheless, there's no reconciliation. But if you can make a boogeyman, and you'll see this over and over, the same thing with Ukraine and Russia and the whole clown show, like I showed you in the beginning of this, with the whatever montage that we put together. It's just such a clown show. It's just designed to move the agenda forward by bringing the opposition, so that way there's a polarization, and then the agenda can go this way. It's the same. Like, have you ever watched sheep being moved into a pen? You put a wall there and they go the other direction. They just follow wherever the opposition is pushing them. So this is the whole thing, that you have to be able to see these patterns as what is happening here? How does this fall into history and scripture telling me that the world is going to marvel after the beast, and that there's going to be a union of church and state and a counterfeit Christian New World Order? How does that fall into it? Well, it falls into it because this is a dialectic that the Catholic Church puts on to bring about ecumenism between Protestants and Catholics. That seems justified because they're unifying against the big bad Muslims. Muslims are going to convert, man. You can count on it. You can count on it. Here's one from JP again. Jordan Peterson has seen enough doom and gloom. Apocalypse mongering, says civilization has bright future ahead. Let's see. What does Jordan Peterson think about the future, and does his belief align with the Bible, since he seems to be teaching the Bible quite a bit? Dr. Jordan Peterson is optimistic about the future of the world, and he hopes for the Alliance for Responsible Citizenship, ARC, conference helps deep thinkers from around the globe come away believing civilization is heading in the right direction. Full stop, quick pause. Is that in alignment with Scripture? No, it's not. If we are talking about heading in the right direction in the sense that Jesus is going to return, destroy all evil, give you an immortal body, establish the true New World Order where there's going to be a perfect government and perfect creation. Yes, it is heading in the right direction. But I can guarantee you that what I just stated is not part of the menu on this particular presentation. Therefore, this presentation is deceived. It is antichrist, meaning it's against Christ, because it's saying that man can create the positive, the peace, the safety, the security, all the things that people are searching for right now outside of God, because they did not love the truth. God sends them great delusion, strong delusion. Moving on. The 3-day ARC conference kicked off on Monday in London, offering thought leaders from across the globe a chance to formulate and exchange ideas. Peterson, who helped form the ARC, called it a, quote, new movement designed to help traditional conservatives and classic liberals together at the cultural level, at the foundational level, all across the Western world and the broader world as well. Now, if that doesn't sound to you like an ecumenical, Catholic, Jesuit, common good, working for the Pope type of agenda, I don't know what does. One of the fundamental differentiating features of ARC is that we're offering an invitational future. We want to produce a vision of the future that's so compelling and so positive that non-cynical and non-naive people looking for hope will find it attractive enough to be voluntarily on board, Peterson told Fox Digital News moments after he delivered his keynote speech. We don't view the future through a zero-sum or Malthusian lens. We don't view the future from a lens that God is sovereign, that God has predetermined these things for his glory. We view it from the future that man can create the possibility. We don't think that there is a scarcity of resources. We don't think that the poor have to suffer to serve the planet. We don't think that energy should be expensive. We don't think that family is a destructive unit, he continued. Quite the contrary. So are these things in line with Catholic ideals? Of course they are, because the family, remember, is tied to Sunday sacredness, and it will be continually pushed down your throat. Peterson said, ARC believes that there is more than enough for everything to go around. And things like energy should be cheap and plentiful, and the future would be abundant. Again, what does the Bible have to say? The Bible says that God cursed the world. All you got to do is look in Genesis in chapter 11. Of course, look in the Septuagint, because the Masoretic is full of lies in that department on that particular chapter. But look in the Septuagint. People live for 900 years, and then by the time you get to Abraham, they live for a little over 100, and then today they live under 100. What does that tell you? It tells you things are getting worse. Things, when Adam were alive, animals were huge. They were enormous creatures. Oxygen was richer in the earth. Trees were enormous. Who knows what the world looked like? I mean, it would have been a crazy thing to be a fly on that wall. We'll find out soon enough, but nevertheless, the world was amazing. Still is amazing. It's still so impressive. Imagine how impressive it could have been, 6,000 years ago. And yet today, comparatively though, it's not impressive compared to what it was, because it's getting worse. So the illusion that Satan is constantly spinning is, no, it's getting better. It's going to be so good. Trust me, it's going to be better. You can do it. We don't use force or compulsion. We don't use fear. We use invitation, which is the proper foundation for voluntary governance, he added. You know who else used invitation, by the way? I'll give you one guess. We're inviting people to a future of unlimited possibility. Peterson believes that people of goodwill can achieve unlimited possibilities if they compete in a trustworthy and reliable manner. How can you do that if God has not given you a new heart? And most people do not have a new heart. Therefore, your entire premise is deluded because you believe that man is capable of choosing the good inherently. And that is not possible. It's not biblical. And yet Jordan Peterson is propped up to you as an authority on the Bible. There's every reason to assume that we're on the verge of a remarkable future. We've had enough of a top-down globalist utopian doom and gloom apocalypse mongering, he said. He said ARC doesn't use fear and compulsion to get his point across, noting that tyrants do that, but real leaders invite. We invite you. Come. It's going to be great. We have a great possibility. You can be your own God. You shall be like gods. Look how nice that fruit is. Hey, go ahead. Come on, try it. Invitation, of course. The devil doesn't use fear. He uses fear to justify his invitation, but at the end of time, he's going to use invitation. He's going to invite you. And the elect will be given the knowledge and the supernatural awareness to reject that invitation. You will find out the truth. Whether or not you have perfect theology doesn't matter, but you will find out the truth. You'll learn the truth about the Sabbath. You'll learn the truth about the Antichrist. You'll learn the truth about the history necessary enough for you to reject the invitation. The elect will reject the invitation, but the rest, they'll be totally wrapped up in it. Now, here's another example of Jordan Peterson being thrown onto the Protestants and attacking them. Let me see if I can refresh it. Okay, because sometimes this thing doesn't play.
You prophesied that at the end of World War II. He said that the logical conclusion of Protestantism would be that everybody was their own church. Right, because there's no end to the fragmentation, right? And that's associated with, let's say, the worship of a diversity for its own sake. But the problem with that is fragmentation and entropy, and also the narcissism that goes along with every single person being the center of the world.
Remember these. Remember this argument. We're going to come back to it. We'll respond. We'll do a nice response to it. But remember this. I just want to present it to you so that you see that he's actively going against the Catholic Church's enemies. Islam. Of course, enemies in the sense like, the Jesuits have infiltrated Protestantism, so Protestantism is playing ball. Islam is infiltrated. It's been infiltrated since Muhammad died. So enemies are really on the front. It's more like conquering turf. So I just want you to be aware of that, because again, I think that Jordan Peterson doesn't have long until he comes to accept the Eucharist. How COVID pushed, this is from The Atlantic, how COVID pushed a generation of young people to the right. Research suggests that pandemics are more likely to reduce rather than build trust in scientific and political authorities. Let's see, what did COVID do, and was it pre-planned, I wonder? For decades, America's young voters have been deeply and famously progressive. In 2008, a youthquake sent Barack Obama to the White House. In 2016, voter ages 18 to 29 broke for Hillary Clinton by 18 points. In 2020, they voted for Joe Biden by 24 points. Well, we know how 2020 went, but either way. In 2024, Donald Trump closed most of the gap, losing voters under 30 by a 51 to 47 margin. In one recent CBS poll, Americans under 30 weren't just evenly split between the parties. They were even more pro-Trump than boomers over 65. Precisely, polling teens and 20-somethings is a fraught business. Some surveys suggest that Trump's advantage among young people might already be fading. But young people's apparent lurch right is not an American-only trend. Far-right parties, this is where it cuts off, but I'll read as much as I can. Far-right parties are surging across Europe, and young voters are buying in. The journalist Han Coquillare wrote for Politico last year. In France, Germany, Finland, and beyond, young voters are swinging their support toward anti-establishment far-right parties, in numbers equal to and even exceeding older voters. In Germany, a 2024 survey of 2,000 people showed that young people have adopted a relatively new gloomy outlook on the future. No surprise, then, that the far-right Alternative für Deutschland has become the most popular party among Germans under 30. Like most interesting phenomenon, this one even has a German name, Rechtsruck, or rightward shift. Yeah, that's because they've planned these things. Generations after they know how generations work, how the generation after another generation opposes what the previous generation did. So they plan these things as dialectical little waves through time so that they all intersect into one thing. And what you're seeing now is the result of a long time of planning for all of this to play out. It's like setting up a bunch of dominoes and then you go boop and they all fall down. This is from not the B. And what was this? This was something interesting. Oh yeah, thousands of Ohio students were baptized the other night. So many that they had to use U-Hauls. If you haven't heard, a revival has been happening in the Ohio State University campus for the past few months. It all started 6 months ago when a group of local churches organized a worship night on campus. When 4 members of the football team showed up, carrying ice tub baths from the field house, they took over the stage and started preaching. The crew grew to 800 and people responded to the good news, so they flipped the tubs upside down and started baptizing people right then and there, including most of their teammates. How do you know, quick pause, how do you know if people responded to the good news? I don't know. How do you know that? Again, what are they basing this off of? I'm not saying that these are all false converts. That's not at all what I'm saying, because surely I believe God will use these things to draw some of his people to himself. Absolutely. But in light of the context of the Bible and of history and everything the Bible warns about with false converts, false prophets, people marveling after the beast, yada, 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 yada. All the things that we've talked about so many times on this channel and all the videos I always talk about. In context of that, when you see things like mass baptisms, quote-unquote revivals, and so on, you have to be skeptical. You have to, because the Bible doesn't say there's revival at the end of time. The Bible doesn't say that Joel's army is going to come and Christianize society and everything's going to be great before Jesus returns. The Bible says the world is going to be the most apostate ever before Jesus returns, and then he puts an end to it. Because if he didn't come, then, there'd be nobody left alive. So that's what the Bible says. Over the past few months, the football team has been taking the campus for Christ. What does that mean? What does it mean that you're taking the campus for Christ? What does that mean, man? How do you measure that? Seriously, did the apostles ever say, we're going to go take Jerusalem for Jesus? We're going to go take Rome for Christ. Did they ever say that? Is there ever written a command to do that? No. Testify to the truth. And those who believe will believe. Those who don't, judgment is upon them. Taking the campus for Christ is defined by these people as worldly manifestations. Hey, we had this awesome revival and there was concert there and people were getting baptized. We took it for Christ. What do you mean you took it for Christ? Those things are already his. Jesus already owns everything. He owns every life. He owns every atom there is. So what are you taking for Jesus? That's the thing I just don't understand with these people. They don't see these things. Last week, they partnered with the White House to partner with Unite US, to host a gathering at the Schott Sports Arena. The crowd numbered over 6,500. Reports say that 2,000 people responded to the gospel and were baptized. It was such a huge response in the freezing cold that they brought in the U-Hauls and tubs to baptize the students. Here they are, going nuts. And of course, this is just a small taste of this stuff, folks. We've been in awe at how God has already been moving on this campus over the past year, and he met us here again tonight. You have to be very careful attributing the move of God to something. You really do. You have to be very conservative with your language when you say, oh, God did this. Oh, God told me this. Oh yeah, God showed me this. People are so quick to say that. I really try to avoid that in my thinking and speaking. Yes, do I credit God for bringing things to my doorstep, for giving me knowledge and wisdom and helping me see things in awareness? Absolutely. I wouldn't have been able to do it on my own. But you have to be very conservative when you say like, oh, God's been doing this thing. What do you mean? How do you know God's been doing this thing? When God warned you in the Bible of lots of counterfeit things like this at the end of time. So you got to be very careful in saying, oh, God's doing this thing. Yet these people aren't very careful because they don't have discernment. Over 6,500 students gathered in the shot to lift the name of Jesus, and almost 2,000 responded to the altar call, experiencing the freedom only he can bring. God is moving in this generation, and we know that he's just getting started. Yeah. Well, the delusion is just getting started, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse, and you're going to see more and more types of these events. And people are going to say, this is great. And when you say, you people are deluded, charismatic experiences doesn't mean that you've accepted the gospel. It means you've been deceived by a counterfeit spirit. They're going to say, look at you. What are you, such a negative Nancy? And of course, eventually, these are the same people that are going to demand that you rest on Sunday and say that you're an antichrist for rejecting it. Here's from Donald Trump. This says, 60,000 Christians gathered together to worship Jesus. Who else thinks we need more of this? The mainstream media censored this. Let's make it go viral. Look at this. Just take this in. Just look at this. Just take it in. And take it in through the filter of what the Bible tells you about the end. This to me, if you're not worried when you look at this and put off when you look at this and you think, oh my gosh, this is great. You don't have discernment. You really don't. You really don't. The Bible doesn't say that there's going to be stadiums of 60,000 people worshiping Jesus and having massive pop concerts and quote unquote revivals. This is not a revival. This is an experience. It's an experience. And it can even have spiritual manifestations and emotions. And it can even feel great. And you can even see supernatural things like quote unquote demons being cast out. And connection. You can have all of those things, and everything I just listed doesn't mean that you're actually a believer in Jesus. Do you realize how important that is? Spiritual experiences, good feelings, connection, supernatural manifestations. None of that means that you are walking in the truth. And that it means you really need to have discernment. Because revival in the Bible, biblical revival, at least in the Old Testament, was getting back to good doctrine. Because the Israelites always had the issue of what? Worshiping God through their own way. Just like Cain, just like everybody through history. It's always been about worshiping God in a counterfeit way. When in fact, you're actually worshiping the devil. That's the problem. Watch my Synagogue of Satan series. It's always been about counterfeit worship. When the Israelites were worshiping the sun and the moon in the temple of God. When the Israelites had idols of things in their house, and then they're going to the temple and sacrificing to God. It's this double-minded counterfeit nature of mixing truth with error. What happened with Constantine? Well, you had the third phase of the church, the compromised church. And that basically mixed paganism with the truth. And of course, by then it was already ready because you had all these pagan converts and church fathers, so to speak, that became the authorities. And so the deception was ready. And ever since then, you've had mixing and error. Pretty soon you're going to see these little, not little because this is huge. You're going to see these events. And instead of a cross there, you're going to have a person holding the Eucharist. It's happening. I'm telling you, folks, it's happening. Maybe you think I'm crazy, but I'm not. I'm telling you the truth. This is from CBN, another Jesuit operation. The Great Communion Revival. Here you go. This is how it's going to happen. Massive event with 2 miles of tables from Capitol to Lincoln Memorial. This is from February 28th, 2025. In 2024, a gathering of believers with prophetic spiritual gifts led by revivalist Lou Engle, who co-founded the Call Solemn Assemblies, inspired women to prepare for a historic prayer meeting on the National Mall later that year. 8 months later, on October 12th, the biblical Day of Atonement, it's not because they're using the wrong calendar, 350,000 women convened in Washington, D.C. for the first of its kind worship service. I talked about this last year. I remember this event and just how silly it was. The powerful day included communion, a remembrance of the shed blood and broken body of Jesus Christ. Now there are plans for another massive communion moment in 2025 as well. We believe America is being brought to the table of the Lord, Engle announced after 3 days of biblical instruction, worship, prayer, and prophecy at the 222 conference in Colorado Springs, Colorado, where leaders and people from across the nation gathered on February 20th to the 22nd. Engle is calling the Great Communion Revival a meeting place for forgiveness and healing. What does this mean? What does it mean when you say communion? Why are they doing that, do you think? Well, the reason why they're doing it is because it goes back to Protestantism being infiltrated by Jesuits and secret societies and all these members who are doing these things that are compromised to one degree or another. What's the angle here, folks? Do you see the angle? Through the obviously there's a charismatic component because, what do you say? His workshop had worship, prayer, and prophecy. Well, right away, you know what you're dealing with. If it just said instruction, worship, and prayer, it's like, not so obvious. But he puts the prophecy in there. Well, now we're dealing with NAR charismatic quackery. And that means that you're dealing with a charismatic situation where people are having spiritual experiences and manifestations and, claiming the campus for Christ. And yet they're also superimposing that idea of communion with it. What does this event point you to? Remember, every event is a path. It's not a point, it's a path. It means it's going somewhere. It's going somewhere. All roads lead to Rome. So how does this go to Rome? Well, it's very easy. The charismatic movement is going to foster a spiritual experience in the Protestants and in the entire world to experience the Eucharist as the body and blood of Jesus Christ. That is going to be part of it. I guarantee you, it's going to be part of it. Somehow, some way, they're going to make these kinds of events where people are getting used to taking communion, and they're not pushing transubstantiation. Obviously, they're not going to be upfront about it. But they're pushing the communion thing, and of course, what happens? Well, you're layering. Okay, let's get a principle on the table really quick. Principle from marketing. Very simple principle. Association. Back in the 20s or 30s, whenever it was, when they had Camel cigarettes, and the doctors were like, "Oh, Camel, that's the best cigarette you can have," and they had a doctor there and smoking a pack of Camels. Like, oh, well, if the doctor's smoking it, therefore, little primitive brain says, oh, okay, great. Then therefore there's an authority figure and it must have credibility. Marketing still does this today. So marketing is all about associations. Remember what I just said with Jordan Peterson, who else gave you an invitation? The devil works by invitations. Oh, come on. You shall be like gods. Try it. It's going to be like this. Invitation uses marketing. You got to market the invitation. Right now, the Catholic Church used to burn people at the stake for refusing the Eucharist and saying that they're heretics, okay? We're going to come back to that, but we can't go back. We can't do that now because people are going to, they're not going to go with it. So the snake has to, slide around you and slither a little bit and maybe massage your back with his scales and make you feel nice and cushy, and then he's going to devour you. So this is what's happening now. There's an invitation to participate in this communion and with prophecy and charismatic gifts and charismatic whatever nonsense. And eventually, those two things are going to be merged. People are going to start having spiritual experiences, and you're going to start seeing, just like all these other Protestants that are practically Catholics, talk about the Eucharist. Say, you know what? I think that the Catholics maybe were right. We just feel it, because all these people are based on feelings. These people do not use discernment. So everything is emotional. Everything is based on, your subjective experience. So it's very easy to go from, oh, this is just, bread and wine to, oh, this is a spiritual experience where we're actually eating Jesus' body and blood. That's a very easy leap when you don't have doctrine. It's a very easy leap. That's exactly what's going to happen. Through the charismatic movement, all of these Protestants will come to see the light of the Eucharist. Profound, isn't it? Profoundly evil is what it is. This is from Relevant Magazine. And the highlighting is way weird on here. Wikipedia's co-founder made an edit to his beliefs. He's now a Christian. Now, the article is really weirdly set up here. Anyway, let's see. We'll try to read it. Larry Sanger built Wikipedia, and now he's building his faith. In a recent blog post, the 56-year-old detailed his conversion to Christianity after decades of non-belief. I spent over 35 years as a non-believer. He wrote, I will not try to portray myself as a converted enemy of the faith. I never was. I was merely a skeptic. Now he hopes to reach others like him, intellectuals who might be open to God but need more convincing. What do we mean by God? You got to always ask this. Whenever you hear somebody saying this, you got to be open to God. Oh, I love God. I love to do this, God that. Who's God? What God? What God are we talking about? Are we talking about the God, Jesus Christ? God in the flesh who died for your sins, and you need to accept that payment on your behalf, that once for all payment on your behalf through faith, and then you receive a new heart. That God? Or are we talking about like just general God, the God of the Muslims, the God of the Jews, the New Age God? What God are we talking about? Got to be very specific. Sanger always had a reputation for questioning the system. After launching Wikipedia in 2001, he distanced himself from the platform, calling it part anarchy, part mob rule. Dialectic. He has since become one of its loudest critics, arguing that it's controlled by ideological gatekeepers. It's always been controlled, and it will be controlled by ideological gatekeepers when it flips to the right, which is very soon. There's a lot of Nobel Prize winners and distinguished doctors whose views are not only not welcome on Wikipedia, they're literally censored on YouTube and sometimes Facebook and Twitter because they contradict the narrative, he told the New York Post. But while he was busy challenging internet institutions, his personal worldview is undergoing an overhaul. Raised in the Lutheran Church, he drifted from faith in his teens after his father introduced him to the New Age philosophies. His skepticism solidified in college at Reed, a school he describes as having the unofficial motto, quote, communism, atheism, free love. So did he go from one side of the dialectic to the other? He even reached out to a pastor with his doubts only to be brushed off, which sealed the deal on his agnosticism. Still, cracks started forming. He found new atheist arguments unimpressive. I scanned books produced by new atheists such as Dawkins and Harris, and I could never bring myself actually to buy one. They were just so transparently mediocre. By 2011, he started publicly defending Christians against what he saw as unfair attacks, and by 2019, he picked up the Bible not as an act of faith, but as an intellectual exercise. But something unexpected happened. I was ashamed to realize that despite having a PhD in philosophy, I had never really understood what theology even is, he wrote. Now, after years of internal debates, Sanger has come to a firm conclusion. He believes the Bible is true, God is real, and Jesus is the Savior of the world. Well, really quick point, the Catholics believe that too. And because he can't do anything halfway, he spent the last 5 years writing God Exists, a philosophical case for the Christian God. A 200,000 word and counting deep dive into the intellectual foundation for faith. His key takeaway, everybody should read the Bible daily. For a guy who once built the world's biggest open source encyclopedia, Sanger has arrived at a different kind of truth. One that doesn't rely on user edits. Well, we don't know what kind of truth that is, so hopefully God did guide him to the truth, and even if he needs refining in that position, that God will continue to refine him and draw him out of this coming system. But we don't know that. We don't know that. He could just be part of the many conversions to the new thing and to shape culture as a result. So let's hope that that's not the case for him. This is from the Daily Beast. RFK's, what is it? Okay, here we go. RFK's running mate reveals wild religious conversion. The Silicon Valley billionaire divorcee who was RFK Jr.'s running mate has revealed a new twist in her life. She has become a Jew for Jesus. Nicole Shanahan, whose wealth is thanks to her divorce from Google co-founder Sergey Brin, posted a long essay on X which disclosed that she had been baptized in her backyard swimming pool in the Bay Area by a part-time prison chaplain recommended to her by a Mayan Mexican masseuse when she had asked about finding someone to perform an exorcism. Well, exorcisms really quick are a Catholic thing, just FYI. The disclosure is the latest chapter in the 39-year-old's one-time Catholic schoolgirl's journey through modern American life, which has seen her convert to Judaism, marry one of the world's richest men, flirt with Druidism, run for the nation's second highest office, and lately volunteer her wealth to oppose people who voted against her former running mate's confirmation, while also suggesting contrails from planes are part of a sinister conspiracy. Now, really quick, if you're married to Sergey Brin, who is one of these people that's neck deep in the devil's soup, man, this is how it works. And she was supposedly flirting with Druidism. You'd think these people weren't dabbling in what they're not supposed to dabble. And now suddenly she's converted. So, let's see. As we were wrapping a session, I asked, hey, Aid, do you know anyone who can help keep bad energy away from people? Basically an exorcism. Aid looked at me, paused, and simply said, yes, when you are ready. It's just so weird. The woman she disclosed was Bishop Diane Robinson, who with her husband, Apostle Peter Robinson. Now, really quick, when you see these titles, Bishop Diane, okay, that's a woman. You're looking at some sort of weird new denomination thing. And her husband's Apostle Peter Robinson. Okay, we're dealing with NAR charismatic quackery. So, same old stuff. They run an evangelical church in Union City. Oh, it's evangelical. What does evangelical even mean? Doesn't mean anything these days. It's just like Christian. And they're contracted to be chaplains to Alameda's county prisons after beating out the local Catholic diocese for the contract. Doesn't matter. They're all part of Mystery Babylon anyway. After the undisclosed loss in September, the month after her and Kennedy's White House bid flamed out and they pledged fealty to Trump, she asked Aid to connect her to the person who could conduct an exorcism. Robinson texted her in January saying, I want to talk with you about getting baptized. And days later, Shanahan took the plunge, literally along with her new partner, crypto entrepreneur Jacob Strumwasser. The two are not married, but had a druidic hand fasting ceremony in 2023. So is she still dabbling with druid stuff? Strumwasser, she disclosed in her post, was raised Jewish. All part of the club, man. Secret societies, you know how it works. When Robinson arrived at Shanahan's home in January 19th, the day before Trump was sworn in, the preacher opened her Bible. Shanahan wrote, Dan looked at me and said with absolute certainty that Jesus could save me, that his blood is able to wash away sins and defeat the darkness that haunts the innocent. She wrote, true. I think that it took the pain of that moment, the desperate need for hope, and the unwavering intensity in Diane's eyes to finally break through the last, most stubborn skeptic in me. And when Diane asked if I wanted to be baptized, I didn't hesitate. I said, yes. Now, really quick, what did Jesus say about the parable of the sower? The parable of the sower. Do you remember what he said about the parable of the sower? That some of those seeds that fall, the birds come immediately and take it away. Before the word could ever even be implanted, Satan is right there ready to snatch it away from you. And in some sense, because Satan appears as an angel of light, from other places it's written, that means that Satan is there very, very quickly to present himself to you as the counterfeit Christ. When you are in a moment of weakness and you realize, gosh, this just isn't working for me. Whatever I'm doing is not working for me. I need a solution. Hey, it's me. I can help you. Yeah, I can. Oh, it's going to be great. Come on in. Let me give you an invitation. This is exactly how it works, folks. So we have to pray, hopefully, that she is not deceived. But again, these things are very skeptical. I'm very skeptical of them. Both she and her partner are now Jews for Jesus, she added. And also, now my prayers are directed towards Jesus. He is the bridge between us and between our intercessor, between us and heaven, our intercessor before the divine creator. Well, he is the creator too, so that's an interesting way to put it. It is unclear why Shanahan chose Tuesday to announce her new denomination, but since Trump's inauguration, she has been an outspoken backer of his administration, particularly attacking opponents of her former running mate and saying she is willing to fund primaries or partisan campaigns against them. Now, do you think she will be instrumental in the coming Gaza, convert the Jews type of thing with the Messianics and everything else? I think so, especially since she's involved in the NAR crowd. Jews for Jesus, yada, yada, Trump. You know how it goes. So it is what it is, folks. These are things that are happening more and more. You're going to be seeing more of these types of celebrity conversions. Here's another one. Former Manchester United player Philip Mulrine, who once earned over £500,000 per season at his peak, is now a Catholic priest. There you go. He's a nice athlete, and now he's just staring intently at a little wafer, thinking it's the body of Jesus Christ. This is the great delusion coming upon the world, and there's more and more of these every time, because God has prophesied and declared these things to us ahead of time. So if you see these types of things, send them to me, because they're important to wake people up. This is from Not the Bee. Disney scuttled a trans character in its new show and included a Christian character for the first time in 30 years. Oh, finally they're coming around. Is Disney finally tired of Wilk, or are they just tired of losing money? No, I think that Disney is ready to join the image of the beast because they're on schedule with it. All these things are appointed. The new Disney Pixar show Win or Lose made news earlier this year for removing a trans character, as we reported here. So they report on it. Now people are talking about the fact that one of the main characters is an open Christian. What is it? What do you mean open Christian? There's no such thing as a closet Christian, man. We're not talking sexuality here. There's no such thing as that. Something not seen in a Disney production since The Hunchback of Notre Dame in 1996. Yeah, it's time for the new generation. These things are waves, and they just turn a button on. Okay, now let's start doing conservative stuff. And of course, it's got a little image of this character praying, and he's praying, for help to God and everything else. According to several reports, the episode later shows her in her room, which contains Christian imagery. Could this be a new era for Disney? Is this just cheap tokenism to try to salvage their family-friendly image? Will the themes of the show be anti-Christian in spite of the Christian main character? That remains to be seen. Not a bad sign, though. No, it's not a good sign either. It's a sign that they're flipping everything and creating the final echo chamber. Eventually, Disney's going to do what it was before. It was very conservative, just like Hollywood was conservative and Catholic and Jesuit. And then it went liberal, and they gave it to the Jews, so that way they could blame the Jews when they got it back. Do you get it? Same thing with Disney. Disney, pretty soon you're going to have little characters like this and saying, oh my gosh, I took the Eucharist today. It was so much fun resting on Sunday, this kind of stuff. It sounds crazy. It's coming. Be ready for it. This is from the NBC News. Trump floats giving 20% of Doge savings to American citizens. Oh, our hero. President Donald Trump floated the idea Wednesday of returning some of the savings recouped by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency to U.S. citizens, with an equal amount of going to pay down federal debt. There's even under consideration a new concept where we give 20% of the Doge savings to American citizens. And 20% goes to paying down debt because the numbers are incredible. Oh, they're incredible, people. Billions and billions and billions of dollars. Trump made the remarks at an event in Miami Beach, Florida, a day after Musk indicated on X that he would ask Trump about a Doge dividend, described as a tax refund check sourced from the Trump administration's efforts to dismantle parts of the federal government. Wait a minute, tax refund means you got to file your taxes, and they said that they're getting rid of the IRS. So there's that. This is just bread and circuses and shaping the culture with seductions and invitations to play to your desires so that you have no clue what's actually happening. Just like with COVID, where they gave people free money to pacify you. If you have a little pacifier in your mouth, you're not going to question it. You can be crying, but you're not going to be crying as much. Do you get it? So they're giving you a little pacifier so that you don't cry so much about Trump putting Operation Stargate and Warp Speed 2.0 with, what's his name, Larry Ellison and Sam Altman and all of them. So you don't cry about that. It doesn't seem such an offensive thing because I got my $5,000 and I'm going to spend it. We're going to go clubbing and, go float on the Salt River if you're here in Arizona and all this stupid stuff that people do. Of course, the Salt River's fun. I don't want to discourage you from doing that. If you're in Arizona, Salt River's really super fun. Trump names Dan Bongino as deputy director of the FBI, February 23rd. President Donald Trump on Sunday evening appointed conservative firebrand Dan Bongino as the next deputy director of the FBI to serve along with director Kash Patel. Bongino is a former Fox News host and well-known conservative podcaster who supported Trump throughout the 2024 election. Operation Mockingbird, anybody? I'll take yes for 500, please. He is a close ally of Patel and will now serve directly under him at the FBI, according to a Sunday night post made by Trump on Truth Social. Earlier this week, Patel officially became director of the FBI after the Senate confirmed his nomination. Trump's latest appointment is a sign that the president intends to upend the agency's leadership with hardline loyalists like Bongino. Yeah. Is he surrounding himself with loyalists and cutting out the opposition? Yes, this is what every dictator has done in history. Yet people are cheering it on because they've learned to trust these people as sources of truth rather than seeing that they're just the other side of the dialectic. This one is from Web Archive because this is the New York Times. They have the little paywall. But Dr. Oz, how his millions collide with Medicare. Let's see. A lot of conflicts of interest, just like all the other guys. RFK, Jim O'Neill. Dr. Oz, the celebrity TV doctor nominated by President Trump to oversee Medicare and Medicaid, has been a relentless promoter of controversial private insurance plans for older Americans. I'd be signing up, he told viewers, directing them to a call center in an episode that is still available on his YouTube channel. What Dr. Oz did not tell his audience was that he made money from touting the plans known as Medicare Advantage, which what I've heard is horrible. The for-profit company operating the call center TZ Insurance Solutions paid to be featured. Dr. Oz even became a licensed broker for TZ Insurance in almost every state, according to regulatory findings newly unearthed by the New York Times, with the idea that he could sell plans directly to viewers. He may be one of America's best-known daytime TV personalities, or America's doctor, as Oprah Winfrey called him, but little is known about how exactly he monetized his fame over the years. All told, his business and family ventures are valued in the neighborhood of roughly $90 to $335 million. An examination of the Times by the Times of his myriad financial interests revealed not only opaque ties with the industries he may soon regulate, but also a coziness with healthcare companies that lawmakers have already highlighted in questioning his independence. Nothing new, folks. He has made tens of millions of dollars hawking dietary supplements on his show and on social media, often without any mention of his financial interest. He has been paid by medical device firms and health-related ventures, and his money was invested in a dizzying array of businesses. Many of those companies would be affected by any decisions he would make in the government post, and many already benefit from agency funding. In an attempt to avoid conflicts, Dr. Oz disclosed on Wednesday in ethics filings that he would sell his interest in more than 70 companies and investment funds. Okay, well, we'll take his word on it. Those include as much as $600,000 in stock in United Group Health, the giant conglomerate that is the nation's largest provider of Medicare plans, as much as $5 million in Inception Fertility Holdings, a privately held company that operates a chain of clinics, and as much as $100,000 in HCA Healthcare, the sprawling for-profit hospital chain. So, same thing as all these other people with tons of conflicts of interest, and yet people think that Trump is appointing the people's, leaders to help really care about the people. Holy moly, Governor DeSantis is now pushing to eliminate property taxes in Florida. Property tax is the most despicable thing ever. Paying the government to own your own home is absurdity. It is. If he succeeds, the entire country will change forever. It's going to change forever pretty soon.
Subject their citizens to higher taxes, such as higher property taxes, to pay for these spending habits. And these property taxes, it's like you buy a home, you buy land, maybe you buy the home outright, but maybe you pay off a mortgage over 30 years. And then, okay, you've paid off the mortgage, you bought the land, you've been taxed many times. It's like, is it your property or not? Just for being on your property, you got to write a check to the government every year. So you're basically paying rent to the government to live on your own property. And our homestead exemption is not strong enough to help these folks because the property gets assessed so high. And that's the thing. If you buy a home for $300,000 and there's certain tax, well then what? 10 years later, they say it's worth $700,000. And so, and they say, there's homestead stuff that helps protect you to a certain extent, but you're paying more. And a lot of people can't afford that. So I think that that's a big issue. And I know we're going to be really looking at ways to bring people relief from that, because I think it's been really something that's pinching a lot of homeowners, particularly seniors on fixed income. But the reality is people have seen, and this is not the state, we don't control this, we've not allowed any of that stuff to happen. We've been cutting taxes, but people have seen their property tax liability go up over these last years because the property is being assessed higher and higher. And the reality is you don't really know how much your home is worth until someone offers you money and is willing to pull the trigger on a sale. That's how a market works. You can say it's worth this much, but if no one's willing to come and offer you that much, then why should you pay taxes on that amount? And so there's a lot of things that need to be done with that. But as part of our DOGE initiative, our state task force will look into local government expenditures by utilizing publicly.
Now, did you hear that at the end? As part of our DOGE initiative. So he's just not willy-nilly getting rid of property taxes, folks. This is part of the DOGE initiative that is now being transplanted and copycatted. Of course, they're doing it in Florida because that's the, most, tied to MAGA and Trump and everything. That's the center. And so they're going to practice it there. And it's going to happen in other states. You'll see it. You'll see it go to other states because DOGE is going to go statewide and it's going to reform the state governments. Because remember, America, you have what? You have federal and you have state. So what the Trump administration is doing now with DOGE is reforming the federal government by centralizing everything with AI in the federal government to an elite technocratic group. Now, DeSantis, because he's part of the club, he's very, in there, He is piloting this program on a state level to show, look how efficient our state is becoming. We're giving people back their money. We're getting rid of that pesky, property tax, which everybody hates. And it sounds so reasonable. It sounds so reasonable. Of course it's reasonable. Property tax is absurd. When this country was established, the whole point was to stop paying ridiculous taxes. And now we pay a ton of ridiculous taxes. So they're getting rid of these things as the same way Trump is promising to pay you $5,000 of Doge money. At what cost? At what cost is that? When Esau sold his birthright for a meal, this is exactly what's happening, folks. $5,000 for what? For you to, in exchange for you to take control of the country with AI and police everything I do? No, thank you. You can keep your $5,000, leave it the way it was. Same thing with this. The state governments are now going to be reformed so that there's an AI, because the state governments are super ineffective. I mean, heck, if you've ever, here in Arizona, if you've ever been to the DMV, it's just horrible. Or like the DES, Department of Economic Security. Thank God I have never had to really go there for anything. Every now and then for something like renewing your ID or passport or something stupid. But there's so many lines. It's so inefficient. Their systems are so broken. Of course, it is dying for reform. And so these Doge programs are going to go through all the states and they're going to fire all the employees. They're going to reform it with AI. And that AI can connect to the federal government AI. And you're going to have finally one overarching government that they've always wanted to have since the Civil War that controls all things. Because America was founded on having minimal government. And now it's going to become basically a communist, Catholic communist utopia that they've been wanting to create here for a long time. So this is the step towards it. Government DeSantis to establish Florida version of Doge will cut positions, audit universities. I'm excited about this effort to take some of what we've seen in Washington that they're doing with Elon Musk and apply it to Florida, DeSantis said. Just like the 10 Commandments laws that are being passed state by state by state, little pings, here you go. First one got a lot of people talking, then okay, let's do the second one, let's time the third one. Same thing with this, DeSantis is first, because Florida's super Republican, that's where Trump is and so on and so forth. They can practice it there. Then there's going to be another one, then another one. Pretty soon everybody's going to do it. But this is the part I want to read to you here. Key points. Florida governor announced a state-level initiative modeled after the federal Department of blah, blah, blah to reduce government spending and streamline operations. Gosh, it sounds so noble. The initiative aims to sunset 70 state boards and commissions, cut 900 positions, and require independent reviews and audits of universities. Okay, sounds good. So far, so good. Wait, there's more. The governor indicated that the artificial intelligence would be used to assist in achieving the initiative's objectives, particularly in auditing the state university system. There it is. AI is the thing. All of this, we're going to rescue you and do all these audits, and we're going to cut all this bureaucracy. We're going to give you money. We're going to take away taxes. We're going to do all this stuff for you. But just really quick, got to put the AI in charge to do that because, it's going to be better. This is Esau all over again. So don't exchange your birthright for a meal by believing that this is coming for your good. And wake up and see that this is what it is, which is evil. Two more stories here. This is a group called Man Up took over a protest in New Zealand and everyone was shook. Do you agree with them? Now, again, this is throughout the world. All these things are all the liberal stuff, especially like Australia and New Zealand. It's really pushing people to extremes to where the other side is rising up. And you're seeing these dialectics again. This is a LGBTQ protest. And these guys are coming up and showing them like, hey, this is New Zealand territory. We're going to show you what real men are all about. So let's see. You know what I want to see? I want to see Paula White and these guys go at it.
Strike and 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 strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done.
Yeah, I really wonder which one of them would win at that, but I think they both lose, in my opinion. Anyway. Look at these guys, okay? Just look at this. This is in New Zealand. You know, we don't have, what is it, the haka or whatever they're doing here in the States. But I want you to just look at two. Satan is having a heyday with this situation. On one side of this, you have the people who are demonically possessed and oppressed by demons into liberalism and, you know, all sorts of crazy perversions. On the other side, you have these guys flicking their tongues, being under the influence of these pagan spirits, fighting, you know, it's like this is a perfect example of what's going on. Two sides of the same devil bird fighting against each other. And what does the Bible have to say about this, man? Like people flicking their tongues out, excuse me, and just totally, you're not sober-minded. What does it say? Be sober-minded because your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion looking for people to devour. On both sides of these cups, these two groups are devoured. You wonder what this guy's thinking, like these cops are looking here. It's like, oh gosh, another day of this stuff. You know? Anyway, you get the point. And now I want to tell you something is that what you saw with these guys is no different. It's the same spirit, same spirit of mindlessness and giving yourself to emotion and spiritual influences as the charismatic movement, as the NAR, all these people frothing at the mouth for Trump with the MAGA and, oh my gosh, Trump, Trump, Trump. It's the same spirit of delusion. Just because it's some cultural dance that doesn't seem relevant to maybe where you live, you have to see the spiritual pattern behind it. The fact that these people are just giving themselves, they look like they're demonically possessed. You have two groups of people that are being played by demons to different outcomes. One is, dark, one is light. One is saying, oh, you can do whatever you want, free love, guy, girl, doesn't matter. The other one saying, no, the real men are going to sit there and scream and flick their tongue. And they're going to do it for their families and their nation. You have two opposing sides of the dialectic. And this is no different. These same people, if you are willing to give your body over to such emotion in a public display of madness, really, it's not a stretch to push you in the direction of persecuting somebody like that doesn't agree with you. How much do you think would be required to push these people into violence? How much? Just educated guess. Not much. I guarantee you if those cops weren't there and, maybe one of these liberals from the other side came over and like started getting up in their face or something, you would have a brawl immediately because the flesh is wicked. And so the point is this, folks, these people and the NAR people and the Trump people and all the crazy deluded people that are giving themselves way to emotion rather than doctrine and truth, they did not love the truth, so God sends them a strong delusion. This is the strong delusion. I'm not saying that this is necessarily related to what's going to happen, because people aren't going to be doing the haka dance, but they are going to give their body away to emotional, spiritual experiences rather than thinking reasonably and being sober-minded and walking in truth and doctrine. It's always going to be the conflict between God's word and man's word or the devil's word, which is tradition, emotion, subjectivity. You're your own boss. You're your own God. You can decide what's good or evil rather than the truth. One more. Let's see what we got here. Oh, some more delusion. Speaking of which, let's see. Dear fellow Christians, worshiping people is idolatry. Wake up. So this is a picture of this artist. I don't know if you've seen her. Yeah, Vanessa Horabuena. She's a famous artist. She's always posting stuff on Facebook and everything, and art and things that she makes. And like, I saw her art before and I was like, oh, okay. I mean, she's a little weird because she's like, it seems like she's channeling these paintings. When she's painting something of Jesus, she's just kind of like, whoa. And I'm like, okay, maybe it's just her thing. Maybe she's really get into it. We refrain judgment. But after seeing this now that she's painting this picture of Trump at some worship ceremony, I'm like, oh, okay, well, we know where you stand. I'm going to mute this because I don't want to be struck for some sort of stupid copyright thing. But this is a worship place. You can see these people are totally going into a huge worship concert. She's just on stage, channeling some sort of demon and painting this painting of Trump. And they're praising Jesus. This is the problem, folks. This is Israel having idols in their house while they're going to the temple and sacrificing. This is the elders of Israel bowing down to the sun and moon, in the temple. This is the same thing. Nothing new under the sun. And she's just going crazy with this thing. This is madness. This is total madness. But this is the culture that's being shaped. Do you get it? This is the culture that's being shaped. And you're going to see more and more of this kind of delusion. It's the same spirit like those Haka people. It's the same spirit as the NAR people. It's the same spirit as the people frothing at the mouth for Trump. It's all the same spirit of delusion. Again, the issue is the people did not love the truth. What is the truth? How do you know the truth? Well, you have to have sound doctrine. Sound doctrine because truth is divisive. The things that unite people and that are uniting people are emotions, spiritual experiences, ecumenism, all these counterfeit things. Meanwhile, which is very fascinating, we'll talk about this at the end, God is uniting his people through truth. People who are learning about the truth are finding the others who are walking in truth and who want the truth and desire the truth. Meanwhile, people who don't love the truth are fighting the ones that don't love the truth either, and they're going to these types of events and praising God while she's channeling a demon to paint a picture of Trump. And everybody's think it's a move of God. Oh, God did this great thing last night at the church. You should have seen it. Oh, the Spirit was moving. Yeah, some Spirit was moving. It wasn't the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit would not be guiding you to do such nonsense of idolizing a man and praising God while you're doing it. I mean, this is just absolute deception. So, what do we make of this? Well, it's a crazy thing that I've done these VDS episodes now every 2 weeks or so. And how much content is in these episodes. Literally this is just the result of 2 weeks of collecting stories, folks. whatever it's been, maybe 2.5 weeks, I don't know. But it's not been much. Just how much stuff Satan is doing. He's on total and utter offense. All sides, all areas, total offense for the final outcome, which of course is to bring the destruction of the wicked and to bring worship for himself. Jordan Peterson is being propped up more and more as a Catholic mouthpiece. And I wouldn't be surprised again that you see in the next 2 years that he converts, maybe less than that. He's very well spoken. He's very reasonable. You notice all these people are reasonable, like Governor DeSantis is just so reasonable. Gosh, when he's talking about property taxes, it's like, man, yeah, you're right, Governor DeSantis. You know what? Sign me up. Whatever your thing is doing, your Doge thing is doing, sounds great to me. And that's how they introduce the poison. They give you a little truth, a little goodness, a little whatever. And then they say, oh yeah, we're going to do it with AI. And then they put the AI in there. It's a bait and switch. It's a classic tactic. But nevertheless, Jordan Peterson is very well spoken, very reasonable. And Protestants like Ruslan, who in my opinion are very ecumenical, very lukewarm in their ministry and how they're presenting things, have no discernment. They see the obvious, which is that, oh, big Islam bad, Jordan Peterson reasonable good, good English, good arguments, seems like that's a good thing. He's exposing Islam. Well, yeah, Islam is going to be converted, man. There's nothing to expose about Islam. Islam's lifespan is less than 5 to 10 years, man. So there's nothing, what's the point of exposing Islam? Yeah, you should know if you're a Muslim that you are in a false religion. But that's low-hanging fruit, man. You got to see the greater picture. What is Jordan Peterson doing and why is he doing it? JP is being weaponized. He's being weaponized to shape the culture like many influencers. And because he's an intellectual, they're putting him in these positions to shape the culture with arguments, with reason, with, different types of discussions and debates and different things like this. He's going hard. He's going hard against Islam, and he's going hard against also Protestantism. What does that tell you? What does that tell you about who pays his bills? You don't see Jordan Peterson ever attacking the Catholic Church. And somebody like him who is an intellectual, shame on him that he says nothing about the Catholic Church's Inquisition, its various Sunday laws, the blasphemies of the Pope, and all of the sordid history that there is to know about the Catholic Church, the sex abuse scandals of the Catholic Church, how many hundreds of thousands of people have they abused, and how many more that we don't know, because those are reported cases. So you don't see him saying anything about the Catholic Church. You don't see him saying anything about the evils of the institutional religion. So that tells you that he's not stupid because he's an educated person. He knows his history. You don't get to be that smart and well-studied without touching some of that history. Come on. So that means that he's choosing to ignore those topics. And then you say, okay, he's choosing to ignore those topics, yet he's focusing very hard on Protestantism and Islam. I wonder what 1 + 1 is. Well, 1 + 1 is 2. And Jordan Peterson is going to convert to Catholicism shortly. His wife's a Catholic already. He's already there. They're going to keep pushing him. He's got to prove himself. And then he'll be rewarded just like Candace Owens and everybody else. Now, I want to respond to his claims because he presents some compelling claims, at least on surface, on face value. They're not really that compelling. But on face value, it seems like, oh gosh, he just overwhelms you with these theories and, advanced vocabulary and his way of doing things that it's very easy to get lost. He presents to you a false dialectic between two forms of institution, between Protestantism and Catholicism. Protestantism as an institution, by the way, not like true Protestantism, which is protesting the authority of the papacy and preferring the authority of God over that. But he presents you with dialectic. And number one, first response to this is that both of these forms are wrong for various reasons. Catholicism is obviously wrong. Protestantism as an institution is also wrong for various reasons. But the second point is this. He justifies this dialectic with a slippery slope argument, which is basically an assumption that things are going to go wrong when you don't really have the data, and also a straw man, meaning he's misrepresenting the opposition. And of course, that's deliberate. The slippery slope argument is this. Oh, the natural outcome of Protestantism is that everybody's going to be like their own church. That's not the natural outcome of Protestantism. That's an assumption. That's an assumption based on what? On the fact that there are lots of denominations now, that they're going to keep fracturing until every person is going to be their own denomination. That's not true. That's a slippery slope. That's an assumption. And of course, the straw man, which is the, I think, cherry on the sundae that shows you who he's working for, is that basically, you didn't catch it because he didn't make it like super obvious, but he basically said, well, then there's the narcissism that comes with each individual denomination to believe that you are the authority. The underlying argument is this, that basically protesting the Catholic Church makes you the authority over things. Do you get it? This is the classic Catholic argument that you are going to run into all the time, that Catholics use every single time, at least anybody who's like debating stuff. Every militant Catholic will always tell you that if you reject the authority of the Pope or the tradition of the Church, you are making yourself the authority over Scripture. You have no authority to interpret the Scriptures because that's how they operate. They're mentally robots when it comes to authority. Oh, well, if we don't have the Pope or tradition, how can we interpret? That's the underlying problem with Catholicism. And as a result, they gaslight you into believing that you're committing the sin that was committed in the Garden of Eden, where basically mankind chose to be their own gods, to be their own authority, and rejecting God's authority. They're gaslighting you into believing that you're committing that sin by rejecting the authority of Satan's vicar on earth. Do you see the level? It's the ultimate gaslighting. When Catholics tell you, well, then you're your own authority. Who gives you the authority to interpret the Scriptures? You're just being your own authority. No, not at all. The assumption is that you can't interpret what the Bible says without an external authority telling you what it is. That's the assumption, and that assumption is wrong. But that's the assumption that Jordan Peterson is parroting because he's being, promoted and propped up by the Jesuits and by Catholic authorities to do the Catholic agenda and shape the culture accordingly. Oh, Protestantism, the natural outcome of Protestantism is basically this New Age thing where everybody just kind of is their own church and, you're your own authority. You don't have anybody telling you what to do. That is a Catholic argument. Because the solution to that is, I need an authority to tell me what to do. Well, who's that authority? Well, it's the man of sin. He's over there in the, seat of Satan in Rome. So the assumption is that you can't interpret what the Bible says without an external authority. But the Bible is 100% true. It's a source of complete, consistent truth. It is objectively true. Therefore, it interprets itself. Because you can cross-reference what God says here with what he said over there. And because God is 100% consistent, then he's not going to vacillate or make a mistake or say one thing and do another or say something else, then, change what he said over there. So that's why the Bible can be discerned by anyone, as long as you understand simple interpretation principles, good hermeneutics, you're consistent, you read in context. Like anybody, if you want to get to know somebody, you would take their words in context. You would listen to them. You would compare what they said in one place and you compare it to what they said in another. That's how you get to know somebody. Well, God is completely perfect and consistent, so you get to know him by studying his word. Jesus also promised that the Spirit would guide us to all truth. And of course, we're given the Spirit when we're born again. The Bible was also written for the common man. It wasn't written for theologians. It was written for the common man, Koine Greek, common Greek, that anybody could read it and understand. The problem is not interpretation. It's not interpretation, folks. It's not. For most of the critical things, it's not. There are some things that are, especially now, 2,000 years later, with all the translations and things that are lost in language, there are some things that are nuanced and they have to be studied. But the problem essentially is not interpretation. The problem is being honest with what the Bible says. It always makes me laugh when Catholics go to John 6 to argue transubstantiation, and they don't realize that John 6 is the worst possible chapter for Catholicism to anchor anything in, because John 6 tells you very plainly that man is not the origin of faith, that God is the origin of faith. And if God is the origin of faith, and Jesus cannot lose anybody who is given to him, you have a definition of the true church, which is the invisible church, not the visible church, because the visible church has suffered countless apostasies. And the visible church, i.e. the Catholic Church, the counterfeit Catholic Church, because there's a true Catholic Church, that's the invisible church, the universal church of all tribes and tongues. That church is by God's decision, not by man's. You don't invoke, God to put you in the church. You don't summon God. You don't do some sort of ritual to get initiated into the church. It's God who says, okay, boom, 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 Boom. He causes people to be born again by his sovereign purpose. He gives them to Christ. Of course, all this happened before time began, but in time and space and history, these things happen and they're given to Christ and they cannot be lost. And that church is by God's discretion, and therefore you cannot lose your salvation. The Catholic Church teaches that you must be part of the Catholic Church in order to be saved. But the Catholic Church has suffered apostasy and says that there are many things required for your salvation, otherwise you won't make it. Meaning the Jesus that they believe in is not the Jesus of John 6, which they use for transubstantiation. So it always is so funny when they try to do that because, again, the Bible refutes Catholicism. In one verse, John 6, verse 44, no man can come to me unless the Father who sent me draws him, and I will raise them up on the last day. What a profound statement of reality in one verse, man. In one verse, the entire religious model goes poof. If you're honest with that verse, you would not believe how many gymnastics and excuses and even people who claim to be Protestant or whatever else, they do so many gymnastics to try to get out of the consequence of that verse, out of the consequence of what that verse means for everything. And yet, that is the source of your hope and certainty and peace, because no man can come to me unless the Father who sent me draws him, and I will raise him up on the last day. That is the hope of the gospel, because God is sovereign, and therefore, if you do have a living, true faith in Jesus, you will not be lost. You will not be lost. That's the whole point of the gospel. And yet, how many people try to figure and fight against it and figure, oh no, it's not really saying that, and it's actually saying this and that, and you're inserting this and their opinions. Like, no, read it in context, man. Read it in context and be honest with what the Bible says, because the Bible is written for plain people, for the average man. The problem is people refuse to be honest with what it says because they hate a sovereign God and they want to stick to traditions of men, and they don't love the truth. So they will be suffering the strong delusion. So don't buy into these charming arguments and these charming cultural influencers with slick talk and, spitting out facts and all these things left and right, because they're very persuasive on face value. But really, if you dig deeper and you use the scriptures as a reference in history, their arguments fall apart. Jordan Peterson is a mouthpiece for the Catholic Church, and he will get his reward for shaping culture. He will. Give it time. Again, I don't see more than a year or two. Could be longer than that, but either way, Protestantism is dead, and so is Islam. Islam is soon to be converted. Protestantism is already dead. It's just now about getting people around this charismatic thing and getting people to accept the Eucharist, and then you're going to have people want to go on church on Sunday. That's all going to make sense. So the charismatic delusion that is taking over the world is very purposeful. It's going to bring the world back under the beast. You're going to see all these revivals. You're going to see mass baptisms, conversions, celebrity conversions. All these things are going to happen, and they're going to increase, and you're going to see them also in the Middle East, which is another section in today's presentation. Meanwhile, Trump is continuing his appointments of loyalists like any other dictator in history. Be honest with history. See, again, the problem is not history, folks. The problem is people are not honest. They're not honest with the evidence. Trump is doing exactly what every dictator has done in history. He's centralizing power, firing the people that don't agree with him, and bringing in the people that do. Dr. Oz joins a line of people with loaded in conflicts of interest. RFK Jr. with all of his investments in mRNA technology and COVID, technology and CRISPR technology. Jim O'Neill with his various associations to mRNA, aluminum shots and the things we covered in the past. On and on. Bongino is part of the echo chamber, and now he's number 2 in the FBI. Besides the loyalists, Doge is purging the opposers and replacing them with AI. So you have loyalists centralizing power. The people who don't agree are being taken out. AI is replacing them. So you have a system being formed like no system in the history of the world. That's what the image of the beast is going to be. You're going to have total control with people 100% loyal to the agenda and machines doing the work that will not have a conscience. They don't need a conscience. They just follow the orders of their superiors, who are all initiated, and they're going to do exactly as they're told. The states are starting to do that, and they're adopting the same processes, and you're going to see these things more and more throughout the coming years, probably at a rapid pace. I think you'll see copycats also of Doge and MAGA in other countries doing the same thing. I think, again, this is why the U.S. is the false prophet. Because, again, we have a giant statue of Satan, for crying out loud, carrying the false light for people who are entering the country through New York. What does that tell you? That statue tells you the role of America to bring the light of Lucifer, of Satan, to the world. Of course, Lucifer is not the devil's real name, but the point is Satan appears as an angel of light, and he deceives through invitation, through desires, through sensualities, through all these things that you're seeing today. So you're going to see what you're seeing in America is just a trial run of the things that are going to happen throughout the world. Just like I've covered the charismatic usage of a person like Trump to fill in the void that people want of a leader that's just going to come and take power from these evil bureaucrats in office. And they're willing to give anything to that person, even make him king, which is all by design. That is happening everywhere else with dictators and authoritarian leaders. You're also going to see copycats of Doge and AI, basically purifying the governments of bureaucracy and replacing with AI in the name of efficiency and saving the people and giving them money and cutting them tax breaks and yada, 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 yada. You're going to see the same thing because this needs to be a worldwide system, folks. This needs to be a worldwide system where all the AIs can communicate with one another. So you can't run from the United States to Mexico or Germany because the AI is going to know exactly what you're doing and where you're doing and what transactions you had over here and what you did over there. So it's going to be an entire worldwide system. All the deceptions come out of the United States, and this is going to be exported to the rest of the world, just like they exported MAGA mania. People are all about populism now and MAGA, and let's make Germany great again. Let's make France great again. The same attitudes are everywhere. So they're copycatting that revolution everywhere else, meaning what you see with Doge and the fact that the states are starting to do it, it's a very easy assumption to say that they're going to start doing similar things in Europe and around the world as well. Because they have to. Do you get it? They have to. The government that the United States starts is the example for the rest of the world to follow. What happens here needs to happen in the rest of the world for this thing to work. And one man, through a court of elitists managed by a technocratic machine, can pledge the power to the Pope. You need to have that everywhere. So that's going to happen everywhere. You're going to have AI being integrated and introduced in all these countries. And it's going to be introduced under the guise of saving the people from the big bad left, from taxation, from all the, stuff that it's so inefficient. Remember, again, that all these things are just part of what God decreed a long time ago. So don't let it overwhelm you, but be aware of these things so you can wake up your friends. Now onward to part 3 of this, which is dialectics. All right, well, welcome to part 3. We're basically continuing the narrative of culture shaping and influence with dialectics. Dialectics are anything that involves dualities and things of this nature where they're using false flags, false signs and wonders, staged conflicts, drama, political theater, terrorism, all these different things, dark to light, that I've talked about, that they're very well documented in all of my videos. And other people too talk about these things. Dialectics, the Hegelian dialectic. These things are designed to create a problem so that there's a reaction so that the solution can be introduced. Again, don't give the devil too much credit because the devil is just copying what God does. God uses dark to light to bring you to the light of Jesus Christ. The darkness of sin has been revealed so that you understand you are nothing without God, without salvation, without a mediator to give you his spirit and to mediate for you. That's the point of allowing evil to exist in this short slice of history. God decreed it so that dark would exist so that you would understand what the light is, so that you would run to the light, because without context, you'd have no understanding of who God is. And these things needed to be falsified. So that's the original dark to light. But the copycat dark to light is creating these problems and solutions so that the devil can be introduced to you as the savior. So it's just a copy. So don't give the devil too much credit with this dark to light stuff. Remember the origin and the author of these things, which is God. And when God is using them, they're used for the good, for the greatest glory, because God is life, God is the truth, God is the source of all things. But either way, it's just one of the many weapons that the devil is using to shape the culture and bring about this final delusion. So let's take a look at some of these articles. This is from X by Dr. Simone Gold. Breaking: HHS Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. just halted Biden's reckless $240 million taxpayer-funded deal for an experimental oral COVID vaccine, just days before 10,000 people were set to be dosed in clinical trials. Finally, accountability back in the HHS. And people are buying it, man. People are just frothing at the mouth of this stuff, not realizing that RFK is just a swamp rat, just like the rest of them. This is another one on Instagram. I even commented, this is from Plant-Based Omnivore. I commented on here. What did I say? I think I got lost in the comments, but anyway.
Bombshell new study from Yale Medical School finds people suffering from long COVID are actually suffering from mRNA vaccine injury. As if that's bad enough, it's worse than that. These people are suffering from what's called vaccine-induced AIDS. It's called VAIDS. This is from Slay News. Leading scientists from the world-renowned Yale University have confirmed that COVID mRNA vaccines cause vaccine-acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, VAIDS. A bombshell study conducted by researchers at Yale University School of Medicine found that mRNA injections alter human biology to create long-term spike protein production that increases over time. The scientists warned that the COVID mRNA vaccines alter T-cell immunophenotypes, which triggers VAIDS. The study was led by Bornali Bhattacharya. So not only were we collectively forced to take an experimental vaccine or risk losing our jobs, we were lied to about it. It didn't stop you from contracting or transmitting the virus. It wasn't safe. It caused heart issues and blood clots, autoimmune disorders. We were censored when we questioned the madness. And now we find out that the mRNA jab causes VAIDS in many people. This is one of the most egregious scandals in American history. Kash Patel's first order of business at the FBI should be throwing in prison every single person involved in this crime against humanity. Bombshell.
Every single person? Every single person. What about Trump, who facilitated warp speed to get these clot shots out into the public? What about Trump, who bragged about being the father of the vaccine, even after it was very well documented that these things were death shots? What about RFK Jr., who has invested heavily in CRISPR and mRNA technology? What about Trump, who wants to do Stargate, Operation Stargate, and push mRNA technology into, everything under the sun, especially for cancer and all these experimental therapies? What about the fact that Bill Gates met with Trump and said his meeting was so productive? You'll see a couple of articles here I've pulled up. So are they going to arrest everybody, or are we just going to complain? I commented something to that degree on this particular person, and people were like laughing at me for it. It's like, yeah, exactly. That's Trump delusion syndrome. Trump delusion syndrome. I don't have Trump derangement syndrome. Trumpers have Trump delusion syndrome, TDS. And that's the problem, is that you don't see what you're supposed to see, which is so obvious. All of these people have complete conflicts of interest. Let's see. Was there something? Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. This is... Oh gosh, that was... My tabs were totally messed up. We got a little ahead of the game. That's okay. Pope Francis, this is... Let's go back in time, because there's some other things I want to talk about with the Catholic Church. But either way, we'll get back to the health stuff in just a second. But this is, by the way, another reason why I wanted to put together that health book. And again, from the right perspective. We put our faith in the resurrection, and we put our faith in the return of Christ. But nevertheless, we have to acknowledge the reality that this world is toxic, especially if you've been vaccinated, even if just once. It's important to know how to be as healthy as possible, because we live in a very, very toxic world. And I think that will help you a lot. So anyway, that's another can of worms. But news.az, the Vatican reported that the Pope's condition is stable. Now, this has been up and down. Of course, the time of this video, this is March 3rd. By the time this releases, he may be dead. He may be back for a little while, and then he'll die a little bit later. The Pope is on his way out. I said last year that this 2025 had to be the year that he goes, for sure. Whether it's retiring or dying, he has to go because it's the year of the flip. So the Pope obviously was the extreme left Jesuit Pope, and there's a whole intrigue around him that you'll see. But he has to go, and this is going to create a very interesting vacuum and dialectic in the Catholic Church. This was stated by the press service of the Holy See. Reports the Pope's health condition remains stable today. The Pope did not require non-invasive mechanical ventilation, but only high-flow oxygen therapy. However, the overall clinical picture remains complex and the prognosis remains cautious. Francis, 88, who has been hospitalized with double pneumonia since February 14th, took part in this service. He had previously suffered 2 acute respiratory attacks. Some people say he's already dead, and they're just milking this, like they did with Ruth Bader Ginsburg and so many other people in the past, where they died and they're just kind of like milking it for as long as possible. So we'll see. Again, I don't anticipate him making it through this year. Conclave was predictive programming. If you did see Conclave, it's a very interesting little movie telling kind of the future in that sense. Again, predictive program. They're always doing this stuff. With Trump, with 9/11, with the papacy, they're always revealing the method through what they're doing. LifeSite. Trump should investigate potential U.S. government meddling in the 2013 papal conclave. Now, do you remember when I told you first they did it with the deep state and now they're doing it with the deep church? What was the narrative for over the last 8 years, at least in America, with the whole election stuff? The election meddling, they stole the election. There's an incompetent person in power who stole the election. He's there illegitimately. Do you see the same relationship with the Catholic Church? There's an incompetent person in the Catholic Church who he didn't belong there. The election was stolen. It should be investigated. Do you see the same thing? I see that. I see the parallel. American Catholics deserve to know whether or not or how the U.S. government may influence the conclave of 2013. Trump should appoint some sort of inspector general to get to the bottom of whatever answers there may be. Why should the U.S. be inspecting anything that the Vatican is doing? Late into the night of November 5th and into the early hours of November 6th, Americans received great news with the election of Donald Trump to his second term. There is now the opportunity to truly uproot the deep state, which is embedded in the departments and agencies across the federal government, especially the Department of Justice, the FBI, CIA, Department of Defense, and so on. Well, a lot of those people are like Knights of Malta and Templar people, so I don't know. President-elect Trump has already named many of those who he will nominate to head these departments and agencies. You know they are good by the loud sound of squealing one hears from the federal employees within these agencies. So deluded. During his recent presidential campaign, Trump honestly admitted that he made mistakes in his first term as to who he named to head such agencies. Unfamiliar with Washington, D.C., he had put his trust in others to suggest appointments to him. No, this was all just dialectics, man, to justify what he's doing now. Unfortunately, various deep staters and or never Trumpers ended up in key positions which thwarted the efforts of then President Trump and actually worked to undermine him. Today, walking my dogs, I recalled an open letter that appeared in the Remnant newspaper back in 2017, just a couple of days after Trump's first inauguration. Back then, having observed the apparent close ties between the Democratic Party and the Vatican under Pope Francis, in the years following the conclave, the Remnant newspaper published an open letter which was signed by a member of the Catholic notables, inclusive of Michael Matt, Christopher Ferrara, and Elizabeth Yore. The letter addressed to the Trump administration asked a number of interesting questions, one of which was what other covert operations were carried out by the U.S. government operatives concerning the resignation of Pope Benedict or the conclave that elected Pope Francis. The letter was prompted by the fact that at least a few Democrats in the U.S. who, upset with Catholic opposition to the inclusion of contraceptive coverage in Obama's then proposed healthcare legislation, discussed the need for a Catholic spring in the Catholic Church, even wondering aloud about, quote, how one would plant the seeds of revolution in the church. Such expressions are found in an email thread by WikiLeaks from John Podesta's email files. This is such low-hanging fruit. This email thread revealed part of a discussion between longtime Clinton and Obama political advisor John Podesta and Sandy Newman of Voices of Progress. This email exchange, entitled Opening for a Catholic Spring, is dated February of 2012, just a year before the announcement of Pope Benedict the 16th resignation. In it, Newman, speaking of the Catholic Church's opposition to Obama's contraceptive measures and his healthcare reform, raised the Catholic question with Podesta, writing in part, this is now a quote, the whole controversy with the bishops opposing contraceptive coverage, even though 98% of the Catholic women and their conjugal partners have used contraception, has me thinking there needs to be a Catholic spring in which Catholics themselves demand the end of the Middle Ages dictatorship and the beginning of a little democracy and respect for gender equality in the Catholic Church. Now, really quick, what does the Bible tell you about this? The Bible tells you that we're going back to medieval Catholicism. So this is designed to make you froth at the mouth and say, look at those big, bad, evil, liberal Catholics and Jesuits and people undermining our church. We need to go back to the good old days. Is contraceptive coverage an issue around which that could happen? The bishops will undoubtedly continue to fight. Does the Catholic Hospital Association support the administration's new policy? Together with the 98% create an opportunity? Of course, this idea may just reveal my total lack of understanding of the Catholic Church, the economic power it can bring to bear against nuns and priests who count on it for their maintenance. Even if the idea isn't crazy, I don't qualify to be involved, and I have not thought at all about how one would plant the seeds of a revolution or who would plant them. Just wondering. John Podesta sent a reply very next day, dated February 11th, which by odd coincidence preceded Pope Benedict's XVI announcement of his resignation a year to the exact day. In that reply, Podesta wrote, quote, "We created Catholics an alliance for the common good." Keep that in mind. Please keep that in mind for the next thing I want to show you. "To organize for a moment like this, for I think it lacks the leadership to do so now. Likewise, Catholics United, like most spring movements, I think this one will have to be bottom up. I'll discuss with Tara, Kathleen Kennedy Townsend, and the other person to consult." Podesta indicated in his response that he would discuss the question with Tara and observe that Kathleen Kennedy Townsend was the other person with whom the question should be discussed. To my knowledge, there are no additional Podesta emails available via WikiLeaks that shed any light on what, if any, follow-up was conducted by Podesta with regard to Sandy Newman's suggestion regarding a Catholic spring or how to plant the seeds of revolution. At the time of the WikiLeaks revelations in the fall of 2016, there was a Catholic outrage at the implications of this email exchange. What did I just tell you? As well as concerns expressed about Soros-funded groups such as Catholics in Alliance for the Common Good and Catholics United. So one question here is, did the Obama administration, with such things in mind in the years and days leading up to the 2013 conclave, involve themselves in planting the seeds of revolution in the Catholic Church? No, the Jesuits did a long time ago. But anyway, was anything done to actually implement this? There have been suggestions that NSA monitored the 2013 conclave as alleged by the blog The Eyewitness in October 2013 article. When they cite the article, Henry Sire in his book The Dictator Pope reported, without further details, that it is known the CIA was monitoring the conclave of 2013. It's hard to evaluate these stories without more detail, but they do deserve follow-up. Roma Lacuda Estep has commented before on its opinion on non-credible story, blah, 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 whatever. We certainly know that the Biden-Obama administration is capable of such things, i.e. the monitoring of the U.S. Catholics. This is just such a ruse, such a dialectic that is designed to make Catholics seem like they're being victimized, and the Catholic Church is just under this persecution when the Bible tells you the Catholic Church is the final empire on earth. And the power of Satan sits in the throne of the Catholic Church, and the army of Satan, which is the Jesuits, have controlled everything. And you'll see for yourself that Podesta is a Jesuit. But in the meantime, we have another Jesuit agitator, which is Vigano, probably he's a Jesuit, playing the opposition. Archbishop Vigano asked Trump's CIA director to investigate the deep state plan to eliminate Benedict XVI. In a wide-ranging interview, Vigano praised Donald Trump for the return of the U.S. to the Geneva Consensus Declaration, which defends the right for life for all, reaffirms the importance of the family, and affirms no international right to abortion. And so there's this interview, and Vigano is saying, you need to investigate the conclave. There's push, just like they investigated the election. We need to have reform in the church. So this is an interesting thing that's boiling to the surface, don't you think? But I want to show you, where is this thing? Oh, here it is. This is the John Podesta wiki that somehow got lost in my tabs. John Podesta on Key Wiki, which you won't find on regular wiki. Early life, only is a good place to check. Podesta spent most of his early years in Chicago, where he grew up in Jefferson Park on the city's northwest side of his Italian-American father, his Greek-American mother, and his brother Tony. Podesta came from a blue-collar family where his father worked in a factory for 50 years. 1967, he graduated from Lane Technical High School. Podesta is a huge fan of roller coasters. He describes himself in his own biography as a straight talker with an acerbic wit. Podesta is also known as Skippy, an alter ego famous for dressing down subordinates who don't perform. Podesta also trained for a time to become a Jesuit priest. Let's magnify it just for the giggles here. Jesuit priest. He trained to be a Jesuit priest. I wonder, do you think that he finished that training? Maybe in secret? I think he did, especially with his alliance for the common good. Oh, here's another dialectic. This is just fascinating. I think I was just going to listen to the first couple minutes of this. Let's see.
Something huge just
This is from Capturing Christianity.
Dropped in the world of biblical archaeology, a brand new discovery that may have just settled one of the most debated locations in the New Testament. For years, scholars have argued over the true site of Bethsaida, the hometown of Peter, Andrew, and Philip. But now, buried beneath layers of history on the north shore of the Sea of Galilee, archaeologists have uncovered a 1,500-year-old Byzantine church, and inside, a stunning Greek inscription that explicitly honors St. Peter as the chief of the apostles. And here's where things get even crazier. The inscription directly references Jesus' words to Peter in Matthew 16:19, where he says, "I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven." This discovery has major implications for Christian truth claims, and yes, even the ongoing debate over Peter's authority. So what exactly was found? What does it mean for the
ongoing debate over Peter's authority? What authority are you talking about? What ongoing debate? I.e. the Catholic argument that the Pope has the keys of heaven and earth given to him by Christ because supposedly Peter was the first Pope? That debate? And right now, as the Pope is about to die, and there's all this intrigue with investigating the conclave of 2013, and there's a new Pope on the horizon, everything's flipping to the right. Suddenly we discovered this archaeological thing that just so happened to reference Jesus' words to Peter about, I give you the kingdoms, which of course the Catholics totally misunderstand and misinterpret because they have an incentive to. What are the odds? What are the odds, folks? I mean, just what are the odds? False signs and wonders. Now, of course, maybe that's a real thing. I don't know. I question everything today, so I really do. Maybe it's a real discovery, but again, what are the odds? Part of me just thinks that they probably had this waiting, ready to go, and they would say, "Oh, here, okay, now we can discover it and time it ready to go." Because yes, we're there. By the time that you had, like pagan converts and people coming into the church in the 2nd century, 3rd century, 4th century. Especially 4th century, 5th century onward already, you had the institutional religion. But by then, people were already making traditions and misinterpreting the scriptures. So yes, is there archaeological proof of that? Sure, there is. There's proof of that. But I just think the timing is really uncanny. And of course, if you understand who this guy is, Capturing Christianity, he used to be a Protestant, 340,000 subscribers, but now he's a Catholic. Cameron Bertuzzi, this is dated November 20th, 2022, about 2.5 years ago. "I'm converting to Catholicism because it seems true and my total evidence points that direction. This, of course, doesn't mean that I think Protestants are irrational. They may have a different set of seemings, total evidence." So Cameron Bertuzzi converted to Catholicism a couple years ago, and now his channel is basically a Catholic mouthpiece. So there's that. Something very important if you did watch him. Here's another dialectic, going back to the deep church. All right, let's...
Ecclesial special advisor to Biden, to Obama, none other than the demon Cardinal Ted McCarrick, was involved in the initial unaccompanied minor children invasion in the southern border. He worked with the Vatican, with the bishops in Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua to flood the southern border with about 60,000 children. We don't know where those 60,000 children went, but it gives me great concern that the mastermind behind this was Obama's ecclesial chief of staff, McCarrick. Imagine a global sexual predator.
Really quick, do you realize how they're marrying the bad guys in the Vatican to the bad guys in the deep state? Obama's ecclesial advisor or whatever. Pay attention to that, because this is the angle, and that's going to be coming to the forefront.
The architect and managing this entire global, mostly from Central America, invasion of unaccompanied minor children. Fast forward, Steve, that happened in 2014. In 2014, the money to the bishops of the United States doubled from 20 million to 45 million so that they could make this happen, this invasion. Now, we are now...
What did I tell you, that the Catholic Church is behind all these invasions anyway? And now They're also behind the ecumenical solutions to unite Protestants and Catholics against the Muslims and unite everybody, in solving these problems.
Now seen for the last 20 years, over nearly $1 billion going to the U.S. bishops for the unaccompanied minor children program. That doesn't include all the other migration programs that are going on. We are calling for Catholics around the country and frankly around the world are calling for a defunding of all NGO grants over migration. Secondly, now we know, thanks to Mike McCormick's book, The Insurmountable Evil, where he brings the receipts to show that Francis and McCarrick were involved in many of the color revolutions from 2013 on. Also, McCarrick was deeply involved in managing the placement of Jorge Bergoglio as the, purported Pope of the Catholic Church. We now are demanding both Doge as well as the government of Trump to audit all records relating to what they called the Catholic Spring, which was the color revolution, to displace and get rid of the globalist worst nightmare. And who was the worst nightmare? That was Ratzinger, Pope Benedict, because he was against migration in Europe. He was against the climate change. He was against the China deal. He was against the mass UN Sustainable Development Goals, the entire New World Order, the ecclesial special.
Do you catch what's going on here? It's truly brilliant. It's truly brilliant. They're going to reform. You're going to see more and more of these. The fact, okay, let's dial it back for a second. Just like with Israel, how nobody said a little peep against the state of Israel in the last 20 years, recently in the last couple of years since the whole invasion, of Gaza took place, and they're mass murdering all these kids, unfortunately. But before that, nobody said a word on mainstream sources. You would never see people questioning Israel. Now suddenly it's all the rage because Zionism needs to be exposed. We'll talk about that in the next section. But the fact that the Vatican and the Jesuits are being exposed by their own people, their own Catholics on mainstream sources. Vigano is talking really, really, detailed things about the Jesuits. And, we got to investigate the papal conclave, look at all these frauds that are happening. This has been going on for decades. The Catholic Church has been trafficking children and abusing people and manipulating immigration. They've been doing that for a long, long time. And now suddenly it's coming out. Why? Because they need to reform the Catholic Church. They need to reform the deep church, and the reform that will come is going to unify everybody into the true Catholic Church, which of course is going to be still the counterfeit. Do you see where this is going? This is exactly what's happened with Trump, with politics, except now it's going to go in the spiritual direction. And like I said, the way he appointed Paula White, that we read an article previously where, the first time he appointed people, he just didn't really know who it was. Yes, he did. He knew exactly who it was. But the point of appointing them was so that you would have a Satan that you could oppose, and then you could blame, and then you could justify bringing the people in and creating a totalitarian government. So he's appointing Paula White. Paula White's not going to be there forever. He's appointing her so that she now is in the public eye. Look, Protestants, look at your foolish, woman that's basically parading herself, believing that she's God on earth and, has the power of God and naming and claiming and speaking in tongues like an idiot. So there you are. That's Protestantism. Now people are going to say, well, who's Paula White? Oh, she's prosperity. Oh, she's got a lot of money. Oh, she's doing all this stuff. She's really weird. We need to reform. This is not what Christianity is. And so this is, again, designed to ping. When you ping something, you go boop, and it goes wave, 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 wave. These are pings in society to ping culture so that they can shape it. So you're seeing this parallel with, you'll see reform in the Protestant world because of the whole Paula White appointment, and everywhere. It's just going to be one giant thing. It's really fascinating how they're doing this. Here's another one from YouTube. This is a short.
Cardinal Raymond Burke has come out saying Pope Francis is persecuting the Catholic Church because of Traditionis Custodes, which is a document that Pope Francis released restricting access to the Latin Mass. Burke questions the authority of Traditionis Custodes and whether or not bishops actually have to
Look at this, like Saturn hat, wizard robe. This is
obey it. No stranger to questioning the magisterium, Burke has said over 5 documents of the Pope's magisterium are not actually magisterial. He has also supported works saying that the church might actually cease to exist if it continues to go in the direction that it's currently going. But what do you think? Do you think Pope Francis is...
Do you remember, I think it was the last, I gotta scratch my ear. It was the last VDS I did. One of these VDSs, I quoted a quote I found from one of these hardcore Catholic guys that they were writing about. This is like in the 1800s. Some guy was commenting on Bellarmine, Lacunza, all these Jesuits that made the false end times views, that their view was that, well, the Catholic Church is going to have an apostasy in the throne of Peter, meaning that a pope will become apostate. And then there's going to be like this, wilderness period for the Catholic Church, and then she's going to reemerge triumphant. It's fascinating because this is exactly what's happening. Again, they planned this from 500 years ago, and all this is unfolding. So what you're saying is part of the plan to bring the Reformation. It's going to be a counter-Reformation. Do you understand? They're going to, I've talked about this before too, or this occurred to me at least. I've talked about it with other people, but the Reformation was a turning point in history. It was a turning point in history. And the Jesuits are going to reverse the Reformation by having a counterfeit Reformation. Do you see where this is going? It's so, if you can see this, it's so brilliantly evil. What was the Reformation? The Reformation is, hey, we're under the Antichrist power of the earth with this God King telling everybody what to do. This is Antichrist. We're not going to be participating in this system. We are protesting this system. And we want reform. The heart of that expression is good. To go back to the truth, go back to the Bible, go back to the Word of God as the authority, and so on. And reject the traditions of men. That's a good thing. What they're going to do is I wouldn't be surprised. I could be wrong about this, but I wouldn't be surprised if you're going to see a new Reformation, the Second Reformation or something like this. Either way, it's going to be a Reformation, but it's going to be an inverse of what happened 500 years ago. It's going to be the counter-Reformation or whatever, it is. A counterfeit Reformation, let's put it that way, because it's confusing to say it two counters. Counterfeit Reformation. The counter-Reformation, which began 500 years ago in response to the Reformation, is going to culminate in a counterfeit Reformation. Do you understand? It's going to culminate in a counterfeit Reformation where the big bad boogeyman of the deep state the deep church is being exposed to you so that Reformation and ecumenism and people can unite around one moral ideal in response to the boogeyman. And then once you have everybody united, they're going to demand a moral authority anyway, and the Pope will step right in. It's brilliant. It's so brilliantly evil. Here's an example of what I was talking about with Paula White. This is from Blaze Media by Justin Peters, if you know him. He's a very popular theologian, Reformed theologian. He has very, very good things to say. I don't agree with everything, but he has some good things to say. And he's very critical of Paula White, which he should be. White House scandal. Faith office needs biblical Christianity, not Paula White. Exactly. You think Trump was just randomly picking? He put Paula White there on purpose to get the conversation going. Paula White meets every biblical criterion of a false prophet and false teacher. Yeah, low-hanging fruit, man. You got to see beyond it. You can't see, Paula White is a false prophet. Yes, she is, obviously. Yeah, easy.
The fortune, it is done. The fortune, it is done. The fortune, it is done.
But why was she placed there by Trump? Trump is not stupid. Why was she placed there by Trump? That is the thing you have to see. And that's the thing that Justin Peters doesn't see. And a lot of these reform people who have good discernment don't see, because they are dispensationalists, they're futurists, they don't think eschatology is important. And without eschatology, you can't interpret what's happening. You're just caught in the left-right paradigm. Oh, this happened. Oh, no, this shouldn't happen. This should happen, so on and so forth. Eschatology gives you the right frame of mind. So Trump putting Paula White in position of authority is, again, to destroy Protestantism, because Catholicism needs to be revived. And there will be a reformation within the global church, so to speak. President Trump's appointment of Paula White as head of the newly established White House Faith Office is the worst decision of his young presidency. I say this as someone who has voted for him 3 times in separate elections and is thrilled with practically everything he has done so far. He is exceeding my expectations in every regard except this one. So Justin Peters is totally supportive of Trump, which should tell you everything as well. I think that's that's unfortunate for a man that has some decent theology. But the whole Paula White thing is easily spotted as a problem. And that's the point. Ambrose Evans Pritchard, economists are starting to worry about a serious Trump recession. Tariffs on America's neighbors and assaults on federal government will hit the U.S. economy. That's right, because they're planning to move with the digital system. There has to be some kind of crisis, folks. There has to be. I don't know what it's going to be, but there has to be. We're due for another crisis. How they're going to introduce it, we'll see. I know that I can tell you one thing, Trump will blame it on somebody or something, but they're going to introduce it. And then Trump will play the savior like he did with COVID, where he's giving people money. He's, oh, Trump is saving us even though the big bad deep state is jabbing us. Well, Trump is the one who made the jab possible, and then he's saving you to make it seem like he's the one you're looking to for hope. It's just wicked. So pay attention to these things because this is what's going to happen. Route, and this is from, what is it? It's from Archive, ft.com. Route wipes $800 billion from crypto market as Bitcoin slump deepens. That's right, folks. The elite pulled out their money. They hyped you up for Trump, then they pulled out their money because they're getting ready to reset everything. Crypto fervor that greeted Trump's election has faded amid series of scandals. Would you say that? More than $800 billion has been wiped off the global cryptocurrency markets in recent weeks as the enthusiasm that swept the crypto industry after Donald Trump's election victory last year ebbs away. The price of Bitcoin dropped as much as 3.6% on Wednesday to 85,600, taking its losses over the past month to 15%. Other tokens have suffered even bigger losses as crypto assets are swept up in a broader sell-off risk in assets, and the largest ever cryptocurrency theft shakes confidence in the industry. Traders have also grown frustrated that Trump has not moved faster to enact some of the reforms he promised on campaign trail. The slower than anticipated rollout of any major pro-crypto policies has led to disappointment, said Gadi Chait, investment manager at Zappo Bank. The nominal value of the crypto industry has fallen $810 billion from its high in January, according to CoinMarketCap data. Investors pulled nearly $1 billion from Bitcoin exchange traded funds on Tuesday, according to Bloomberg data, as the deepening slump sparked a record exodus from the vehicles that helped power crypto prices to record highs this last year. Trump's barrage of tariffs has also spooked investors, sending them racing out of risky assets, including crypto. All by design. They know exactly the impact of the choices they make on the economy, and they do that at the right time to make things coordinate certain bubbles and bursts and everything else. This is from February 27th. Axios, meme coin moment fizzles after Trump cashes in. Didn't I told you like 2-3 weeks ago, whatever, that they're just building this thing up and he's going to rug pull it. That's what they all do. These meme coins are just Ponzi schemes. Bitcoin or crypto in general is a Ponzi scheme. There is no value in crypto. It's just put your money in, everybody puts their money in, and it goes up in value. And as long as you don't pull it out, after the next guy, then you're fine. When the most famous man in the world cashes in on a crypto trend, that's a strong top signal. Revenue, why it matters. Revenue has been falling for leading meme coin platforms since the Trump organization launched the official Trump and Melania coins, January 17th and January 18th. These coins have been plunging too and are now worth a small fraction of their peak values. Yeah. Remember that guy who got out of an SEC lawsuit and get out of here with your reject cookies. And he put like $30 million in Trump's thing and now he's okay. Yeah. So here's the chart from CoinMarketCap. If you go to all time, this little spike right here is January 19th, right before the inauguration, $71 approximately. So if you were a patriotic Trump loyalist and said, yeah, Trump coin, we're going to put our money, it's going to go to the moon, baby. Well, it didn't go to the moon. It came back down to the earth because there's a firmament, my friend. And so it went from 71, if I get my mouse over it, 71.62 to, let's see, today it's 12. Yeah, so you lost about 80% to 90% of your value if you bought in on the hype right here. And you would have had to, if you would have to make money, you would have had to buy somewhere around, it skyrocketed pretty quickly. It looks like on the 18th, it was $18. So within those 2 days, if you bought into this, I feel sorry for you. I really do. But maybe the loss that you incurred, God will use to open your eyes, like he did with me, and all the loss that I had when I got scammed with crypto stuff. So either way, the point is, it's a scam. Don't use it. Don't buy it. Trump is all about crypto now. In July 11th, 2019, he said, I am not a fan of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, which are not money and whose value is highly volatile based on thin air. Unregulated crypto assets can facilitate unlawful behavior, including drug trade and other illegal activity. Gosh, some strong words, and of course they're true. But gosh, it didn't take too long for that to turn around. This is now Truth Social. What was the date for this? This is March 2nd, very recent. He's replying to himself. So let's read the first one. A U.S. crypto reserve will elevate this critical industry after years of corrupt attacks by the Biden administration. You always need a Satan, man. You always need an opposer to blame it on so that you can justify what you're doing. You always need an opposer. Which is why my executive order on digital assets directed the Presidential Working Group to move forward on crypto strategic reserve that includes XRP, Solana, and ADA. I will make sure the U.S. is the crypto capital of the world. We are making America great again. And then another comment, he says, and obviously BTC and ETH, as other valuable cryptocurrencies, will be the heart of the reserve. I also love Bitcoin and Ethereum. So we're going from a federal gold reserve to now we have a federal thin air reserve of money that means nothing and it's used for illegal activities. Why the change in just a couple of years, Trump? I wonder, especially if you add the AI governance stuff to it and the Doge stuff and, Warp Speed 2.0 and everything else. Very curious, don't you think? Oh, this one we already looked at, but this is the health stuff now. Going back, sorry we skipped around on this one. I went to the wrong tab at first, but this is now back to that health stuff. Remember, so that woman was like, how are we going to arrest these people that were, involved for the crime? Like, yeah, who else was involved? Trump, RFK Jr., Jim O'Neill, all these people were involved in investments in mRNA technology and they support it. Trump is still actively peddling it and supporting it. He will never once apologize for facilitating warp speed and getting this technology out into millions of people's lives. Not once. Fauci's going to get a pat on the back. Bill Gates, supposedly, Q is all about, we're going to arrest all these people. Bill Gates is having a meeting with Trump and like, oh gosh, this is great. I'm really impressed. You'll see I cited the article again. But this is recently, Trump orders U.S. to withdraw from the World Health Organization. And you'll see the pattern from before that is just bread and circuses. President Trump signals his intention to withdraw from the World Health Organization on Monday, a move global health experts fear will both cripple the agency and substantially weaken international health security in the United States and abroad. A U.S. withdrawal from the WHO would deprive the Geneva-based institution of its biggest funder and major contributor of scientific expertise, likely necessitating a massive reorganization and curtailment of the functions of the WHO is able to perform. So there's this whole big dialectic and everybody's like, yeah, deep state's down, we're withdrawing from the WHO. Those people that made COVID, happen, but Trump was in on it, man. Trump was in on the whole COVID thing. And by the way, this is from, what year is this from? This is from 2020, July 7th, 2020. Vaccine bait and switch. As millions pulled from WHO, Trump gives billions to Gates-funded Gavi. Money take from Peter, give it to Paul. Of course, probably should have used different names, but you get the idea. In mid-May, U.S. President Donald Trump announced that the U.S. would be ending their financial support of the World Health Organization and COVID-19 relief. The move was lambasted in the mainstream press as an out-of-touch politician pulling funding from a vital global health organization during the middle of the pandemic. To Trump supporters, the decision was met with the typical cheering and celebrating as another Trump victory against the globalists. Exactly what's happening now. History repeats itself, in this case, very quickly. To understand what is actually going on, we need to examine Donald Trump's actions, not his tweets or media statements. Let us start by looking at the funding provided by the U.S. government to the WHO in previous years. The latest numbers from fiscal year 2018, numbers are not available for 2019 to 2020, show an estimated $281 million to the WHO from the U.S. The records indicate that after the U.S. government, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, are the second and third top financiers of the WHO. The U.S. defunding the WHO actually tightens the technocrats' already firm grip on another global institution. This means that when Donald Trump stated the U.S. will no longer fund the WHO, the Gates Foundation and Gavi stepped into the top financial role. Additionally, Gavi was founded by and largely funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in 2000. Either way, Bill Gates is the top donor and will continue to expand his influence and dominance of the global health policy. As reported in part 2 of my Bill Gates investigation, in 2010, the Bill Gates and Melinda Gates Foundation launched the Decades of Vaccines and called for a global vaccine action plan. Since that time, they have only grown their network and influence on WHO, Gavi, and other organizations in order to shape public health policy in a way that reaps profits for the Gates themselves. While Trump's supporters viewed the U.S. withdrawal from WHO financing as a win for nationalism or a black eye to the globalists, the truth is a bit more nuanced. In early June, the Trump administration declared support for Gavi to the tune of $1.16 billion donation. Trump's support for Gavi came via the first ever virtual global vaccine summit. At this summit, Gavi surpassed the goal of $7.4 billion, instead raising $8.8 billion and securing commitments from the most major nations around the world. Gavi even received a $5 million donation from the Rockefeller Foundation. Gavi stated that the funding will go to the routine immunization programs, and will also help public-private partnership play a major role in the rollout of a future COVID-19 vaccine. More than 25 heads of state and 50 leaders of international agencies, NGOs, and private industry attended the fundraising event. Participants included Germany's Chancellor Angela Merkel, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, European Commissioner President Ursula von der Leyen, and World Health Organization Director General Tedros Adhanom. UN Secretary Guterres stated that the vaccine would not be enough and instead called for a global solidarity to ensure that every person everywhere gets access to the vaccine. Guterres also noted that our individual health depends on our collective health. Common good, Jesuit term. So, what did Trump do the first time that he took money from the WHO? He basically elevated, Bill Gates to the level that he wasn't before. And now he's doing the same thing on the heels of a nice meeting that he had. This is January 17th. I already covered this before. I'm just going to read the title, Bill Gates on Trump meeting. Frankly, I was impressed. The guy that everybody knows should be in jail, back to that video, is Bill Gates going to go to jail? That plant-based or omnivore, whatever the Instagram person was. Is Bill Gates going to be arrested? And if not, why not? What are you going to say about that? What are the people going to say? What are the Trumpers who support Trump, who are frothing at the mouth for Trump, going to say the fact that that Trump met with Bill Gates? Bill Gates was impressed. Very productive meeting for 3 hours. And yet everybody knows Bill Gates has killed many millions of people with his clot shots. And he's a eugenicist. He doesn't care about anybody but himself. And he's just doing his thing. And Trump and him are just frolicking together in a field of roses. So what's going on here, folks? What's going on is you're being deceived. That's what's going on. Here's another one that's in on it. Elon Musk on X says, this will make some people upset, but I need to emphasize that accelerating synthetic mRNA technology was another silver lining. It is a revolution in medicine, like going from analog to digital. The COVID mRNA vaccine dosage level was too high, and having a zillion booster shots was idiotic, causing more harm than good in my opinion, but I am convinced that synthetic mRNA is the surest path to curing cancer, among other things. No, you know what the surest path to curing cancer is? Number one is avoiding things that contribute to cancer in the body. That's the surest path, is having education on how to eat well, stop all these corporate greed problems that manifest in pesticides in food and cheap food and things that aren't even food to begin with, educate people in school, facilitate rewards for high quality products. That's what's going to stop cancer. Not synthetic mRNA that has no longitudinal data. If you know anything about science, if you know anything about research, when it comes especially to health issues, you want longitudinal data. What does the longitude, meaning have we studied people over like 20 years? And what was the quality of that study? Was it 100 people? Was it 1,000 people? Was it 10,000? Where was it? Was it only in a small area? What are the variables in that area? Science is an ongoing thing. There is no science behind this mRNA stuff, especially synthetic mRNA. Oh, the dosage was too. Oh, okay. Thanks, Elon. Thank you for acknowledging the obvious, elephant in the room that COVID killed so many people and gave people AIDS. VAIDS now. Imagine I feel so bad for people who have had 3 boosters because they thought they were doing the right thing and now they have compromised immune system. Very bad. But there are natural things you can do. Hopefully, we can help you with that. But the point is this, there are natural things you can do, but the best thing to do is just avoid the things that are attacking your body and have as much clean of a life as you possibly can until, it is what it is, until you can't. So the fact that Elon Musk is on this train, the fact that RFK is on that train, Jim O'Neill is on this train, Trump is on this train, Bill Gates is hanging out with Trump and all of them. What's going on? Are these people going to be arrested? Or are the Trumpers only calling for the arrest of the Democrats who are involved with this? This is the part that just infuriates me. This is from The Verge. Another Dialectics. Starlink poised to take over $2.4 billion contract to overhaul air traffic control communication. Now you know why they had all of those supposed, crashes, the Black Hawk crash, the plane crashes. But some of those crashes, I believe, didn't even happen, but they're promoting them as if they happened, which is another thing. I haven't investigated too much myself. But either way, now you understand where this is going. Just like they had with the UFOs, because the laws on drones were expiring in 2024. So suddenly you had all the Chinese drone stuff and the UFOs, and we need to pass another law. Now, there's this contract that needs to get taken over by Starlink. And what do you get? Well, now you have planes start crashing. Well, we need a solution. It's just so obvious, and it's so disgusting too, really. It's just, ugh. While Elon Musk hacks away at the federal bureaucracy in the name of efficiency, his company Starlink appears poised to steal a multi-billion-dollar government contract from Verizon. $1 billion here from NASA, $1 billion here from Verizon. He's got a ton of conflicts of interest, and nobody seems to see it. The Federal Aviation Administration is on the cusp of canceling a $2.4 billion contract to overhaul the communication system for the nation's air traffic control system and handing it to the SpaceX subsidiary instead, the Washington Post reports, citing 2 unnamed sources briefed on the plans. The news was also confirmed by Bloomberg and the Associated Press. It's unclear how this would unfold, whether the FAA would hand some of the work to Starlink while allowing Verizon to continue its own effort, or simply cancel the contract with Verizon and award it to Starlink. Whatever the outcome, it is sure to raise accusations of favoritism, cronyism, and conflicts of interest, as Musk continues to serve as the face of the Department of Government Efficiency, run effort to slash spending and lay off federal workers despite the structural damage that it causes. Yeah, just hypocrisy. Musk has been showing doubt about the Verizon system for several days, claiming without evidence that it's not working and so it's putting air travelers at serious risk. Problem, reaction, solution. Earlier today, he posted on X that the Verizon communication system is breaking down very rapidly, and that the FAA assessment is single-digit months to catastrophic failure, putting air traveler safety at serious risk. This is why right now I'm not interested in flying whatsoever. There's so many dialectics they're doing with these things that I don't even want to take a risk. He also claimed that Starlink terminals would be provided at no cost to the taxpayer on an emergency basis to restore air traffic control connectivity. Gosh, what a noble hero. This, of course, following a pattern in which Musk posts on X about something regarding the FAA and then seems to will it into existence. Previously, the billionaire called for FAA Administrator Michael Whittaker's resignation after the agency fined SpaceX for failing to get approval for rocket launch changes. After his repeated comments, Whittaker resigned on the day of Donald Trump's inauguration. Yeah, secret societies, pressure here and there, seduction, threats. That's how it works. A team from SpaceX, Starlink's parent company, has been working within the FAA in recent weeks to help modernize the agency's aging technological system. U.S. Department of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said that they were tasked with developing a new, better, modern, and safer system. Can you say Skynet, anybody? Where you have the guy that controls the app, where you can buy everything and basically have your entire life on. He controls the satellites, quote unquote satellites, the drones. He controls what does else he control? The Neuralink chips. He's controlling the various things of the government. It's one dude, man. It's one dude. And he's controlling all these things and passing laws and bridging AI to centralize everything to his own control. That's what's happening. And of course, he's a puppet of other puppets, and it's all just one pyramid of puppets left and right. This is a video, I think, on the weaponization of space. Very interesting video. Let's see.
I was a corporate manager of Fairchild Industries in 1974
This is Dr. Carol Rosen.
through 77. I met the late Dr. Werner von Braun in early 74. At that time, von Braun was dying of cancer, but he assured me that he would live a few more years in order to tell me about the game that was being played, that game being the effort to weaponize space, to control the Earth from space and space itself. The strategy that Werner von Braun taught me was that first the Russians are going to be considered to be the enemy. In fact, when I met him in 74, they were the enemy, the identified
Remember, you always need a boogeyman.
enemy. We were told that they had killer satellites. We were told that they were coming to get us and control us, the dirty commies, that whole story. First, the Russians were the enemy against whom we're going to build space-based weapons. Then terrorists would be identified, and that was soon to follow. We heard a lot about terrorism. Then we were going to identify third world country crazies. We now call them nations of concern. But he said that would be the third enemy against whom we would be needing to build space-based weapons. And the next enemy was asteroids. Now, at this point, he kind of chuckled the first time he said it. Asteroids, against asteroids, we're going to build space.
You know why he chuckled? Because he knows there's a firmament. It's on his tombstone.
Based weapons. So it was funny then. And the funniest one of all was against what he called aliens, extraterrestrials. That would be the final card. And over and over and over during the 4 years that I knew him and was giving his speeches for him, he would bring up that last card. And remember, Carol, the last card is the alien card. We're going to have to build space-based weapons against aliens. And all of it, he said, is a lie. He didn't mention a timeline, but he said that it was going to be speeding up faster than anybody could possibly imagine. That the effort to put weapons in space was not only based on a lie, but would accelerate past the point of people even understanding it until it was already up there and too late.
Oh, goodness. All right, anyway. Yeah, and are we in that point in time? Yes, we are. We are at that point in time right now. With Elon and these contracts and all the things that are happening, they're going to weaponize the airspace because they need to track everything. They need to track everything. You have to understand there will be total and utter surveillance and dominance by the beast. Think medieval Catholicism with the Inquisition, except you're going to have robots and AI and super surveillance and the internet. That's basically what you're going to. And don't freak out about that. Rejoice, because when those things get worse and worse, and they start enforcing those things, you know that the time is near. That's what should be on your mind. You should always flip it. Use the evil that the world and the devil throw at you to flip it. The worse this stuff gets, the greater our joy gets. That's the power of the gospel, that it inverts what the devil does. It says in John that Jesus showed up to destroy the works of the devil. The devil inverted everything, and Jesus is inverting it back. And so when there's suffering and great pain and crazy control grid and everything that's happening, that's an inversion because the devil's trying to be God, and there's only one God. So that's going to cause suffering and pain. But that, because of the truth, we can invert in our minds to the truth is that Jesus is returning. He's going to destroy the system. And therefore, it's a source of joy. So that's the practice. Of course, it's easier said than done. Here's a little meme to top this all off. Right wing, left wing, same bird. They told you the New World Order was coming from the left so that you wouldn't notice it coming from the right. Perfectly said. I love this meme. Few understand this. Yes, few understand this, my friends. Few understand this. I hope that you understand it. And I hope that you make your friends understand it as well. So conclusion, just as before, the dialectics are never ending. They're never ending. And you need to really hone your understanding because it's multiple layers of psyops. It's like a psyop within a psyop. If you're watching these videos, I hope that you do have perspective. I think you do. I send these kind of articles to my friends and they just don't get it. They don't get it because their perspective is narrow. They don't have the context. And so they see just what's happening. They say, oh, you're just freaking out. They think I'm paranoid. They think I'm grasping at straws. They think I'm making assumptions. And I'm sure you feel that way too with your own circle. And that's frustrating. But that's why having a foundation in scripture and history is so vital. It's so important. The news is the news. It's just there to confirm what the Bible and history have already established as fact. The news is just there for us to watch and confirm the pattern that has already been established. If you don't know history and scripture, then using the news as primary evidence is not going to win out in these arguments. This is an important point. Because my invitation to you is to get edified on the true things, scripture and history, so that when you have these discussions with people and they say, you're just being crazy, you're exaggerating, you have a scriptural context and a historical context to go back to. You don't need to be a perfect theologian, but you do need to understand why dispensationalism and futurism are wrong and why they were created. Why were they created? Who created them and why they were created? You have to understand why preterism is wrong also and why it was created. You have to understand how the Bible is fulfilled historically. What does that mean? What does it mean that historicism is the hermeneutic to interpret eschatology, end times events? Bible is interpreted historically. And what important history is there that has fulfilled the Bible's prophecies? You need to understand the trajectory of history, meaning what is the end? What is the New World Order? Is it a liberal communist New World Order? Is it a Zionist empire? Is it a Muslim caliphate? What is the New World Order? Is it going to just get better and better and we're going to have prosperity and we're going to conquer the 7 mountains before Jesus returns? What version of the end is the truth? Because there are many versions. And of course, there's only one truth and there's many, many counterfeits. So you need to understand the trajectory of history. Well, the only way to understand that is by knowing who the beast is. Therefore, if you know who the beast is, then you know what the mark of the beast is. That one's easy to figure out. And you can also know what the image of the beast is. What is the representation of the beast? If the beast is a singular person, then an image is just a statue of that person, which makes zero sense. But if the image is a political institution, an empire of sorts, a very different kind of empire, with an emperor, then the image, a representation of such a political system is a very different conclusion. And so is the mark. So these things are very important. And without that context, you can't understand and interpret the things that happen in the news correctly. Without that frame of the two witnesses, in this case, history and scripture witnessing together of the truth, these things will just fly over your head and deceive you. You won't see the greater picture, and neither do your friends. And so don't rely on the news, don't rely on these videos necessarily as proof, because the people who are really stubbornly deceived in these things, they need the word. They need scripture and history, facts. Because the news can be spun in a lot of different ways, because these things aren't necessarily super obvious. I mean, to me, they're obvious. To you, hopefully these things are super obvious. But to somebody who's deceived, they're always going to spin it in a different direction. So you need to go back to the objective truth, which is the scriptures and history. And I've done the work for you, my friends. I've done the work for you. You have 140 plus hours of eschatological content. Free. Go watch it. Just learn it. End Time series, Great Delusion series, Synagogue of Satan series, Daniel and Revelation walkthrough, Sabbath series. 5 series. Painful research there for free that you can study and get to know. You can use the presentation notes. You can have the references too. There's so many resources in each of these folders. In each of those End Times folders, I have an Exposing Mystery Babylon folder with a ton of evidence on the papacies, the popes calling themselves God, all these different things that we document. Get familiar with the evidence and understand the arguments so that when you share the news with your friends, you have a reason to defend it with objective truth. You don't just say, well, like for example, when you show a news story to somebody and they decline it, you shouldn't respond with, well, there's another news story that I saw and it was this. That's just you're in the same level of conversation. If somebody doesn't respond to it, you have to bring them back to the truth, which is objective, because the word of God is objectively true. The reason it's true that Trump is a puppet is not because some news story that you saw here or there. The reason it's true that Trump is a puppet is because the Bible warns that the world will marvel after the papal power and the papacy will be resurrected. Historically, we are well past the mortal wound and also past the mortal wound healing in 1929, politically at least. The United States is the false prophet, and that's easy and well to prove. It's also been infiltrated by the Jesuits since after the Civil War. And now the United States, which is responsible for deceiving the world into bringing the people back to the beast, has a charismatic dictator who is accelerating the union of church and state, creating a digital system that can enforce no buy, no sell, surveillance, control, propping up Catholic ideals. Do the math. That's why Trump is a puppet. Without even knowing any other stuff that I said. They have a whole file now in the Trump folder that you can go and look at his associations. Without any of that, just simply from the Bible's perspective. What does the Bible say? If I look at Trump and try to interpret his actions, how does that fit into this? Well, it's easy, very easy, if you have the right frame. So anyway, lots of dialectics are happening, and especially with the Catholic Church, something to watch. We need to watch the Catholics and how they react to this whole thing happening with the Pope passing away and the liberalization of the church, which of course is pushing on the deep church and reform. And you're going to see these things, I think, in both Protestant and Catholic churches, and it'll be interesting to see. I think that the Counter-Reformation will end with a counterfeit Reformation, which is such a profoundly evil thing, but I really see this happening to some degree or another. They're going to have ecumenism, unity, revival, charismatic experiences that are going to unite everybody. Meanwhile, the evangelicals that are like NAR, false prophets, are promoting communion, and they're going to eventually supersede that with some spiritual experience. And then suddenly people are going to start seeing that, oh my gosh, maybe this is the body and blood of Jesus. Like the Catholics have been saying, we finally woke up to these mysteries. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen, folks. Just give it time. Now, look, I don't think there's anything wrong with sharing a meal with one another or even breaking some bread and sharing wine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that was intended because the tradition that Jesus participated before the Passover was a Galilean tradition of just getting together, breaking bread before the Passover. It wasn't the Passover he participated in. He participated in a Galilean tradition. And that tradition, he encouraged us to have with one another in the sense of, hey, break bread with one another and remember my sacrifice on your behalf. So I don't think there's anything wrong with breaking bread, having a little wine. There's nothing wrong with that. But the intention of that was supposed to be personal and getting together and having, fellowship with one another, and people broke bread every day. And it was a common thing. It wasn't like just this ritualistic thing where there's a ceremony and a liturgy and everything else. So the context is very important, and the direction is very important too, because the Protestants, through these charismatic deceptions, will come to see the light of the Eucharist again. And of course, the Eucharist is an abomination. To believe that it's truly the body and blood, the flesh and blood of Jesus Christ that you're eating and consuming like some cannibal is not only disgusting, but it's just depraved on a level that I can't even understand. Because Jesus is not just human, he's God. And you're telling me that God, who commanded you not to eat the flesh of other human beings because they're made in the image of God, is now telling you, yes, eat my flesh and blood. Physically, literally, eat my flesh and blood, otherwise you can't be saved. That is depravity and total delusion. And that will probably be part of Sunday worship. And the delusion, the charismatic delusion that's taking over the world, is probably going to be integrated because the Eucharist is central. It's central to the Catholic apostasy. They have to crucify Christ. They have to reject the atonement by crucifying Christ every Sunday. So this is a cult mystery religion at its finest. The Eucharist is part of the rebellion, which is going to be associated to Sunday rest and Sunday worship. So we'll see. Again, I don't know how it's all going to tie together. I don't see it exactly, but as of today, I see that the Protestants and this is something I didn't see before. Reading all these stories today, I realized that, man, this charismatic movement is going to be perfect to get the Protestants to see the Eucharist again, especially because all these NAR people are doing this communion ritual. And, you have a situation where people are basically giving their way to emotion and spirit and everything else. So put one and one together. It's not going to be a hard thing for that to happen. So that's an interesting thing that I didn't see before. So we'll have to watch it and see what happens. But you'll see more of this stuff one way or another. The timing of the Pope being sick again and dying and passing away and conclave and the dialectics. And suddenly there's this discovery of, archaeology that proves that, Peter has authority, and maybe the Catholics are right about the Pope. This is all just such false signs and wonders. It really is. And again, that could be a real discovery, but my guess is they probably knew about it and then they saved it for a particular time to deceive people at the right time. Now, at the time of this video, the Pope is not yet dead, at least not by public announcement. I'm sure he's probably already dead, but we'll see. Either way, his time is short. The question is not whether he's dead or not. The question is, how are they going to work this dialectic? Are they going to use the coming Easter as a way for a rebirth for the Catholic Church and have a Pope by Easter? Or are they going to have Easter without a Pope and use that as a vacuum, as an emptiness to draw people into this Reformation, this counterfeit Reformation, to say, look, the Catholic Church has no shepherd and it's Easter. That kind of thing. So we'll see. It'll be interesting to see what happens. My hunch is for the latter. I don't think they're going to I mean, they could. Again, I could be wrong about this, but I lean towards the idea that they're going to use Easter, no Pope on Easter, and oh my gosh, all these dialectics, and what are we going to do? We need to reform the church, and so on and so forth. So I think there's going to be some dialectics. I think that comment by that, again, I don't remember the guy's name. It was some cardinal in the 1800s, how there was an apostasy on Peter's throne, and then the church is going to be in this wilderness period. I think you're seeing that play out right now. I think that they played the Jesuit Pope as the scapegoat Satan to take over the church, and he's a Freemason and all this kind of stuff. They played that off really well, and now he's going to die, and there's probably going to be a lot of dialectics, and the church is going to seem aimless, and there's nobody to come and, save us, and it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to watch, but either way, it's something to watch and see what happens. The economy is another dialectic they're running simultaneously with this, because of course they need to introduce their new system. Again, I don't put it past them to put some sort of crash, and then Trump uses supposed funds from the government to give us checks and put everybody on some sort of a UBI while the problem is being resolved, to basically make you feel like, oh, okay, well, Trump is actually trying to help us by doing this, when in fact he's causing the problem and presenting himself as the savior, just as he did with COVID. They have to do something, because the digital system will need to be free of cash. They need to get rid of cash. And so that'll be interesting to watch how they create problems that will demand getting rid of cash eventually. It's starting little by little. Now we went from crypto as a scam to, we need to have, the United States needs to be the leader in crypto in the world with its own crypto reserve. Okay, well, that's a big shift. Eventually, it's going to be everything's on blockchain. Eventually, they're going to get rid of cash. And once they get rid of cash, I think that's going to be a huge marker of how close we are to all this stuff playing out. But again, this is just distraction. The whole Doge seduction and payment, if that even does happen, it's just a distraction. Meanwhile, they're doing, digital IDs. The X payment app is coming online this year. All the AI governance stuff, all the things that we've talked about. These things are happening in the background. Meanwhile, they're dangling the shiny object in front of you and say, oh, look, we're slashing bureaucracy and so on. So anyway, I think they need some sort of catastrophe as well, besides these things, to facilitate the acceleration into a digital system. So we'll have to watch that. RFK being painted as a hero for stopping Biden's oral COVID vaccine is a joke. It's a total joke. Again, I've commented on these people's things, and the Trumpers just laugh, but you're not consistent. If you are claiming that everybody should be arrested, why not arrest Bill Gates, Trump, RFK, Jim O'Neill, all these people? Put them in prison, because they're all complicit, and they knew exactly what they're doing. Trump never repented of his mistake. He never said, you know what, I was really wrong for that COVID shot. We did what we best thought was possible, but that was a real mistake. I'm really sorry for all the people that have died. This was a bad product. Nope. I saved lives. It would have been Biden if Biden had done it. I mean, it's just disgusting. It really is. Again, be consistent. There's Operation Warp Speed, Operation Stargate, which is basically Warp Speed 2.0. Elon's mRNA, infatuation with synthetic mRNA. RFK's investments in CRISPR mRNA, Jim O'Neill being part of that study with the aluminum mRNA, Alzheimer's or whatever the heck we covered last time. It's just such gross hypocrisy with these people, and it never ends, and people don't see it, which is the sad part. Nevertheless, we try to stand up for the truth, we speak up against it, and we hope at least one person will come to their senses and God will open their eyes. Now, onward to part 4, the fate of the Jews. Welcome to part 4. This part is titled The Fate of the Jews, and it's going to be a very important conversation to understand. So I hope that you pay attention, you take notes, and you really understand what's going on. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. But this is a very important thing to understand because it's going to be the next dialectic that's happening. The Jews are going to be right on the center of the world stage in the next coming years. And there are many important things to understand as to what's going to happen with the Jews and also with the conservative right, because the conservative right is split between pro-Israel and against Israel. And there's a very interesting dialectic happening there we'll talk about today. Alongside the dialectic of the deep church, this is the next big dialectic, which is the Jews and Christian Zionism. Right now, the left has been conquered. That dialectic is done. Atheism, wokeism, it's done. It's disintegrating. It's been conquered. They've worked really hard in the last 8 years with Q and Trump and, all this political stuff to get the revolution going. And atheism is coming to an end. It's going across the world. MAGAism, Trumpism, populism, it's taking over the world. Atheism is coming to an end. Religion is coming back. Nationalism is coming back. The tide has turned. Okay? But now they need to do the next thing, which is the spiritual revolution, and it requires destroying previous ideas. Remember, every one of these ideas that's a deception has an expiration date. It dies. It doesn't have life in itself. The truth has eternal life because the truth is true no matter when it's true. The truth 2,000 years ago is true today because it's true, because it's an extension of who God is. God is the truth, and God is self-existent and he lives forever. So truth is true no matter when, therefore it doesn't have an expiration date. But lies are constantly expiring, and so they have to create these dialectics and destroy them and create new ones and so on and so forth. So this is what needs to happen with dispensationalism and Christian Zionism and all these things, because the Jews and Muslims have to be converted. Now, there's a real problem, which is that the majority of conservatives are dispensationalists and Christian Zionists. That's a real problem. They had to create this population of people because they needed people to fund Israel and bring it to where it is now. Do you get it? The Jesuits deceived Protestants through Schofield, Darby, etc., and created a conservative population of Christian supporters of Israel. And then they created the state of Israel, and all those people believed, oh my gosh, we're in the end times because this is a sign that, we're in the last generation. Give money to Israel so they can build that temple. Give. And so people have been giving billions and billions of dollars on top of taxpayer, grants that have been going to Israel to fund this project and to basically create a tiny little state that's supported with all this advanced military against the Muslim world to create a dialectic to eventually bring us to where we are today. So they created the state of Israel and they created Christian Zionism because they need to bring about this third temple dialectic, which is going to bring about peace and delusion and ecumenism and everything else. I talk about this in my Great Delusion series. So now the goal has been achieved, and you are going to see Zionism and dispensationalism collapsing. You're going to see them collapsing because they're not needed anymore. It's time for them to be exposed. And people are exposing the Jews, and they're exposing also dispensationalism. And it's okay now to question Israel. It's okay to question the Jews. My video on YouTube, Why the Jews Are Not God's Chosen People, has almost, at the time of this recording, 700,000 views. And that's pretty amazing to me. And people have commented like, how is this stayed up? Are you an agent that, they haven't taken your video down? So I'm like, yeah, it is funny that it stayed up. But what's actually funny is that people don't realize the reason it stayed up is because YouTube is flipping too. Everything is flipping to the right. There are things that are being opened. The floodgates are opening for things to happen that before would have gotten censored very quickly. So that's just another indicator. You're also seeing things like mainstream people refuting dispensationalism by attacking the rapture. The rapture is the weakest link of dispensationalism. It's so obviously wrong for so many reasons. So it's the easiest link to attack. And that rapture is the link by which dispensationalism will be refuted, because it's the weakest link. They're not going to go for the doctrinal stuff. They're going to go for emotional stuff. The rapture is so easy to refute, and that is going to convert people. So basically, what do you have? You have between exposing the Jews, Zionist Israel, attacking the rapture, all these different things, you're going to see many dispensationalists go from one sheep pen to the NAR, Christian nationalist, charismatic sheep pen. They're going to abandon dispensationalism, realize that Israel's not the good chosen people, and they're going to swing from dark to light. They're going to go from one to another. That's what's going to happen. So it'll be interesting to watch what happens to the people that refuse this particular thing. Because as you'll see, they're baiting these dispensationalists very hard with the narratives into believing that dispensationalism is true, which is, I really wonder how they're going to do this. Because, for example, Trump playing what he's playing with the Jews, people are saying, oh, he's the Antichrist that's going to declare a peace treaty with Israel and then betray them after 3.5 years. Well, that's very probable that he's going to do that. He's being very friendly with the Jews now, as you'll see, only to betray them to the Catholics, probably, a couple of years after negotiating the peace treaty. But that fulfills what the dispensationalists are looking for. So it'll be interesting to see how all this plays out, because there's something that they're doing to the dispensationalists besides just exposing dispensationalism. They're still fulfilling this false prophecy. So that'll be interesting to watch. Either way, the Jews are getting exposed, and you're going to see more and more of that. The dialectic between left and right is resolved. Now the dialectic is going to be between pro-Jew and anti-Jew within the right. Because the right is the dominant paradigm now. Do you get it? The right is the dominant paradigm. They flipped everything. The right is now dominant. So now we need to have opposition within the right and play this little volleyball game and get the dialectic going further and purify the right into what it used to be, which is anti-Jewish. The right has to be divorced of pro-Jewish attitudes. Why? Why does that need to happen? Because as long as the Jews are allowed to exist, then Sabbath keepers have a shield. You, as a narrow road Fennec Fox, Acts 24, John, 14:6, Sabbath keeping Christian, are always going to have a shield, an excuse to not bow down to the authority of the papacy, as long as the Jews exist as a religion. So that's a real problem if you're the devil and you are going to have everybody bow the knee to you one way or another. So that's the problem. That means the Jews have to be converted, and they have to come to see the light of the Eucharist. They have to see the light of the authority of the vicar of Christ, and they have to see the light of Sunday reverence and all this kind of stuff. So the Jews need to be converted. And that means that you need to have a different attitude in the conservative right from being pro-Jew to being against the Jews, because that was the traditional perspective. For the last 2,000 years, people forget that the last 2,000 years of history, for the most of those years, the Jews were hated. I talk about this in my Synagogue of Satan series. I quote, dozens and dozens of quotes throughout history. The Jews were hated. I'm not saying that was good or bad. I'm just saying the Jews were hated, and people were very skeptical and very suspicious of the Jews. Of course, they had good reason to, and I'm not going to get into that. But the point is, they were hated. The Jews were hated. And suddenly, in the last 100 years, give or take, you see a liberal attitude towards the Jews. Suddenly there's liberalism. Suddenly there's anti-Semitism. Suddenly the church is all about protecting the Jews and anti-Semitism and all this kind of stuff. So just like democracy and the two-party system was created for a temporary purpose, you need to understand that pro-Jewish attitudes were a temporary design and part of the plan all along. I hope you get this today. I really do. I'm going to say it again. Just like the two-party dialectical democracy system, to move the Overton window back to the unthinkable, was all a temporary solution so that we could come back to monarchies who are going to do what we tell them to do. Pro-Jewish attitudes was a temporary solution to eventually bring everybody back to the beast as well. So, pro-Jewish attitudes need to be collapsed and returned to anti-Jewish attitudes that demand the Jews convert and that are against the Jews. Why? Because when you rest on Saturday, you're going to be called a Judaizer and a demon and an antichrist, just like they did in all of the last 2,000 years. There's church documents that say, who is antichrist but he who rests on the Sabbath? And of course, they passed fast on the Sabbath to make the Sabbath as painful as possible so that you wouldn't enjoy the Sabbath. All kinds of antichrist things. So this is the point, folks. We need to return to an anti-Jewish position. Why? Because all of the evil and wicked and horrible things that Satan did to the Jews and deceived them into doing through their rabbinic Kabbalistic system. And there's a lot, if you dig, there's a lot of dirty things. All of those things are going to be exposed and put on you as a Sabbath keeper when you decide to align with God and not the man of sin. That's why we need to return to anti-Jew attitudes in culture. The pro-Jewish thing is not good for long term. That's why it's temporary. So you need to understand that Satan is not wasting any of his tricks. Any of his efforts in history, they're all going to be rethreaded into the final solution. So right now, there's a dialectic, and you will see it very plainly. But you need to understand that the big dialectic is with the Jews. This is another big one that's coming. It's going to be center stage, both to get them converted through the charismatic experience and to divorce pro-Jewish attitudes from the right, from the conservative nationalist MAGA movement that is going throughout the whole world. Do you see what they're doing? MAGA started, and it wasn't like openly against the Jews. It's just so brilliantly evil. It just got back to it's like a generic prosperity and nationalism. And that's being exported to the rest of the world. Then you started with Doge, and now Doge eventually is probably going to be exported to the rest of the world. And then pretty soon you're going to have a dialectic within MAGA, and to purify MAGA from all this pro-Jewish stuff and Christian Zionism, to have, pure MAGA, which is, Catholic MAGA, basically. And that's going to happen throughout the world too. It's going to radiate throughout the whole world. It's truly profound how they're going to do this. But it's going to be about converting the Jews and divorcing pro-Jewish attitudes from the right so that we can go back to the old school way of doing things. Again, if all this sounds crazy to you or it's over your head, please refer to the videos I cited, and also specifically to the Great Delusion series, my End Times episode number 14 about the French Revolution and the history of Zionism, my Dark to Light Zionism's End video, and the Synagogue of Satan, the video, I believe it's number 4, it's the Beast and the Jews. That, what I just cited there, those 4 sources, over 15 hours of content on this specific issue. 15 plus hours of content. It's important you understand that Jews are not the enemy. The papal institution is the enemy. Because people are going to increasingly believe that the Jews are the enemy as time moves forward. The Jews have been used by their puppet masters through secret societies and greed and blackmail like everybody else. And the average Jews, who are just, an average Jew, they've been deceived by liberalism or their rabbinic traditions. Nothing new under the sun. Left and right. Pick your flavor of deception. The average Jew is not different than the average Trumper, the average American who's either deceived by MAGA or liberalism or wokeism. Pick your flavor, left or right. That's why the narrow road is between the dialectic. And that's what I try to focus on this channel. But nevertheless, this is the next big dialectic. And in this part, I want to split it up into 3 sections. We're going to look at pro-Israel. We're going to look at against Israel. And I want you to see this dialectic coming to the surface because it's really, it's just demanding resolution. There's so much tension being built right now. And it's starting to come to the surface. You're going to see it more and more in the next few years, especially as Israel builds that temple. For the 3rd section, I want to focus on a particular person, Nick Fuentes, as an example of how these things work with paid actors who are doing their job. So let's look at section 1. This is from, what is this from? New York Post, dismiss. Trump orders review to identify, punish, and deport anti-Semites, including students on visas. This is from January 29th of this year. And of course, everybody's like, what is this, all this anti-Semitism stuff that Trump is supporting? And he's doing this on purpose, guys. He's doing it on purpose to push the people who are not pro-Israel into developing a movement. Remember, when you have okay, let's dial it back really quick to give you a principle, okay? Because I learned this from dancing, and to me, dancing seems like it has no relationship to this, but actually has quite a lot of relationship. I studied movement my entire life. And one thing in dancing that's really relevant to this situation is if I'm standing up straight and I'm just standing there, I'm in balance. I'm in balance. I don't have any, imbalances. I'm just standing straight, comfortable. I can move in any direction. But now if I lean back or fall away, the only way for me to have balance is if I'm hanging on to you and you're hanging on to my hands and you're leaning back, and you could do a little balance exercise where you're both leaning back, and you could, like this. But if you let go or I let go, we both fall to the ground. Do you get it? So what's the lesson out of that silly little example? The lesson is the more off balance you have, the more you need a correcting movement on the other direction in order to create balance. So this is what they do. They create these situations. Trump does this anti-Semitic thing, and he's all about Bibi. He's pulling out the chair. He's baiting these people so hard to be like, what is Trump doing? He's controlled by the Zionists. What does that do? That galvanizes these people into having movements and podcasts and creating coalitions and exposing the Jews even more so that there is an opposition, because that's the direction things need to go. And eventually Trump is just going to be like, oh, you know what? Israel has actually never really done anything for us. He's going to turn on them, just like he's changed with crypto, just like he's changed with everything. He's a double-minded man. All he needs to do is just make a tweet and some speech, and the Trumpers are going to believe him when enough evidence has come out. Just like he did with Fauci. Look at the whole thing with COVID, how he was all about Fauci and pretending like, oh gosh, he's the one. And now suddenly everything's been exposed. Of course, nobody blames Trump. And now he's telling Fauci, well, it's okay. You don't need your, security, whatever, security service. He has his own security service, a little pat on the back and basically, telling him off, basically. That's the point. So he goes from supporting a person to basically turning on them very quickly. And he's going to do that with Israel. But right now he's playing the Israel card to create opposition so that there's life in the opposition, which is going to become the mainstream eventually. The against Israel, the anti-Israel, right now is not the mainstream. The mainstream is pro-Israel. But just like with the liberal media that was mainstream and woke media, and how they had guerrilla warfare with the whole Q thing and the counter narrative with all these pundits that are now going to be like Dan Bongino, going to be number 2 in the FBI. You had the counter narrative. And now this is exactly what's happening with Israel. The pro-Israel is the main narrative. You have the counter narrative brimming and brewing and formulating and creating the echo chamber and rising. And eventually it's going to disrupt the main narrative. And you'll see that. I don't know what the timeline is on that, but I give it the next, couple years, 3 to 5 years, you're going to see the pro become against. But anyway, everybody knows that he's doing this anti-Semitic stuff, and that is really upsetting a lot of people. Here's another thing. Sanhedrin letter to Trump. Boy, does this get people on it. The Noahide laws. The Knesset Sanhedrin published an open letter to President Trump blessing him for putting faith on the forefront of establishing a White House faith office. The Sanhedrin called the president to establish an international divine court for all nations. Dear Honorable President Trump, may Hashem, literally God's name, the Creator, bless you and your nation. We extend our heartfelt gratitude for bringing faith to the forefront of American and global culture by establishing the faith office in the White House. What could they care about that? This is a Christian, is supposedly an office established for Christians, but they believe Christians are idolaters according to their own Noahide laws. So what's going on? This refers to the president announcing the last week at the National Prayer Breakfast that he would create a White House faith office headed by Pastor Paula White. White is an outspoken supporter of Israel, who has been at the forefront of advocating for the Jewish state since October 7th. Earlier this week, White met for 4 hours with Prime Minister Netanyahu. Now, really quick, pause. Remember how I said that Paula White is just there so that all the eyeballs can start Googling her and exposing her. Do you get it? And Paula White is part of the mainstream narrative of pro-Israel. So all the people who are going to say, look at this apostate, and what is she associated with? Well, she's associated with this whole pro-Israel thing. Well, that whole why are we supporting Israel? Maybe they're not God's chosen people. Maybe this whole prophecy thing is wrong, which it is. But of course, who's there waiting with arms wide open to devour you once you realize that the dispensational narrative is wrong? Well, the other side of the narrative, which is the NAR and the charismatic, conquer the 7 mountains of Christ narrative. That's the narrative that's waiting to devour you once you wake up from dispensationalism. That's why you have to walk the narrow road. But anyway, do you see the patterns? Moving on, the Sanhedrin last continued, your recognition of the importance of religion in public life is a step toward restoring moral values and spiritual leadership in the world. The Sanhedrin then listed the universal moral code. The book of Genesis has a profound message of unity and divine purpose for humanity through 3 fundamental principles. 1 God, 1 first man, 1 basic law. Without a constructive moral framework, humanity descends into violence and destruction, as exemplified by Cain's murder of Abel. Every nation has unique strengths and resources, yet no nation is self-sufficient. Without a universal ethical common code, people resort to war and oppression to obtain what they need. With such a code, nations engage in spiritual commerce and a race for virtue. And of course, it talks about the first commandment of the 7 laws of Noah, the Noahide laws, which of course people, if you know what those are, they're very crazy. The role of ethics in business, the Cyrus Trump coin in your historic role, and they cite how they made a coin. So this is how do you look at this, right? There's the call to establish an international divine court signed by all these rabbis. When you see this, and you see these rabbis talking about the Noahide laws and things that people know are so antichrist, it's literally like they're dangling, look right here, 7 Noahide laws. Oh, Trump has Cyrus coin. Look, isn't that cool? Zionism, Trump's a Zionist. He's supporting Israel. This is all designed to put this conversation into the forefront. Because again, the mainstream right now is pro-Israel. That needs to be broken through by the anti-Israel narrative. And so you need to have these types of events. And now people are seeing this and saying, well, wait a minute. What's this Noahide laws? Noahide this, Noahide that. Oh, Israel's doing this, Israel that. You're going to see a couple of examples when we get to the against Israel part. But this is what's happening. And this is going to be part of the dialectic that's coming, which is with the Jews. Now, here's another one of Greg Locke. Another one of these wolves in sheep's clothing, to give you an example of how diluted the main narrative of this is and how it's creating this conflict of 2 perspectives on this particular issue. Let's watch a couple minutes. Let's see. Red Heifer video up to about 5 minutes.
It's really a very interesting.
Oh, and Greg Locke is a chipmunk. So let's see. Playback speed. Let's see. Let's try normal. Let's see what that sounds like.
They are going to do the ceremony of the red heifer. It's really a very interesting time to live. Regardless if people understand it or even like it or even appreciate it, it's going to happen.
Pastor Greg Locke, it is great to have you with us on this on-location report. You are, from where I can see, you are at the Western Wall in the Old City of Jerusalem. What are you doing over there, brother?
Well, praying right now and doing an interview with you, but they've had a bit of a cold spell and a lot of rain, which is very unusual this time of year. So it's about 40 degrees right now. We're 9 hours ahead of you guys there in America. But we've been here for about 4 or 5 days, and we'll head back home on Friday, be back in the pulpit at Global Vision on Sunday. But we're finishing up a movie production. It's not ours. It's not Locke Media or GV. It's with Holy Land Productions, and they've been putting together a movie kind of about the history and the prophetic understanding of Israel. But believe it or not, the Orthodox wanted
According to who, I wonder?
The perspective from an evangelical Christian, from a pastor that's kind of really taken some shots in the media for standing up for Israel, especially since the war. And so we came, and yesterday we were in Shiloh. Of course, most people from the King James pronounce it Shiloh, but we were there where the house of the Lord was, where Samuel was born, where the Ark of the Covenant sat for 369 years. And we were on location with the red heifers. And so you talk about Numbers 19, full circle prophet.
Look how excited this guy is for like Old Testament things that were designed to pass away, that were signs and shadows and symbols of the true reality, which is Jesus Christ. And this guy's frothing at the mouth for legalistic, ceremonial, Judaizing things.
Moment.
Yeah.
And so we were finishing up some recording there. And so I think it'll be out a little bit later this summer, but it's been an amazing trip. This is my 7th trip since the war broke out. And so we come quite often. We'll be back next month. And so now we're starting to bring people from the church and our online, family and things like that. So we're excited. We love it. It's our favorite place in the world.
That's wonderful. Pastor Greg, I reached out to you to do an interview because I saw that you were with these red heifers in Shiloh. Tell me about that. I mean, you posted on social media on X that you were there and this is what was going on. And I was like, are you there? Let's do an interview right now. And then you're like, well, you can't, at the time didn't work, but here you were on location at the Western Wall. But tell me about what it was like to be with these red heifers, and what do you feel prophetically about the significance of that?
Yeah, this was the third time that I've been privileged to be there in Shiloh with the red heifers. And again, this one was for an assignment of, video footage. But I was able to learn a lot. I've become really good friends with the farmer. His name's Larry, that takes care of the red heifers. Of course, they came in, 5 years ago from Texas. Three of them have already kind of aged out of the priestly process, and they're no longer, able to use them because they have, white hairs. I mean, these things are inspected on a very regular basis.
Yeah.
And so 3 of them are still very much ready for a ceremony. And, a lot of people think, oh, you should be messing with the red heifers because that's all about, sacrifice for sin. When the problem is they misunderstand the Bible and Jewish history. The sacrifice of the red heifer has nothing to do with sin. Jesus took care of that for us. The sacrifice of the red heifer cleanses the priest from death, so that he's then able to sprinkle the sacrifice and bring about what they call the water of life.
And what is the priest doing, Greg? Basic Theology 101. What is the priest doing? Who is he sacrificing to? Just the thin air? The priest is acting as a priest in offering sacrifices to God. Because the point is to come and be presented before God as pure. So whether you want to call it a purification ritual or a sacrifice for this or for that, you are, as a priest, trying to approach God, incur his favor and blessing by doing this ritual, and offer something to God. The sacrifices of the wicked are an abomination to God, is what the Bible says in the Old Testament. And if you are rejecting the sacrifice of the only Son of God, who is God incarnate, how can you possibly approach God and say that you're purifying yourself? You're not pure. You could do whatever you want. You're not pure unless you are purified by the blood of the Lamb. How can you possibly approach God and have the pretense and believe that you are purified when you stand in rebellion to what God has given you, the most precious thing there is, his own life, and you reject that, and you're trying to go by the way of Cain in doing things your own way? And this pastor, if I can even call him that, is making so many excuses for these people that it's absolutely disgusting. And this is what's going to be exposed to you, my friends. It's going to be exposed to you. And of course, the angle when they expose to you these things is going to immediately shift into NAR, charismatic, militant Catholicism, religion, and things like that. It's not going to be the narrow road. But keep in mind these things because they're going to be exposed to you very soon.
So it's not a sin sacrifice, it's a death sacrifice. And so
it's a sacrifice. Who are you making the sacrifice to? God. Therefore, you are offering something to God. You are usurping the priesthood of Jesus, who is interceding on your behalf and who has offered once the perfect sacrifice. Anything that you offer, whether it's a Eucharist or a red heifer or whatever the hell you want to offer, you are usurping the priesthood of Christ, and therefore you are Antichrist, because you are placing yourself between God and man. You are in place of Christ.
it's very interesting when you study it. But, regardless if people understand it or even like it or even appreciate it, it's going to happen. They're already in the process of doing the practice, and they are going to do...
It's going to happen, folks. Get ready.
The ceremony of the red heifer, and that is going to bring in the third temple, and that is going to bring in a lot more end times than people really want to talk about, because we love to think, oh yeah, we got 50 more years.
Do you realize how? It's just, I don't think I could ever have a normal conversation with somebody like this. I really don't. I wouldn't be able to keep my mouth shut. Do you realize how utterly stupid this is? That it's like, okay, everybody's sitting back and say, okay, I guess they're going to build a temple, and here comes the Antichrist. Like, who do you think the devil is, man? Who do you think the devil is that everybody's going to be watching the temple? Okay, it's like you're at the zoo and you're waiting for the tiger to come out and do a little show and then come back and go back in its lair. Do you think the devil is just that stupid and predictable where you're just going to like, okay, we're going to help the Jews build the temple so the Antichrist can come and then Jesus is going to come, right? Do you understand the fundamental stupidity behind this idea? Even if you knew nothing about Bible prophecy or history, If you simply believed in the sovereignty of God, which you should believe, in the total sovereignty of God, if you believe in the sovereignty of God, you would see how stupid this is. And also believe what the Bible tells you about the devil, because it doesn't mince his words. Jesus doesn't mince any words. He warns you about the devil, and the apostles warn you about the devil, that he's a being of incredible cunning, and he appears as an angel of light. So the devil is not going to just, you're not going to create a situation and then, okay, devil, come on, go and do your thing so we can get the show on the road. No, the devil is going to deceive the whole world, Greg Locke, and you are also included in that because you're already deceived. The devil's going to deceive the whole world. So this whole dog and pony show with the third temple is just such stupidity, man. I cannot.
No, I'm telling you. And with Trump being in office, he's accentuating what's happening in a good way, because prophetically, man.
If God has determined the end from the beginning, how can you accentuate something? We're going to read an article actually at the end of this by a Catholic, which actually was a great article. It's called "Don't Immanentize the Eschaton." It's the title of one of the designs on the merch store for the mugs or the shirts. But it's a great article, actually. I'm actually surprised by it, but it's very good. Don't immanentize the eschaton. What does that mean? It's just fancy theological words for don't rush the end times timeline. In other words, don't think that you can affect the outcome. When God has sovereignly decreed this ending, what do you mean Trump is accelerating this? You can't change God's timing of things. You can't just say, okay, let's give the money to the Jews. That way the Antichrist can come. No, the Antichrist is going to come when God has appointed him to come. And he's already here, by the way. He's been revealed a long time ago, which is the papal institution.
And he's coming in, taking over, Gaza, the relocation of the Gazans, and now God's calling more of the Jewish people back from around the world. And so it's really a very interesting time to live. So when Jesus says, lift up your eyes, your redemption draws nigh, I'm literally sitting at a place where it's going to happen. Because I want to remind people, you can be as critical of Israel as you want to, but where I'm sitting, right behind that wall, on that Temple Mount, that's where Jesus is coming back. He's not coming back to the White House. He's coming back to Jerusalem.
Yeah, I think the false Jesus might appear with a, what's it called? Project Bluebeam hologram on the place that they're expecting him to appear because of their dispensationalist interpretations. So we'll have to watch that, because that may be very much involved in converting the Jews and Muslims.
And so there's something very spiritually significant about this land.
Well, you just...
Oh, yeah. I agree with that.
Mentioned about Trump and the I guess, declaration that he made about the United States is going to take over Gaza. So what is the feel there about that? What have people said to you? Because I know if you're an American, people are going to talk about American politics wherever you go. What is the feel, or what's the thoughts of the people there about that?
It's almost like Trump has more support in Israel than he does in America. These people love him. He has become a hero. They like somebody that will say and then do. They're not interested in somebody that just talks, right? Just a political talking head. So they love Trump. And they said, it's going to work. They said, now, we're not going to change the heart of the Arab people, of Hamas, of the Islamic people, but we're going to have to show them force, and then they'll believe us. And so they know that Trump's going to say it, and they know Trump's going to do it. And the interesting thing is Netanyahu, from his most recent visit, he's come back, and although he's always been very bold and a lot more to the right, he is talking a little bit more like Trump. And the people are beginning to realize, oh, okay, he's beginning to realize that he's going to have to be a real solid, hardline leader so the people will follow him. So Trump, the Trump effect is literally having a huge effect here overseas in Israel.
So
it's having an effect everywhere, and that's by design, because Trump is the template that they're going to reform all the nations to have kings and monarchs and MAGA and populism and Doge and everything that comes with it. Here's some more. This is from The Times of Israel, written by Seth Eisenberg, obviously Jewish. And Gaza 2035, a beacon of peace and prosperity in the flourishing Middle East. Look at this. This is a nice artist rendition of this beautiful, beachfront property in Gaza. Imagine it's the year 2035 and the Gaza Strip in the mold of Neom, which I believe failed last time I checked, stands as one of the greatest success stories of the 21st century. Once a land scarred by conflict and hardship, Gaza has now become a model of resilience, innovation, and coexistence. A thriving hub of commerce, culture, and sustainable development. By 2035, Gaza's economy has become one of the fastest growing in the region, powered by technology. Trade and tourism, a state-of-the-art seaport and international airport have positioned Gaza as a global logistics hub, connecting the Middle East to Africa, Europe, and beyond. The city's tech sector has flourished with Gaza's Silicon Valley hosting startups focused on artificial intelligence, renewable energy, and biotechnology. Young Palestinian entrepreneurs, once hindered by lack of opportunity, now lead globally recognized companies attracting investment from around the world. Gosh, such seduction. The city transformed innovation and sustainability. Modern skyscrapers dominate the skyline, blending Palestinian heritage and futuristic design. The city runs on 100% renewable energy powered by solar farms, offshore wind turbines, and advanced desalination plants, ensuring clean water and electricity for all. Automated electric transport systems have replaced traffic congestion with AI-driven smart roads, self-driving buses, and high-speed trains that connect Gaza to the rest of the region. Smart buildings and green rooftop creates a city that breathes, reducing pollution and maintaining a sustainable ecosystem. Gaza's Mediterranean coastline has become a world-class tourist attraction, drawing millions of visitors each year. That's the point, folks. That's how you're going to get the charismatic revival in the Middle East. Luxury resorts and waterfront promenades and cultural districts have turned the city into the pearl of the Mediterranean. The historic markets of the Khan Yunis and Gaza City have been beautifully restored, offering visitors a taste of traditional Palestinian craftsmanship, food, and music. Oh my gosh. Sign me up. New cultural festivals and global conferences make Gaza a center of diplomacy, art, and intellectual exchange, a place where the world comes together. Donald Trump Square, the heart of Gaza's cultural renaissance. At the center of Gaza stands Donald Trump Square, a testament of the region's incredible transformation. Once a war-torn space, it is now a thriving public gathering space where residents and visitors come together for some of the city's biggest weekly events. Every Friday evening, the square hosts cultural festivals featuring traditional Palestinian music, dance, and art alongside modern performances. Food vendors serve a fusion of local and international cuisine, celebrating Gaza's new multicultural spirit. Saturday mornings bring bustling farmers and artisan markets. Why would they do that if it's the Sabbath? Where local entrepreneurs, farmers, and artists sell fresh produce, handmade crafts, and sustainable goods, supporting small businesses and economic growth. Open-air concerts and movie nights will fill the square on weekends, attracting international performances and film screenings that highlight Gaza's place on the global stage. Community workshops and educational events are hosted throughout the week, offering training in technology, sustainability, and entrepreneurship, empowering citizens with knowledge and innovation. Sports and wellness activities, including yoga sessions and fitness boot camps, promote health and unity, ensuring that Gaza's success is built on both physical and mental well-being. Donald Trump Square has become more than just a landmark. It's a symbol of Gaza's renewal, a meeting place for all people, and a representation of a future built on peace and prosperity. When they say peace and safety, sudden destruction shall come upon them. Education and innovation. Gaza's transformation has been built on a foundation of education and knowledge. World-class universities and research centers now attract students from across the region, making Gaza a leader in science, medicine, and sustainable engineering. Through a regional peace initiative, Israeli, Palestinian, and international researchers collaborate on groundbreaking projects in medicine, artificial intelligence, and environmental sustainability, demonstrating how former adversaries can build a better future together. A symbol of peace and coexistence. Perhaps the most profound change in Gaza by 2035 is its role as a symbol of peace and cooperation. The city is no longer defined by division, but by inclusion, opportunity, and progress. A shared governance model supported by both Palestinian and international leadership ensures justice, democracy, and human rights for all. Strong regional partnerships with Israel, Egypt, and Jordan have created an integrated economic and security framework, ensuring long-term peace. Youth-led diplomacy programs foster understanding and reconciliation, preventing conflict before it begins. If you will it, it is no dream. In 2035, Gaza is a testament to what is possible when vision, determination, and international collaboration come together. What was once a place of struggle has become a shining example of hope, prosperity, and human potential. The world looks at Gaza and sees not just a city, but a movement, one that proves that even the deepest wounds can heal. Are you thinking of what I'm thinking? And that peace, when nurtured, can create a future more beautiful than ever imagined. This is going to happen before 2035, my guess. I don't think it'll take them that long. But this is the point, folks. Gaza is the in. It's the in to the Middle East to bring in all of these delusions and deceptions and evangelical charismatic movements and tourism and prosperity, so that then there's peace, there's prosperity, everybody's guard is down, the extremists are eliminated, Zionism and jihadism is done. And now you can have cross-pollination of cultures, and evangelicals are going to go there. There's going to be concerts and mass baptisms. All the things you see in the United States are going to be exported to the Middle East. It's going to happen, and it's not going to happen by 2035. I think it'll happen sooner than that for sure. By 2035, I think Jesus will return by then. But we'll see. Time will tell, obviously. Here's that video. Obviously, I'm not going to play the sound because, who knows if it's copyright or not. But this video is causing so much controversy in people. And again, this is the thing you need to realize, that you need to see that there's a low-hanging fruit. Anytime it's so obviously emotionally baiting, you need to understand that it's being done for you on purpose. This is particularly from a post by a guy named Jay Slay USA on Instagram. He's got a decent following. And he posted, last night, Donald Trump posted an AI video from Gaza, including giant golden statue of himself. Includes scenes of him partying with women, bearded-breasted transgender women dancing on the beach, money falling from the sky, and sharing poolside drinks with Netanyahu. Ask yourself why he would do this. Now, Jay Slay is very awake to the Jewish issue. I talked to him, actually. We were going to do an interview, but he kind of avoided me, so that's really weird. But anyway, we talked about the issue with the Jews because he saw my Jews video. So he's very much on the opposing side. He's a conservative. He's, nationalism and everything. But he's awake to the pro-Jewish mainstream narrative that needs to be disrupted. So this is an example of the reaction of the opposing party to what Trump is doing. Just like Trump is pushing the seat under Netanyahu to make all of the people like Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens and people froth at the mouth that the U.S. is owned by the Zionists. He's doing this on purpose to push the reaction in the appropriate direction. Of course, this video is loaded with, Zionist propaganda. And it's also loaded with occult symbolism, too. You'll see, I think it's 33 seconds long. But you'll see there's a lot of things here. And it's just so sad, too. These people are just, look at this. They go through this tunnel of light, and then now suddenly there's prosperity. There's Elon having his food. There's bearded men and a golden balloon of Trump. Trump dancing with some stripper. There's money raining from the sky. Look at this. Trump Gaza. Let's see. Little Baphomet symbolism on the hotel. Oh, no, that's just a random AI image. He couldn't control that. Right. He could control all the details that you see here, but he couldn't control that Baphomet head on the Trump Gaza hotel. Come on now. Golden statue of Trump. This is just so obvious. Like, who does this, man? Trump is not stupid. Trump is doing this to get the dialectic going on this issue. You'll see what I mean. The dispensationalists are looking at him with BB hanging out. This is such a slap across the face to people who are awake to all of the Jewish corruption in this country and really around the world. Such a slap across the face, but it's intended so that you get angry and you coalesce with other people who agree with you, and you create coalitions, and you start exposing these people. And of course, Trump is just there pretending to be innocent and doing these things. Nobody ever accuses Trump, but he's playing people left and right. I think, is that it? Yeah, that's it. Trump Gaza. Gosh, so sad that these Gazans are getting treated like animals. But this is the dialectic. Here's one more. No more tunnels, no more fears. Trump Gaza video, vision, and AI video. And the lyrics, of course, are also pretty satanic as far as I'm concerned. Let's see, where's the lyrics? I highlight them somewhere. Trump will set you free. Of course, this is aimed at the dispensationalists because they think Trump is the Antichrist. In the backdrop, a song can be heard featuring the lyrics, Donald Trump will set you free, bringing the life for all to see. No more tunnels, no more fear. Trump's Gaza is finally here. Trump's Gaza is shining bright, golden future of brand new life. Feast and dance, the deed is done. Trump Gaza, number one. What did Jesus say? Gosh, that reminds me, like, as in the days of Lot, or as in the days of Noah, they were eating and drinking and giving in marriage. Until what? Until they had fun? No, until sudden destruction came upon them. They were enjoying life. What does that tell you? That tells you that you're not in a communist dystopia, by the way. When Jesus says we're like in the days of Lot, he's not talking about Nephilim running around. He's talking about, because the qualifying statement is what? They were eating and drinking and giving in marriage. meaning they were doing all the things that you do when you have everything you want, because you were completely oblivious to history and to scripture and to the warnings given. How many people, when probably Noah warned them, you're like, whatever, Noah, you're just a crazy kook. Yeah, go build your ark, dude, whatever. Until sudden destruction came upon them. Same thing with this. They were eating and drinking and giving in marriage. Because why? Because they are part of the system. They took the mark. They're part of this prosperous system. And they were doing all the things you do in a prosperous system. You're eating, you're drinking, you're celebrating, you're feasting, you're dancing, you're giving in marriage and everything else. So, conclusion from that first little section. Well, these are just a few out of countless stories that, that I've covered with Christian Zionism. I've covered quite a bit of Christian Zionism. I don't need to cover it too much, but these are just enough to show you that they're pushing this mainstream narrative. There's a mainstream narrative. Just like wokeism and the liberal media were mainstream before they got disrupted, right? As the opposition grew into something and disrupted it. Same thing that's happening with pro and against Israel. The Jews love Trump, and so do the Zionists. But Trump also has his hands in, the Opus Dei militant Catholic crowd. So one of those two isn't, these two are conflicting groups. And I can tell you right now, the Catholics aren't going to be the ones that are going to lose in that situation. So the American right now is full of dispensationalists and Zionists, thanks to Greg Locke, Mark Huckabee, John Hagee, all these people, all these Jesuit infiltrators. The pro-Israel side is the status quo. It's the mainstream. Just like how they had the media, and that was the status quo, and MAGA came around and disrupted it over, 8 years or whatever it was, through guerrilla warfare, news, alternative news, memes, counter echo chamber, influencers. The same thing is going to happen with the pro-Israel mainstream narrative, with guerrilla warfare through counter news. You'll see, like when we get to it in this next section, influencers, memes, counterculture, echo chamber, all that stuff is going to pop through the surface and disrupt this mainstream narrative. Because again, the Jews have to be converted. So Trump is playing the Jews for the time by facilitating peace and seeming to be very pro-Israel so that there's prosperity and eventually the charismatic revival can take place in Israel. So it'll remain to be seen how they're going to run all these dispensationalists crazy, because the things that Trump is doing is definitely fulfilling dispensationalism. But of course, dispensationalism is a delusion. So it's really interesting to see what they're going to do, how they're going to use these dispensationalists, the ones that don't come along into the NAR. That's my point. Now, onward to section 2, because section 2 is against Israel. And I want to show you a couple of stories. We'll actually look at quite a few to show you now. You've seen pro, and it's time to see against, and you see how there's the tensions there between the two is coming right to the surface. This is a view from a Jewish girl talking about Catholics hating Jews. This is what we're going to go back to, folks.
I'm trying to understand how this religion, which was born from Judaism, born from the Torah, the Jewish Bible, born from a Jewish rabbi, then turned on the Jews for refusing to...
Jesus did not agree with Judaism. Judaism is a rebellion to the Levitical religion. So just for clarity.
Convert, slaughtered us in pogroms, burned us at the stake, accused us of drinking Catholic blood on Passover, and now some of the most outspoken Jew haters in the world, like Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, are using Catholicism to attack Jews again. So I'm reading this book by Bishop Robert Barron because I'm trying to understand all of this. It's called Catholicism, and in the very first paragraph is pure and unadulterated Jewish heresy. It says the central claim of Christianity is that God became human. That's in the first paragraph. And we Jews were slaughtered for not accepting this, for not converting for so long. But that's because the Torah, which Catholicism comes from, clearly states that idolatry, the worship of any physical thing, is something that God hates more than anything in the whole world. And now there are Catholic extremists who are once again using Catholicism to attack Jews because we don't accept Jesus as our God. But why would we, when the Torah says that God became human is heresy?
The Torah doesn't say God becoming human is heresy. The Torah has the angel of Yahweh, who was the manifestation of God physically on earth, that interacted with Moses, Joshua, etc., etc. And you should know, I don't know what her name is, my Jewish friend, that Joshua worshipped the angel of Yahweh, and so did Moses, and so did Jacob, Isaac, Abraham, and Jacob. They all considered the angel of Yahweh to be God. They worshipped him as God. Angel of Yahweh claimed to be God, claimed God's actions, and received worship as God, yet was a person physically manifesting in the physical realm, walking around, doing things recognizable as a person, visiting and talking to people like Abraham, and yet was worshipped as God. So you are wrong, because the Torah does not say that God becoming human is idolatry. It doesn't say that. In fact, in Genesis 3, verse 14 or 15, I forget, right in the beginning there, the gospel is announced to you from the very beginning that there will be a Messiah that is going to be in the world physically, a human being. And as you go through the Torah, you realize that this Messiah is not just some regular Joe Schmo, as the Jews believe today, that anybody could be the Messiah, just some political figure, but rather a supernatural figure, because Daniel sees him ascending into heaven, and nobody's been into heaven. He ascends into heaven on a cloud, receives all power and dominion from God, and of course, God would not be able to do that to a created being unless the Messiah was also God, which, again, is a profound mystery. But if you understand that the angel of Yahweh is also God and distinct from God, then, okay, well, God must not operate according to the rules that we understand. God must have some sort of plurality within himself that is beyond understanding. It's revealed to you, and it's fully revealed in the person of Jesus Christ. But the Torah tells you that there's going to be a Messiah, physical. It tells you that God can take form in the physical realm and receive worship in that form. And it tells you that the Messiah has a supernatural quality. That is why the Pharisees, who started your religion and rebelled to the gospel, tore their clothes when Jesus made an appropriation to Daniel 7 in his interrogation, when he said, "You will see the Son of Man standing at the right side of power." They tore their clothes because they thought that was blasphemy. Why would they think it was blasphemy unless the Son of Man, as a Messiah figure, would be like some normal dude? No, they thought it was blasphemy because everybody expected the supernatural aspect of the Son of Man. The Jews of 2,000 years ago expected the second coming of Jesus. And they still do today, because they love signs and wonders. They didn't realize that the first coming was necessary because God is just. God is just, and therefore you need to pay. Otherwise, you cannot exist with God. Unfortunately, your payment is unacceptable, and nothing you can do is acceptable. You cannot offer red heifers. You cannot do penance, or the 3 pillars of Judaism, the prayer, charity, and repentance, I think, is the third one. Nothing you can do is acceptable to God. Don't be like Cain. Nothing you can do is acceptable to God. So, of course, God had to come into the reality himself and do the work for you, provide the payment on your behalf. Because you can't do it. You can't live a sinless life and then die and then resurrect yourself. You can't do that. You need somebody to do that for you. And Jesus did that. So yes, the Torah does talk about the Messiah being human and also the Messiah being worshipped. And there also is a precedent for God in the physical realm being worshipped as an individual through the angel of Yahweh. So she's wrong.
I don't understand it. In Catholicism,
I don't either. I really don't. But I do understand it from the frame of delusion and deception. But this is the point, folks. You see? This is from a Jewish perspective. The Jew. What did the Jews tell you in this video? They're telling you that, look, there's a history of persecution of the Jews, pogroms and being burned at the stake and, being hated. Yes, just what I told you, the last 2,000 years. The last 100 years of anti-Semitism and liberalization that's pro-Jewish, that is a temporary phenomenon, folks. You need to learn your history on this matter, because we're going back to what it was for hundreds and hundreds of years. The Jews are done for. They need to be converted, and the ones that aren't going to convert, they're going to be demonized, along with Sabbath keepers and cults that keep the Sabbath, like the Black Hebrew Israelites and all these people. They're going to round them up into one group of people that deny the authority of the Pope And you're just going to be called a Judaizer and a cult. That's what you're going to be called. And anyway, they're also telling you that, look, there's going to be more Jewish hatred that's coming out of these people. And there's going to be more and more. You'll see it. Let's see what we got here. This is Australia. Does what?
Australia implemented their new hate speech laws. So espousing Christian ideas is now considered an attack on Jews, whether you mean it to or not. Right now, that's considered anti-Semitic according to the law. I've read it, and they're debating it in the floor right now. If you say biblical things or quote the Bible, it's considered an attack on Jewish people, and you can go to jail. 12 months minimum sentence for going 12 months minimum. Minimum sentencing. You just go to jail. There's no trial. You just go to jail for 12 months. For being a Christian now, the Jews have made it in Australia that if you're a Christian, you can go to jail for a year for being a Christian and believing in Jesus and speaking about your faith. Australia...
Boy, those sneaky Jews are just having their way with us. We need to do something about this. We need to let all these people who are pro-Israel realize the truth, that they're wrong. We need to crack this mainstream narrative of the pro-Israel thing. Let's see. This is from Simon Dixon on X. We now have further confirmation through Musk and Trump's Doge that Islamist terrorism is actually Zionist terrorism, a CIA, MI6, and Mossad operation funded by US and UK taxpayers to enrich the military-industrial complex. Let's see.
So this is last year, 2024. We spent $697 million of the taxpayers' dollars in Afghanistan, including $534,719,000 in change from USAID in Afghanistan. I don't know what we think we're going to change in Afghanistan. We lost 22,000, lost or wounded 22,500 Americans in Afghanistan over the course of our term there in the war, spending over $2 trillion. We're just going to keep on spending because somehow we think it's going to get better. And if you're wondering who's in charge of Afghanistan getting the money, and that money I just mentioned, the $697 million is on top of, and is in addition to the weekly to every 10-day shipments in cash of $40 to $80 million. Afghanistan is ruled by folks named Sarayuddin Haqqani. The Haqqani network mean anything to anybody in the room? How about Abdullah bin Laden? Who gets some of that money? Does that name ring a bell to anybody in the room? Because your money, $697 million annually, plus the shipments of cash funds madrasas, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, ISIS Khorasan, terrorist training camps. That's what it's funding. If you think that the program under Operation Enduring Sentinel entitled...
Gosh. It's fascinating how schizophrenic the system is. They used the deception, the eschatological deception, to deceive Christians into supporting this state. And they used the money to create all of these, illicit activities so that then they could turn on them and expose them and use it as a launching off point back into Christian nationalism and the unification of religion, hating the Jews again, monarchies, all this kind of stuff. It's fascinating. Fascinating how schizophrenic these people think and how just evil it is to think of such a thing ahead of time and plan it all out. It's just mind-boggling. Oh, here, Cancel Ian Carroll has a lot of things to say about this. He's a MAGA guy and he's against Israel. So this is one of the people that is going to be very instrumental. I'm not saying he's a planter or anything. I'm just saying he is an example of the counter-narrative being built against the main narrative of pro-Israel.
Bongino just perfectly elucidated why we are so obsessed with Israel right now. And despite his and this whole administration's endless Zionist rhetoric, this is why, if you are pro-Israel, you are not currently America first. And until we deal with this problem, we are not a free nation.
About a year and a half after that, I'm in a green room at Fox, and I'm not going to say who because they didn't give me permission to share. It says, Epstein's an intelligence asset for people in the Middle East, right? I'm like, no, I didn't know that. I'm like, you sure of that? The person, let's say, is like, I'm absolutely sure of that. That he's either a witting or unwitting asset, intelligence asset. Meaning,
this part,
his plane and that island, the cameras, there's a big assumption out there that these videotapes were exclusively in the custody of Epstein. That's a huge mistake. The reason they wanted this story to go away is because there's an assumption like, oh yeah, Epstein had him. No, he wasn't the only one who had him, according to this source. These assets, that's why this blackmail story makes so much sense. Which Middle Eastern countries they are, I don't know. But
You don't know? You don't know which Middle Eastern nations? So there's this entire trafficking ring made exclusively of Jewish billionaires, from the front man to the mastermind to the handler to the bank to the literal ex-prime minister of Israel, also the ex-head of Israeli intelligence. I'm sure that all these Jewish billionaires set up a trafficking ring on behalf of Iran, right? So it's an open secret at Fox News, in these political circles, that Epstein was an intelligence asset of some nation in the Middle East. I don't know if you haven't been paying attention, but the Jews don't get along too well with these Arab nations. What nation could they possibly work for? But the most critical part is that the blackmail was not exclusively in Epstein's possession, because that's not how that works. He was doing blackmail on behalf of a foreign intelligence service, targeting all of the United States' top people, all of our top scientists, politicians, wealthy people, as well as British, just anyone he could get his hands on. And all of that blackmail is possessed by whatever country he was working for to this day. And they won't give it to us. So even if they blow this story up, expose all the files, even if they show the tapes, which they won't and should not do, we still wouldn't be the only people in possession of them. Every single person on those tapes is controlled by some foreign country in the Middle East. It's like, what foreign country in the Middle East has an insane amount of influence over everyone in the United States for no explicable reason? We are told ad nauseum that claiming that Jewish people have allegiance to Israel over America is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, despite the fact that on TV every day we have explicit evidence coming directly out of their mouths that that is often, not always, the case. And it's not always the case, and that's okay. But sometimes, frequently, at the top of power, it is the case. Such as Jonathan Pollard, one of the most egregious intelligence leaks in American history. He was an American Jew that, because of his Jewish heritage, had a stronger allegiance to Israel than America and committed high treason by giving Israel all of our secrets. This probably has a lot to do with Bill Clinton getting blackmailed by Epstein with the Monica Lewinsky scandal. That was all very tied together. Jeffrey Epstein himself is a perfect example. He's American. He was born in New York. His allegiance was clearly not to America first. Robert Maxwell, one of the most famous Mossad spies in the world, was born in Czechoslovakia. He was a British citizen, but his resting place is on the Mount of Olives in Israel, because he backstabbed just about every government he ever worked for or had citizenship with on behalf of them. Leslie Wexner, born in Ohio, American billionaire. Clearly his primary allegiance is to Israel if you do even an iota of research about him. This bro was running trafficking rings out of all of Victoria's Secret, as well as Abercrombie & Fitch and Hollister. And I just had to giggle because I accidentally noticed that Ehud Barak, ex-prime minister of Israel, head of military intelligence, key member of putting this trafficking ring together and managing it. Yeah, he wasn't born in America, but he was born in Palestine, ironically enough. And a massive, massive portion of American citizens today have this question. Both on Trump's side and on the left, and everyone in the middle is noticing, very rightly, that Trump and Tulsi and Kash and Pam Bondi, RFK, Marco Rubio, this entire administration, this entire cabinet, they've got great takes on America, in my opinion. Great takes on the FBI, great takes on the CIA, great takes on the deep state, great takes on taking down the corporate banker pharma control of our country. But every single one of them is a Zionist and extremely pro-Israel and pretends like Israel is our greatest ally, despite the clear evidence against that. Sure, maybe some Israelis are on our side. I'm sure there's lots of Israelis that are on our side, that are good people, maybe. There's certainly a lot of Jewish people around the world that are great people. But all of these people are very vocal about cutting funding to Ukraine. That's great. But then they try to deflect and stay silent and just do a little dance every time we notice that we're spending more money on Israel than on Ukraine over the years. None of them are talking about cutting funding to Israel that is actively blackmailing the entire US government, has a secret nuclear program, is committing a genocide. At the very least, it's an apartheid state. Their national economy is deeply intertwined in the diamond industry and all sorts of illegal international trade and human rights abuses around that in Africa. We have anti-Semitic speech laws in America when we can criticize our own government and our own president, but we can't criticize Israel. We can't even talk about it, or else we'll get kicked off the internet, kicked out of the government. And I hold out at least a sliver of hope for most of these guys that they do understand what's going on and they understand the gravity of Israel's control and that they are just tiptoeing and playing it careful and trying to get the job done here without starting a firestorm that's going to prevent them from doing that. But it's not looking super great. And just like, forget about all the other conspiracy theories about Israel. Forget about the Rothschilds. Forget about the Federal Reserve. Forget about the fact they own the media. Forget about the fact that they founded Hollywood. Forget about all that. Whether you
The Jesuits founded Hollywood, and then they gave it to the Jews. But
think it's true or not, it does not matter. Just Epstein alone, just Epstein, blows this whole thing wide open. And even if every other Jewish conspiracy theory was not true, and a lot of them are not true, some of them are maybe, Epstein alone would be cause to sever all diplomatic ties with Israel until this story is completely exposed, because our government is not our own if our presidents and our senators and our top officials and our intel agencies and our billionaires and our media are being blackmailed with that kind of information and material by Israel. And Elon did this thing where he returned an awful lot of free speech to the American people. And there's this really rough consequence of free speech that it makes it really obvious when you're not allowed to talk about one specific topic. And the way that all the Zionists are going to freak out and call me names because of this video pointing out very clear facts that everyone can see for themselves online, that only proves my point. Yeah, Muslim extremists, they suck. Yeah, Sharia law, super whack. I want nothing to do with it. It's an extremely complicated situation. We get it. But just because a conversation is filled with blackmail and psyops and COINTELPRO and misinformation and just trash does not mean we can avoid the conversation about the entire US government being blackmailed with kiddie videos. So Bongino, look at the map. Who do you think he was working for? Dan Bongino just perfect.
Bongino is playing the narrative. He's told, look, you're going to be pro-Israel. And eventually he'll probably be told, okay, now you can start speaking up against it and have realizations and, go back on what you said. These things are all scheduled. But do you see? Do you see the frustration? Do you see the counter narrative building? Just like it was building with Q and, all the MAGA stuff like 8 years ago against the liberal media when the liberal media was so in control. And now the liberal media is nothing. They've capitulated. They have been disrupted, boosh, like a little seed bursting through the ground and destroying that, surface. Same thing is happening with this. It's going to boil over and we're going to return back to the good old days of medieval Catholicism. Here's another one.
He utterly failed at releasing any Jeffrey Epstein documents, but we just sent $4 billion to the exact people that ran the Epstein network. I've got to say, I was critical of Laura Loomer for a couple days here at how hot her take was coming out after Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi has now blocked Laura Loomer from her official government account, which is illegal. And more, it's looking like Pam Bondi was specifically put into this position to hide and cover up the Epstein documents. Because if you remember, Matt Gaetz was going to have that job. And Matt Gaetz clearly knew what was going on and was starting to speak openly about the intelligence connections that Epstein had to Israel.
Remember that post that we covered? It was like this Q person that was all saying how Pam Bondi was trying to do this, but the deep state was not letting her and all this stuff.
And then Matt Gaetz did not get that job because a scandal broke that turned out to be an Israeli blackmail sting targeting Matt Gaetz specifically to stop him from getting that job. You can't make this up. He didn't say it explicitly, but it was very clear. But it gets worse because Marco Rubio just announced that we're sending approximately $4 billion in military assistance to Israel on March 1st, just yesterday. And the very next day, Israel says it is stopping the entry of all goods and supplies into Gaza. That is a war crime. starving out a population of mostly women and children that are trapped inside of a open air prison right at the start of their holy month of Ramadan, no less. And you can find videos floating around the internet today of Israeli officials specifically saying they should target the Palestinians during Ramadan because they're going to be weaker. And of course, by target, we don't mean send in special forces to attack Hamas. We mean starving the entire population of critical medical and food supplies. Collective punishment, the definition of a war crime. A definition that came out of the aftermath of World War II, no less, that was instated by the Geneva Conventions, because we realized that during warfare, we don't ever want our world to stoop to this evil level ever again. But of course, there's always exceptions for Israel. This is just a fun gem that dropped from an Israeli source, the Jerusalem Post, just a few days ago. People that are still not figuring this out, that are like, oh my gosh, you're just a conspiracy theorist. How could they can't possibly control the US? You're ridiculous. It's a blackmail operation that targeted all of our top officials, including our president, heads of our banks, heads of our tech companies, heads of all of these branches of government. The director of our CIA under Joe Biden was a friend of Epstein. Yeah, it sounds impossible until 2019 happened and we arrested this dude and found out that there was the world's largest ever blackmail operation that had been targeting our entire country for decades successfully. All that blackmail is still in play. Israel still has it all. It's still keeping them under their thumb. And everyone that was blackmailed is still operating to cover it all up. Right now, the whole right wing is like, yeah, no more aid to Ukraine. Hooray, hooray. And they are just blatantly ignoring that we have given billions and billions of dollars to Israel in foreign military aid just since Trump took office. Oh yeah, did I mention that we also now have a new federal anti-Semitism task force that's going to go after American citizens for exercising their free speech, that they are not pleased with the fact that we are covering up for a child sex trafficking blackmail ring that's been targeting our country for decades? Man, that's some really bad free speech. We really better have a task force to go after that. It's not the First Amendment for a reason or anything. This is the thing that is going to destroy Donald Trump's legacy. This is the thing that is going to turn him from the guy that could have saved America from the most evil, vile, corrupt system ever. And I don't just mean Israel. I mean all the corruption. And some of what he's done has been great, but this is going to taint all of it. And if he keeps going down this path and this never comes out, Trump's entire reputation is going to get flushed down the drain. He will just be the man that could have saved America and then chose to side with the blackmailers that have been trafficking kids in order to control our politics, our banks, our entire way of life. And everyone that's going along with it right now and not advocating for full disclosure and getting loud, it's really disappointing. Like, children. So not only has
a lot of tension in the air, and Trump's legacy is hanging on this issue. Do you think that Trump will turn around and change course like he's changed on practically everything he said? A couple of years from now, maybe when he gets that third term, we'll take a look at that in the next section. But there's more. Here's this one from Stu Peters. I want you to feel the tension that these things are creating between what you saw in the first section and what you're seeing now.
Christian Zionists. We're talking about what, 2.4 billion people who for decades, centuries, have been told by their faith leaders, their pastors, their Greg Locks, that this is the Israel of the Bible and that these are God's chosen people. How narcissistic must you be to be waking up every day telling your kids, yeah, we're chosen for this. Let's just go kill some calves and play in their ashes and burn them on some altar and usher in the Antichrist. I mean, these people are fucking nuts.
Yeah, right. And Christians support it too. Christians support it, and it's because of a couple reasons. Well, you look at Pete Hegseth. He gave a speech years ago at the King David Hotel in Jerusalem saying that he wanted to rebuild the third temple, that's one of his goals or his objectives here, and which, by the way, ushers in Judaism, will usher in the Mashiach, or their Messiah, which is the Christian Antichrist. And he wants to rebuild this third temple, and he wants to have the Gog-Magog war and all this stuff. But Christians, these Christian Zionists, are heavily to blame for the situation in this country, because here what you have is the Schofield Bible and this dispensationalism that's been taught to the boomer generation and then their kids. And you have foreign policy here.
Pay attention.
Here in the United States that's been formed by Old Testament doctrine. Our foreign policy here in the United States when it comes to Israel is based off of Genesis 12:3. Those who bless my people I will bless, and those who curse my people I will curse. Christians cling on to that because they think they're going to get blessed if they bless these people. And they think that these people are the chosen. I've grown up around these people my entire life.
Out for them. I mean, I wonder if these Christians that are blessing Israel, I just wonder how that's coming to fruition for them. Are they truly blessed? I mean, because if they are, maybe I'm missing the boat here. But when I get biblical and when I go to the Word and when I look at Scripture, I see countless citations that point these people out as the synagogue of Satan.
Yeah, right. I always tell that to people, Stu, is John chapter 8, verse 19 and 20. Who is your father? The Pharisees and Sadducees asked. Jesus replies, you know neither me nor my Father. If you knew me, you would know my Father. Then John chapter 8, couple verses down, verse 44. Jesus says to the Pharisees and Sadducees, your father is the devil, a murderer and liar from the beginning. When he speaks, he speaks his native tongue because when he lies, he speaks his native tongue because there is no truth in him as there is no truth in you. Again, Jesus' own words. I've told Christians this, and I have woken a few Christians up to this, and they're starting to look at the videos we've been sharing of Christians being spit on by Jews in Israel, Christians, rabbis openly stating that, we're called goyim, cattle.
Jesus is in a vat of boiling and semen. Mary's a whore. All these things that are out there that Christians today have no idea. I mean, up until about a few years ago, I had no idea either that Jews felt this way. I had no idea that Jews feel that we're subhuman. Goyim, which translates to cattle, their words, not ours. They're saying, hey, you guys are less than human. You guys are subhuman. What you have inside of you is different than what we have inside of us. We have a human soul, and you have a subhuman soul, and that's what they believe.
And Christians are traitors to their own beliefs.
Christians.
Now, imagine, put yourself, I don't know, 6 years, maybe 7 years, who knows? Let's say in the future, near future, and you see this kind of rhetoric about Sabbath keepers, about people who are Judaizers and associating with all those dirty things that the Jews have done throughout history that have now been exposed. And you're deciding to reject the law, and you're teaching other people to break the law, and you're rejecting what God has told you to do, and you're trying to align yourself with these Christ killers? Oh boy, is that going to be fun. This is what's happening, folks. We're going back in time. Going back, you've heard of Back to the Future. We're going back to the past. We're going back to the past, and this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning of what's happening. This is now going to come to the surface, and people are going to learn. The problem is that they're going to be awoken. And this guy's like, we woken up a lot of Christians. Well, great. You've woken them up to what? What have you woken them up to? It's just like the false great awakening that they did with Q. You're waking up to all the evils of the deep state, but you're not actually waking up. You're going from one side of the dialectic to the other. Waking up from the dialectic is to realize that the devil is playing both hands on the chessboard. That's what waking up is, and realizing that your only hope is in Christ, that God is sovereign, he's determined all things, and you're taking it one day at a time. That's waking up. It's not, the left is evil, therefore the right is good. That's not waking up. You have just crossed over from one side to the other. Same thing with this. A lot of these dispensationalist Christians have been woken up, but they've woken up to what? What is the thing that you're waking up to? Okay, you're waking up to the Jewish issue and all these corrupt Jews and the secret societies they're part of, which probably, but they don't really mention the fact that the Jesuits do control the secret societies. So there's that little bit of information that's important. But nevertheless, they're waking up to all that stuff. And then what? Then what? Then you got to believe something about the end times. Well, the answer is that you're going to believe the other counterfeit, which is the NAR, the charismatic, the post-millennial, things are going to get better. We're going to just Christianize society. And yeah, the Jews need to get Christianized. They're not the chosen people. Therefore, dispensationalism wrong. Therefore, all the stuff that we used to believe about an Antichrist is probably not even true. We're just going to make society better. We're going to Christianize it. We got to conquer the 7 mountains because look how corrupt everything is. Do you see? How this is a dialectic designed to push people into the final sheep pen? It's truly brilliant. It's truly brilliant. And this is just the beginning. Like I said, it's just the beginning. Here's one with this guy criticizing Dan Bongino. I forget his name. Let's go.
Just say the word. Dan Bongino, the new FBI deputy director, can't even say the word. Listen.
You know Epstein's an intelligence asset for people in the Middle East.
So you mean Israel? It's like he's not allowed to say it or something. But wait, there's more.
What cause is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel, defense of Israel.
Do you notice his response, like really quick? He's like, Israel, the defense of Israel. It's like MK Ultra kind of stuff, man. It's really weird.
The main cause that's dear to the heart of the second in command of the FBI is not the United States. By the way, if you're new to this is how it works. A guy like Epstein will traffic children, bring them somewhere like on an island, for example, then invite politicians and celebrities and covertly film them having disgusting, inappropriate acts with these poor children so that these politicians and celebrities can be controlled for the rest of time through blackmail. And this is how you gain power over foreign governments. But I think people are starting to see it.
We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel.
Just say the...
Do you see what's going on with this whole Epstein thing? They were never going to release anything because, of course, all these people are involved. But they want you to know that it happened. They want you to know that Epstein happened so that then this part of the dialectic would have a reason to take over. There's no Epstein files that are going to be released. And again, if they're released, you're not going to get anything on anybody in power right now. That's for sure. But they want you to know that it happened. Why? So you can end up realizing that Israel has been doing all these nefarious things and therefore come out of the sheep pen of being pro-Israel and go into the anti-Israel sheep pen, which is old school Catholicism. Fascinating, isn't it? The roots of Zionism. Oh gosh, this guy's a Catholic. This guy's a Catholic. We'll watch a few. We'll see how long this is. I think it's about 10, 11 minutes. But this guy's a Catholic. The remnant video. And again, he's like referring to this rabbi who's talking about, I've quoted this rabbi in one of my Zionism videos too. But he's referencing all these things again of why are the Jews in power? Why are this and that?
Thank you, President Trump, for keeping your promise to give Israel the tools.
Oh, gosh. Let's go. Playback speed and normal. See, you got to listen to chipmunk stuff because then you can learn really quickly.
It needs to defend itself.
Don't you just want to know what's going on here? Wouldn't it be fun to ask a few questions? I'm sorry, but what the hell is going on? What does this have to do with Make America Great Again? This guy, Bibi, he's on offense. Okay? He's not on defense. He's preparing the way, by the way, according to some prominent rabbis. It's Bibi who's preparing the way for the Messiah.
40 years ago, when Netanyahu was Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, he met Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the leader of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, known simply as the Rebbe. The Rebbe reportedly believed Netanyahu had a mission from God to prepare Israel for the coming of the Messiah, or in Hebrew, the Moshiach. Over the next decade, the two men developed a close relationship.
I feel like this is like Star Wars where the guy's talking to the evil emperor like, you will need to use the Force. And yeah, it's just like...
So as Christianity worldwide comes under massive attack, the most persecuted group, Christians, most persecuted group in the world, dying all over the place, right? Do you think it's a little strange that all of a sudden Israel's rising up out of the sea? Is that kind of strange at this particular time?
Now, see, he's appropriating the beast coming out of the sea to Israel, so that's the dialectic that Catholics use to hide themselves. But either way, the point is, you get where he's going with this.
And I know, again, what the critics of this show are going to say, because you basically have had the same talking points ever since October 7th of 2023. So your last one is biblical. Your last one is, well, yeah, but I mean, these guys are God's chosen people. Okay? The Holy Land was promised to them by God. Read your Genesis, man. I hear this from traditional Catholics who actually say this. That's the extent to which we have now lost our Catholic identity.
The whole rest of the world is saying, what is going on?
We've lost our Catholic identity. What was the Catholic identity before the Jesuits liberalized, the attitudes on the Jews? What was that like? Well, that first Jewish girl told you all about it.
Going on? Endless war in the Middle East. Well, this is because we're defending someone with some 7th century BC vision of what they want their country to be.
Are you serious? Because there's one little problem with this. According to Orthodox Jews on the ground, Zionists do not believe in the Torah. Zionists do not believe even in God.
The founder of Zionists, his name was Tudor from Vienna, Austria. He don't believe in God. He don't believe in nothing. The Judaism is completely a religious movement, have nothing to do with any nationality, with any materialistic things. The Zionists often waving the flag of the promised land. The promised land. You say God promised land, you said the Torah. You don't believe in the Torah, you don't believe in God, you don't eat kosher. How can he be such a strong hypocrite to take out of the Torah something what is for his benefit and ignoring all the other parts? It's written in the 10 Commandments, don't kill, don't steal. The Zionists ignoring everything about the Jewish belief. In the Jewish belief, the state of Israel will come to an end 100%.
So if I agree with that fellow, am I an anti-Semite still?
Isn't it interesting how Orthodox Jews actually are against Zionists, and you have Christians who are awake to the Zionist pill are also against Zionists, but then you have Christians who are for Zionists. So there's tension they're building. There's tension they're building. And again, if you understand the trajectory of these things, something's got to burst, because we have to go back to the good old days. And with Gaza being developed and cross-pollination and peace in the Middle East, there has to be some way to resolve these dialectics. Zionism has to be destroyed. And of course, these are the reactions of the dispensationalists. Like I said, they're going crazy. They're posting this picture of Nebuchadnezzar's statue, with Trump, with the golden statue, nothing new under the sun, which is true. But they don't get that this is baiting them into making that comparison. Do you get it? This is the psyop within the psyop. Yes, there is nothing new under the sun. But what you should be really looking at is like the statue of the pie cone in the Vatican, or comparisons of the Pope with the Dagon priests and the fish mitre and the little hooked cane that they have. Yeah, nothing new under the sun. This is obvious. Hey, look, gold statue, like in the Bible, like where that Nebuchadnezzar had a statue. Look over here. This is what's happening. And the dispensationalists are going crazy over it and making comparisons between Trump and their Antichrist prophecies, which are all inverted. It's an inversion of the end times prophecies to have a personal Antichrist, a physical temple, all these, stupid things. Here's another post from Facebook. A man on a white horse, a Trojan horse steamrolling ahead to deceive the masses. It's interesting, again, because the dispensationalists are aware that Trump is a deceiver, but the angle that they take it, they themselves are deceived. What a crazy time this is with all these various deceptions. RFK Jr. just held a press conference with Donald Trump where he publicly said, "We need a man on a white horse, and President Trump is that hero." You think he said that on his own, or he was given that to say? Revelation 6:2, and I looked, behold, a white horse, and he who sat on it had a bow and a crown and given to him, and he went and conquered. This is not the Antichrist, folks. Please watch my Daniel and Revelation walkthrough. The dispensationalist understanding of this is that this is the Antichrist, and that the seal is in the future. The reality is that the seals, like the trumpets, are fulfilled historically. The first seal relates to the first phase of the church, and it's a symbol of the conquering gospel going out into the world, conquering by peace. It's not the Antichrist. Jesus is the one on the white horse. Yahweh is the one with the crown and the bow. Jesus is the one with the crown throughout the scriptures. So you have to be consistent. And of course, we talk about that quite a bit in the walkthrough. But, the dispensationalists say that, who else has a bow? Apollo, aka Satan, the rider on the white horse, is a god of Apollo who enters the Antichrist. No. But again, they're applying it to Trump. And of course, Trump has a ton of paraphernalia for Apollo and Greek mythology in his whatever, his apartment and his Trump Tower and everything. So they're going crazy over it. So this is where we're at. This is a very interesting situation. And of course, I want you to just take a breath now and take notice of the conflict. Take notice of the tension, of the palpable hatred and division that's in the air, because this is just the beginning. Feel that this is rising and rising and is rising. It's not going anywhere, folks. It's not going anywhere. This is not just a conspiracy theory. It's not just conspiracy talk. It's building momentum, just like the MAGA, Q, Great Awakening stuff built momentum and disrupted the liberal agenda. They've won that part now. Now everybody's going to swing to the right. But now the right needs to get more purified. It's got to get more right. Okay, we got to go from having this liberal aspect with the Jews to being, super ultra conservative, like, medieval Catholicism, where you were called a Judaizer and they were going to throw you in prison if you tried to rest on the Sabbath. So that's where we need to go, folks. And of course, that needs to be resolved, because you have these two things, and one of them is mainstream and one of them is, not mainstream yet. So this is not just like talking about Mossad or, doing 9/11 or these various conspiracies. This is a trend and a movement and a cultural awakening. People are going to wake up to the evils of Zionism. And all that tension, once it's resolved, is going to be pointed at you when you decide to align with God's word and rest on Saturday. Just like they did with all of these things, they're building a momentum through a movement, through counter, narratives, through echo chambers, through influencers, through exposing some truth. And it's all by design. It's truly fascinating, truly how they're scheduling all these things and developing them. It took them 8 years to subvert decades of liberalism with grassroots media, social media, influencers, memes. 8 years. The liberal paradigm of 50, 60 years or whatever it was, poof, destroyed. It's going to be much faster to accomplish this goal. I don't think it's going to take another 8 years to destroy Zionism. I really don't. Because remember that through Trump's presidency and through Trump's whole MAGA thing until now, until he's come into power, the tech companies and the media were not playing along. The tech companies and the media were not playing along. Now you have the tech companies playing along, and they're allowing things like my Jews video to be going, things like Ian Carroll and Stu Peters and all these people talking about these things. And so there's no restriction. And so this is the future, is that, like I said, I don't think this is going to take more than a couple years. The third temple is scheduled to start, according to them, on Passover of this year. How long is it going to take them? Well, I don't know, maybe 2-3 years. Trump has to do something by the end of his current presidency, meaning 2028. Because if he is still hardcore pro-Israel by 2028, when he has to rerun, that people aren't going to go for it. By 2028, people are going to wake up to the Zionist pill. So that's not going to be a running point for him anymore. He's not, what I'm saying, if I can say this effectively, he's not going to be able to be hardcore pro-Israel by 2028 if he's running again. If he's not running as some other dude, I think they're going to try to make him run again. That's my hunch, but I could be wrong because he is going to be old. But either way, if he's not running, the next guy who comes is also not going to be able to run pro-Israel because people are going to wake up by then. In 4 years, are you kidding me? People are going to wake up to this stuff. So that gives you a timestamp that this needs to happen very quickly because people are going to learn and they're going to demand that something is different. The rabbis want to have their redemption by 2027, supposedly. That's what the year that they've calculated. And so by the end of Trump's term, I think that you're going to see the third temple being built. I think you'll probably see the peace in the Middle East. I think you'll probably see more exposition of the Jews. I think you'll probably start seeing the beginnings of the charismatic revival of the Jews as well, which will time perfectly with the exposition of the Jews. So I think it'll be interesting. It'll be an interesting thing to watch for sure. But either way, by 2028, I think you'll see something. And so we have to watch. We have to watch these things because these dialectics will only get worse. Now, I want to finish this section with a little bit on Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is obviously very important in the MAGA crowd. I want to zoom in on him and his situation because he's a classic example of how all this stuff works. What I mean is that, he's bought and paid for it. I've covered before how Nick was splitting away from the MAGA crowd, just like Stu Peters, just like Ian Carroll. Although Nick Fuentes is obviously much more extreme. I'd say he's very extreme. But he's splitting away from the MAGA crowd and criticizing Trump for not being extreme enough. And that was very interesting to me. I was like, that's interesting. There's this split within the MAGA crowd. And then I realized that there's a difference in the MAGA crowd between pro and anti-Israel. And that dialectic needs to get resolved. That's not just going away. That needs to get resolved because you have a lot of voices in that department. So you start seeing dialectics within the right itself of basically pro and against Israel. And you will see through Nick Fuentes how this is playing out, because just like everywhere else, they are propped up and paid and blackmailed agitators to move the agenda along through social influence. So this is the example that I wanted to show you, which is that first, I want to document a couple things. This is from, what's this from? This is from, you didn't vote for him. Groypers bash Nick Fuentes for cheering Trump victory after leading sabotage campaign. This is so interesting with these dialectics. Far-right streamer Nick Fuentes is celebrating President-elect Donald Trump's victory despite denouncing him in the run-up to the election. On Saturday, Fuentes complained to his followers on X that a second Trump administration would not prioritize the white nationalist policies that his movement was seeking. The MAGA movement of 2024 no longer speaks for me the way it did in 2016. He wrote, a second admin will be bought by the billionaires and special interests who paid for it. Which is true. He's right about that. Fuentes, known for his frequent anti-Semitic remarks, also bemoaned the fact that Trump could give positions in his administration to several individuals with Jewish surnames. And the admin is being staffed by Howard Lutnick, Bark Rowan, Charles Schwab, and Jared Kushner. Pass, Fuentes wrote. In a post on Monday, Fuentes described himself as an ambivalent about the election's outcome, arguing that Harris would empower the left while Trump would empower the neocons. It's a lose-lose, he said, although he added that he'd rather see Trump win over Vice President Kamala Harris. Fuentes on Tuesday affirmed that he would not be casting a vote for the former president. Yet as it became apparent that Trump would win, Fuentes began to change his tune. Total Groyper victory, Fuentes said, referencing the name used to describe his followers. Fuentes also celebrated the fact that a right-wing takeover of the government could lead to a decrease in women's reproductive rights across the country. Your body, my choice forever. Oh, gosh. Fuentes also shared numerous pro-Trump memes before stating that he would believe we did it again. He couldn't believe we did it again. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Bennett for saving this country from stupid B-word who wanted to destroy the world to keep abortion, he said. So what's his attitude towards women? Let's just put that in the pin for later. In only one post did Fuentes even hint at his former concerns regarding a Trump administration, particularly over who it would be staffed by. We must organize and mobilize to advocate for America first, he continued. While condemning Trump before the vote, the responses to Fuentes from his fans and Trump supporters were almost entirely negative. In numerous comments, users referred to Fuentes as a government plant and Harris supporter. Proof of Fed. Can't believe I'm actually saying that, one user replied. So there's this whole dialectic with Nick, but others were quick to remind Fuentes of his previous remarks. Not for you, another one said. You didn't vote for him, remember? You didn't help at all. All you did was doom and try to get your incel minions to not vote. You are done, wrote another. You literally sabotaged Trump, wrote another, referencing Fuentes' failed campaign to oust Trump's top campaign officials. In his acceptance speech, Trump pulled both Chris LaCivita and Susan Wiles up to speak, the two officials Fuentes waged a war against. It remains to be seen whether the initial complaints from Fuentes will have any bearing on his future popularity with the far right. You were one of the women against Trump, another user added. We will never forget that. Yeah, it'll remain to be seen if he's just going to be a pariah and, it's going to end up getting vilified when the narrative flips, right? Because he sees the counter narrative right now. Or if he's just going to get thrown under the bus, who knows? We'll see. But the point is that there's a dialectic. This is from Deep News. U.S. Catholic bishops disavow Groypers. Nick Fuentes faces allegations amid Diocese of Oakland bankruptcy case. The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops has formally disavowed the Groypers, a group associated with far-right ideologies, clarifying that one cannot be a Catholic and a Groyper. This decision comes amidst a series of controversies surrounding Nick Fuentes, a prominent Groyper figure who has faced multiple allegations, including involvement in a leaked sex tape, arrest for battery, the claims of being an FBI informant. The disavowal marks a significant shift, as the Groypers are now characterized as being in conflict with the Catholic Church, with some members reportedly engaging in promoting, P word. The situation escalated with the Groypers' internal strife, including the departure of their highest-ranking black lieutenant, CCG Bryson, and the emergence of factions openly identifying as P word. The Catholic Church's stance coincides with ongoing discussions about clergy abuse and accountability within various religious institutions, particularly highlighted by testimonies from abuse survivors in a bankruptcy case involving the Diocese of Oakland. So there's these dialectics with Nick Fuentes and, the left-right dialectics within their own Catholic Church, within the conservative crowd. And we see some other important things here too. This is from December 4th. Nick Fuentes responds to viral memes after leaked tape with streamer Destiny looks nothing like that. There was this tape that came out supposedly of Nick and this guy, having whatever they're having. Memes, comments, and posts erupted on the internet after an explicit video of YouTube streamer Destiny was leaked, in which, according to netizens, he is seen with Nick Fuentes, a popular radical right-wing analyst and commentator. Right after the incident, theories began to flood into social media platforms and chat rooms about their alleged relationship. The incessant buildup of rumors and theories quickly caught the attention of internet memers. This is when it became a trending topic on the internet. With the advent of the internet, rumors have been blazed fiercely and have become one of the most rapidly spreading sources of misinformation. It is triggered by two factors mainly. The internet crowd and its complete anonymity are undeniable factors behind the escalation and rampant spreading of rumors. Such rumors and gossip often damage one's image and leave it altered when people take them as usual facts. And of course, people are going, crazy about this whole thing. And of course, he responded too and denied it, obviously. But it's interesting. You have this whole thing too with Destiny debunks alleged leaked sex video with Nick Fuentes. There they are on social media just hanging out. After going viral across social media due to rumors about an alleged sex video back in 2018 resurfacing, controversial streamer Destiny took to his stream and addressed the elephant in the room about whether he had an intimate interaction with American far-right pundit Nick Fuentes. The streamer said, "I think a friend of mine's account ended up getting compromised," while smiling and laughing about it. He also added, "Sometimes it happens," triggering a swarm of confused comments from social media users. What do you mean sometimes it happens? Destiny took to his stream on December 1st, 2024, dismissed users' speculations across social media, and blamed it all on a hacked account. The alleged leaked video showcased a man being intimate with another man, one of whom looked like Destiny, while the other was speculated to be Nick Fuentes. Very interesting little situation if you understand how these things work. Let's document a little more. This is just him speaking about things. Let's see what he feels about women.
Democrats rely on young people, women, and non-whites. You're never winning those people because non-white people don't watch the stuff and they don't know. Women are retarded. Young people are retarded. The Democrats basically have a coalition of like retarded voters. It's like idealistic young kids who are like, just give everyone everything, man, and be nice. Non-white people, like, who even knows how much of this stuff they even understand? Women, as you know, women are totally emotional, too empathetic. Democrats rely.
So, does he have a high opinion of women? So far, not really, right? Pretty consistent. Far-right extremists, this is from January 14th, 2021. It's a couple years ago, but it's very relevant. Far-right extremists received high-value Bitcoin donations ahead of Capitol riots from possibly deceased French donor report. Again, this is from 2021, January 14th. A series of mysterious high-value Bitcoin donations made last month to several right-wing extremist groups and prominent leaders may have been used to help fund last week's violent siege of the U.S. Capitol, Yahoo News reported. The transfer, which took place less than 1 month before the riots, involved the simultaneous distribution of 28.15 bitcoins valued at more than $500,000 from a now deceased French donor to 22 distinct virtual wallets, many of which cryptocurrency researchers linked to far-right causes. U.S. law enforcement authorities are investigating the transaction to determine if they may be linked to the insurrectionist activity at the Capitol. The bulk of the investigation was completed by Chain Analysis, a blockchain analysis company that provides data analysis to government agencies, exchanges, and financial institutions, after Yahoo provided data points about the aforementioned transaction. Now, really quick, very quick pause. Do you understand the importance of this article from 3 years ago? There's a little app that they can use to figure out who did what on the blockchain, and you think you're doing all this decentralized stuff and nobody can track me. No. The reason they can be tracked is you log into your wallet and you've already identified yourself. If your wallet was completely anonymous, then yeah, maybe. Might be harder for them to track. So I'm sure they could still figure it out somehow. But you don't have anonymity. You are identified when you log into your wallet. You have to do KYC. You have to put your name, your social security number, your height, your weight, your eye color, whatever else you want to put in there and identify yourself so that all the transactions you do are logged. Anyway, there's technology to do that. So anybody who thinks the blockchain is the answer, it's not. It's the answer for the beast, not for you. Moving on. Right-wing figures and websites including VDare, The Daily Stormer, and Nick Fuentes received generous donations from a Bitcoin account linked to a French cryptocurrency exchange, according to research done by software company Chain Analysis, which maintains a repository of information about public cryptocurrency exchanges and whose tools aid in government, law enforcement, and private sector investigations. Stated the report from Yahoo News. According to one source familiar with the matter, the suspicious December 8th transaction, along with a number of other pieces of intelligence, has prompted law enforcement and intelligence agencies in recent days to actively investigate the sources of funding for the individuals who participated in the Capitol insurrection, as well as their networks. The government is hoping to prevent future attacks, but also to uncover potential foreign involvement in or support of right-wing activities, the source said. Per Chain Analysis, Fuentes, a virulently anti-immigration activist who has previously promised to bring about a tidal wave of white identity, was the largest beneficiary of the donations, taking in approximately a whopping $250,000. Other recipients included Patrick Casey, the leader of the white nationalist group Identity Europa, and who received approximately $25,000, and neo-Nazi Holocaust denier Vincent Reynard. So what does all this tell you, folks? How do we put this together, and what do we make of it? Well, first, I want you to remember that the occult always does things in opposition. Always do things in opposition. There's always an opposer. There's always an opposer to move the agenda along and justify conflict, reform, problem, reaction, solution. The fact that Nick Fuentes, who is popular, opposes Trump, and there's this dialectic, is very red flaggy for me, okay? Then, okay, let's look at Nick Fuentes as a person. He's very angry. He's very ethnocentric, very militant Catholic. He's going to be one of the first people to demand, they chop your head off once they pass Sabbath laws. He hates women. I think that's pretty clear from just evaluating how he speaks. He isn't married. He's self-proclaimed celibate. And again, he's very religious and Catholic, which there's a lot of repression that comes with that. How many Catholics in history have been closet homosexuals or perverts because of their repressions and militant religion? Facts. Look at the sex abuse cases of the Catholic Church. Because of their religion and a repression and weird ideals that do not change the heart, but just make you go through actions and, doing all these ascetic things like fasting and withdrawing and not being married and so on and so forth. What does that cause? That caused nothing but abuse and problems. So the Catholic Church has hundreds of thousands of cases that we know of, probably a lot more than that over the course of its lifetime, that are sex abuse cases of people having degenerate perversions and yet living on the surface. And of course, the Catholic Church isn't the only one. I'm not saying the Catholic Church is unique here, but the Catholic Church certainly has a bulwark of these because it's a big organization. And Nick Fuentes is a Catholic, and he has those other things we mentioned. He's very angry. He hates women. He isn't married. Now critical questions from everything I've just established. Is Nick Fuentes somebody that could be easily manipulated with money, sex, emotions, power, political influence? Could he be, based on everything I've just reported to you, just surface level analysis, is he somebody that could be influenced and manipulated by such things? And the answer, of course, is yes to all of them. Nick Fuentes is young, he's arrogant, he's emotional. He's a perfect candidate for grooming for the revolutionary spirit that needs to happen to disrupt this pro-Israel status quo. He's also a perfect candidate to blackmail. How many other types of transactions like the Bitcoin one exist? That's what we should ask. What are the chances that Nick Fuentes was blackmailed, like every other person in power that you know, and then he agreed to play ball? And Destiny then, denied it openly, and okay, no, this never happened. This is just, a hacked account and so on and so forth. So they released this video. They said, listen, we got you. And unless you play ball, then, you're done. You're done. Everybody's going to remember, is going to know your deepest, darkest secrets. Is that possible? I think it's very possible. Whether or not that's the truth, I don't know. But it's all very suspect to me because it's the same pattern as everybody else that you know about in power. So now use this as a model for everything else. They always put the opposition so that there's a duality and they can get the job done because there's conflict. And that person who's in opposition will get power and influence and money, and they're usually blackmailed to be able to do their role and to play their part in what they're doing. And then eventually they flip, like Russell Brand, how they used the blackmail against him to flip him. I'm sure Candace Owens had blackmail. I mean, everybody has blackmail to some degree. They're threatened, they're seduced, and this is how it works. The devil uses both sides. So what I am describing to you is not new. This is everywhere. It's not like Nick Fuentes would be unique in this case. Everybody has this in the public eye. The question is, how many of these Christian Zionist pastors and people like Paula White and all these people are also blackmailed? How many of these people are going to be exposed for laundering money through their NGOs, having connections to Israel, Mossad, maybe Epstein, being blackmailed? That's all. How many of these people are going to fall and be exposed over the next coming years? That's what I want to know. And that's going to be making a massive wave of people flip from dispensationalism to the new thing, which is the NAR Christian Charismatic Nationalist Seven Mountain Club. Just like they did with the left, how you have Latinos for Trump now. Again, 60 years of Democratic propaganda broken and shattered in 8 years. Now you have conservative Latinos, which that was never a thing. You have conservative, blacks. You have, everybody's right wing now, pretty much. But the right wing itself is very scattered. You have people that are more moderate. You have people that are, really frothing at the mouth for Israel. You have people that are totally against Israel. So that needs to be resolved. That's the next big thing. I hope you see it. I hope you see it. Because people need to realize that the Jews aren't the problem, folks. They're not the final boss. Catholicism is the problem. And Catholicism is going to resurrect and go back to medieval Catholicism. Because that's when the beast enjoyed worship. And when Satan received worship from the world as being God on earth, being the presence of God on earth, the vicar of Christ. So we're going back to that, except this time it's going to be worldwide and with lots of technology. Again, in order for Revelation to be fulfilled, where it talks about the beast, the image of the beast, the false prophet, the kings of the earth giving their power to the beast, all these warnings that are really just telling you the same thing. What needs to happen? You need to have monarchies. People need to hate the Jews and demand that they convert. You need to unify religion and state. And you need to create specific kingdoms over large territories, which we'll talk about in this coming section, the final section, so they can pledge the power to the Pope. All of these are being simultaneously worked on in the next years. Having monarchies, hating the Jews, demanding they convert, unifying religion and state, and creating specific kingdoms through nationalism and populism over large territories so they can eventually pledge their power to the Pope through a single person. So help your dispensationalist friends come out of the delusion, because there's only two outcomes. Either they're going to be deceived by the dispensationalist interpretation and get sucked into this whole Trump is the Antichrist thing. Although, again, the question is what are they going to do with that? Right? That's what I'm curious about. Or they're going to be deceived by the NAR, which is waiting there with arms wide open as soon as they learn about the Jews and all their dirty tricks, to come to the other side and be deceived by Seven Mountain Mandate, preterism, all the nonsense that comes with that. So help your dispensationalist friends. People need to learn to appreciate history as the second witness to Scripture. I have plenty of videos on that. Please watch them and get edified so that you understand these basic arguments. And let go of the notion, if it's part of you, that it's the Jews. It's not the Jews. Okay? The Jews are involved in a lot of nasty things. Okay? But the Jews aren't the final boss. And you have to understand that Satan doesn't work in such a way that you can say, oh, look, there's the devil. That doesn't work that way. Satan is the most cunning being that God ever created. He has countless secret societies and hidden hands. Puppets upon puppets of puppets of puppets of puppets. And he's the puppet master pulling the other puppet strings. Of course, God is sovereign, but this is a network of puppetry. And you're just looking at like the first layer that's obvious. Oh, look at all the Jews in power in pharmaceuticals and in the media. Yeah, they're there. But those Jews are put there. They're secret society members. And the religion that's controlling all of these people that worship Satan has its headquarters in the Vatican through the Jesuits and the Jesuit general who controls all of these things through proxies. So you have to understand that it's not the Jews. Watch my Synagogue of Satan series and you'll understand. But you will hear more and more rhetoric on this in the near future. You will seem evil by disagreeing with it and saying, no, you're wrong. The Jews aren't the thing. It's the Jesuits. It's the Catholic Church. Oh, what are you talking about? The Jews have done all these crazy things. And it's true. There's truth to it. There's a lot of ugly truth in history, but it's not the full truth. And that's the problem. And eventually, all that Jew hatred is going to come back on your head once all of this is resolved. Once the current narrative, the counter narrative that is bubbling to the surface, that is anti-Israel, once that narrative becomes the mainstream narrative, just like MAGA has now become mainstream, once that happens, once that transformation happens, you, my friend, are going to be the one that all of those eyes are pointing at. When you are trying to insist that the Sabbath is the seventh day, which is Saturday in our calendar, they could call it whatever they want, doesn't matter, it's the seventh day, it's always will be the seventh day. You're going to be aligning with all those nasty things in history. How dare you be a Judaizer? Because again, we're going back in time, folks. We're going backwards. We're going back to medieval Catholicism. What did medieval Catholicism have? It had monarchies, union of church and state. It had, hating the Jews and demanding they convert, calling anybody who tried to keep the Sabbath a Judaizer, persecuting them, burning them at the stake for rebelling against the authority of the Catholic Church and the Pope specifically. They had kingdoms with monarchs pledging the power to the Pope. This is what we're going back to. It's not rocket science. You just need to know your history. Most people don't, and that's the problem. So be prepared. Now we have one more final section to look at how all of this is coming together, and that is the image of the beast. All right, welcome to the end, the final part of this monster episode, which of course is the image of the beast. It seems that every episode I do, there will be articles and stories on the image of the beast because they are moving so quickly on this agenda that there's always going to be some ground to cover on that particular topic. So probably I'm going to use that as a section going forward with these things at the end all the time. There'll be some sort of update on the image of the beast because the last couple ones I've always had that at the end. So look for that. Either way, we have a lot of stories in this one because they've just been so active. They've been so active with everything. There's a lot to look at. And the important thing to remember is, as we go on, is the biblical foundation, which is that the image or an image is a representation of something. Therefore, the image of the beast is a representation of what the beast enjoyed for 1,000+ years, which is, of course, total supremacy and being worshipped as God, having power over all things. It was nation states pledging their power to the Pope via monarchs. That is the image. The representation is a representation of that reality, of nation states pledging their power to the Pope, who is the Elohim of Elohims, right? It's a counterfeit of the truth. You have the gods, and they all pledge their power to the God of gods. So this is what's going on. How that looks on the world stage is having large areas that act as kingdoms with charismatic leaders that act as kings. Then the kings of the earth will be able to give their power to the beast just like before. You're going to have the same political model as it was, in the Holy Roman Empire, basically, but throughout the whole world. That's what the Bible warns you of. Trump, of course, is the model for the revolution that they're bringing throughout to reshape politics and government and set the stage for the spiritual layer to be laid on top. So what they're doing now in the United States is going to be what they're doing everywhere else with MAGA, with Doge, with all the things that you're seeing, charismatic delusions. This is a preface for what you're going to see in the rest of the world. The United States is where it's happening first because it's the false prophet. So like the previous part, I want to split this up into sections because there's several topic groups that needed to be commented on. So I've just kind of separated them into various sections. And the first topic group is Trump. I want to look at Trump as a model for the monarchical system coming back into the world. It's not just going to be Trump, but Trump is going to set the stage for the monarchical system to be implemented back into the world by centralizing power, by having AI governance, creating an elite court that surrounds the king, and basically, having these techno monarchies everywhere so that they can pledge their power to the papacy. So, without further ado, oh, so much craziness in this life. Jesus, can you please just come tomorrow and let's get this over with? All right. Don Lemon, let's see what he has to say. Remember, the left is telling on the right, just like the right tells on the left. Don't discount it because he's a CNN guy. Was it CNN? I think Don Lemon was CNN. Either way, don't discount it because it's Don Lemon. The left is telling on the right, and that's what you have to be able to see.
In 2028, and he was going to say, I didn't have 2 consecutive terms. Now there is a movement saying the same thing, that he should get a 3rd term. What do you think? Watch this clip. Tell me what you think.
Hello there, everyone. I am Shane Trejo. I am the campaign lead for the 3rd Term Project. So our stated goal is to ensure that President Trump can get the 3rd term that we believe the public demands that he receive.
I don't demand it whatsoever.
Representative Andy Ogles of Tennessee has introduced a constitutional amendment.
Pay attention to this. We're going to watch a video that breaks down the symbolism, but just on face value, look at this. Trump is a Caesar, this Roman king imagery. Like, what's going on here, man?
That would amend the Constitution to allow President Trump to get a 3rd term. Mark Avagno, a legal expert, will be explaining kind of the basis of how that works after I give my brief statement today. So we believe that with a 3rd term, he'll be able to remake the government. He'll be able to take a wrecking ball to the bureaucracy, to the different, to the networks that operate behind the bureaucracy, and for generations to come, it will make the necessary change. Stop the deep state, stop the institutional bureaucracy, stop the administrative state, and restore freedom to the people. So that's the idea here.
Wait, I have a mug for that. I think I have a mug for that. Yeah, that's a great mug.
I've been saying forever that Donald...
All right. Let's defeat the deep state. Let's see. What is this one? This is from Newsweek. What is the 3rd Term Project? Pro-Trump group bids to change the Constitution. February 21st. A Republican group is hoping to rally support to change the Constitution to allow Trump to seek a 3rd term. The 3rd Term Project presented its proposals at the Conservative Political Action Conference, CPAC, at the Gaylord National Resort Convention, yada, 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 on Thursday. So let's see. What is this about? Republican Representative Andy Ogles of Tennessee introduced a House Joint Resolution in January to amend the part of the Constitution that prevents a president from being elected more than twice. Ogles suggests that the 22nd Amendment may be altered to state that no person shall be elected to the office more than 3 times, nor serve any additional term after serving 2 consecutive terms. This is very, very interesting. Very interesting. You'll see why. The 3rd Term Project held a press conference to show support for Ogles' amendment proposal at CPAC, the annual conservative event. Speaking to News to Share at CPAC, Shane Trejo, the campaign lead for the 3rd Term Project, said, "We're pushing support in the grassroots for Ogles' long-shot effort to allow Trump to run again in 2028. Yeah, they're going to need him to run again because this whole against Israel thing needs to come to the surface and become the mainstream. Trump right now is MAGA, but he's, Israel MAGA. So he needs to be Catholic MAGA. So that needs to change." Trejo added that the group is currently focused on allowing Trump to run for a 3rd term rather than pushing him to run again in 2032. Trump will be 82 by the end of his 2nd term, which would make him the oldest sitting U.S. president in history. Trejo also told the Washington Examiner that he hoped the more Republican lawmakers, including members of House Freedom Caucus, will express their support for allowing Trump to run for a 3rd term. Steve Bannon, host of the War Room podcast and a former White House chief strategist during Trump's 1st term, reiterated his belief that Trump should be allowed to run for a 3rd term during his CPAC speech on Thursday. The 2nd Amendment to the Constitution was ratified in 1951 following the presidency of Roosevelt, who was elected to 4 terms between 1933 and 1945. The 2-term limit for presidents was introduced by Congress to prevent potential abuses of power. Here we go. The wording of Ogle's amendment proposal would prevent previous consecutive two-term presidents, such as Barack Obama, George W. Bush, from running for a third term. You see the point? So basically, allowing Trump to have a third term and immediately disqualifying any of his predecessors from running against him. Classic. Classic, classic, classic. And of course, people don't even see what's going on. Third term symbolism explained. Let's watch.
Hi, folks. Today I want to talk about a political movement that's been gaining attention called the Third Term.
This is from a channel called Fervently Faithful, and she only has 832 subscribers, which is sad because it seems like she should have more.
Folks, today I want to talk about a political movement that's been gaining attention called the Third Term Project. This initiative was recently showcased at CPAC and promotes the idea of a third presidential term for Donald Trump, something that would require a constitutional amendment. But beyond the political push itself, the symbolism used by this project carries significant historical meaning, and that deserves a close look. The emblem of the Third Term Project features an eagle with its wings raised. Between the wings are 24 stars, and above the eagle's head is a crown of 7 stars. While this may seem like just another patriotic image at first glance, the symbols themselves reveal deeper connections to both American history and authoritarian movements. The 24 stars on the emblem are reminiscent of the United States flag between 1822 and 1836. This period was marked by the presidency of Andrew Jackson, a figure Trump himself has often praised. Jackson was known for his populist style, expansion of executive power, and controversial policies like the Indian Removal Act. Trump's admiration for Jackson is well documented. He's even hung Jackson's portrait in the Oval Office during his first term. The use of 24 stars seems to symbolize a desire to return to that era of strong, centralized leadership. The 7 stars above the eagle's head evoke biblical and imperial symbolism. In many traditions, 7 represents completeness or divine authority. But it's also worth noting that fascist regimes such as Mussolini's Italy and Nazi Germany frequently use star crowns and laurels to symbolize dominance and power under a single ruler. We can also see in the image here Trump depicted almost like Caesar Augustus with a laurel wreath over his head beneath the image of the eagle. Let's back up briefly to talk about the historical parallels with regards to Jackson and Caesar. Andrew Jackson's presidency was marked by a strongman approach, with critics calling him King Andrew for his authoritarian tendencies. Similarly, Julius Caesar rose to power in Rome by appealing to the common people, bypassing the Senate, and ultimately declaring himself dictator for life. Trump's rhetoric often mirrors this, positioning himself as the only one who can fix the system and protect a nation from perceived enemies.
Remember that predictive programming? I'm the only one.
Like Caesar's supporters, Trump's base sees him as a figure who challenges the establishment. And just as Caesar's consolidation of power ended the Roman Republic, movements like the Third Term Project suggest a willingness to bypass traditional democratic limits for the sake of strong leadership. Now let me briefly talk back on the eagle symbolism and its connection to fascist imagery. So the eagle itself is a powerful symbol, historically representing strength and empire. And while it's been used in American iconography for centuries, it's also a prominent symbol in fascist movements. The Italian fascists under Mussolini and the Nazis under Hitler both adopted eagle imagery.
Both of them also were under the influence of the Vatican and the Jesuits, which is a Roman power. The fourth beast and the fifth kingdom that came out of the Roman Empire is just a different version of Rome. Still Rome.
Often paired with wreaths, stars, or crowns as references back to the Roman Empire. The Third Term Project's eagle here, combined with the 24 stars and the 7-star crown, aligns with this authoritarian aesthetic. Now, while the Third Term Project presents itself as a patriotic effort to restore America, the historical and symbolic parallels that it draws with Jackson, Caesar, and even fascist regimes raise serious questions. It's important to look beyond the surface of political movements and understand what the symbols they choose really represent. Whether you support Trump or not, it's worth asking yourself, is the vision being promoted truly about democracy, or is it about consolidating power? History reminds us that when leaders seek to extend their rule beyond constitutional limits, the cost is often freedom itself. I want to go briefly back to those 24 stars for a minute, because when I was editing the video, something stuck out to me and I had to bring it to your attention. Notice in the first row of stars closest to the eagle's crown, if you count them, there's 11. In the second row, they're mismatched. There's 5 stars on the left, a little gap, followed by 8 stars on the right. And the placement of the number of the stars, in addition to the fact that there's 24, made me think this has got to be significant. And I do believe it is, particularly when you know that Trump is surrounded by people who are, religious leadership, Christians who are part of the New Apostolic Reformation charismatic movement of Christianity, which heavily relies on numerology and other unbiblical practices. So I wanted to dig into the historical and quote-unquote biblical symbolism of the numbers that are highlighted there and their arrangement. From a historical perspective, the star arrangement itself does seem to be very carefully chosen. 11 stars, the number 11 historically represents disruption, judgment, and transition. It can symbolize the collapse of an old order before something new takes its place. In the second row, we have 5 stars followed by 8 stars. 5 is often associated with power, command, and leadership. In military terms, a 5-star general holds the highest rank of authority. 8 stars, 8 traditionally represents new beginnings, resurrection, and renewal, marking the start of a new era. So together, this pattern seems to convey a narrative of disruption, followed by executive control and the establishment of a new order. That literally aligns with the project's push to redefine leadership under Trump. With regards to biblical perspective symbolism, the numbers also carry a significant and similar meaning. 11 in Scripture often symbolizes chaos, disorder, or judgment, a time of perhaps instability before restoration. 5 represents a period of grace and divine favor, often preceding significant change. And 8 also represents resurrection and new creation, often associated with the Lord's restoration of order. So again, it could be interpreted as a type of messianic restoration where judgment leads to grace and new beginnings. Thank you for taking the time to listen, and I encourage you, look into this for yourself. It's always worth knowing the deeper story behind the symbols that we see.
Yes, it is.
Hi.
And you know that the NAR people are all about numbers and numerology. And this is just so telling, honestly. Like, if you look at this, even if you don't have a lot of like discernment, let's say like you don't have a lot of history or scripture, you look at this and you're like, why is Trump wearing a laurel wreath? And there's this Roman symbolism, and the Roman emperors were considered gods on earth. They were, the Pontifex Maximus. And there's an eagle with stars, and they're, arranged in a certain way. That's just very strange. Very, very strange. So let's take a look at this. This is congestion pricing is dead. Manhattan and all of New York is saved. Long live the king. President Trump. And of course, people are going nuts over this whole thing. This is from Daily Mail. Trump calls himself king after killing policy hated by millions. President Trump has declared himself a king in an explosive social media post. You can see it. Trump's reference to himself as a monarch came after his officials moved to halt New York City's unpopular traffic congestion pricing system. The president, a New York native, wrote on Truth Social, "Congestion pricing is dead. Manhattan and all of New York is saved. Long live the king." White House Deputy Chief of Staff Taylor Budovich then shared the message along with a picture of Trump dressed in the regalia of a king. He appeared to have used Elon Musk's new Grok 3 AI chatbot to make the image. An official White House social media account also posted a fake Time magazine cover that replaced Time for Trump and showed the president grinning and wearing a crown. It comes days after Trump issued a similar post echoing France's Napoleon Bonaparte. This is interesting to me. Trump wrote, "He who saves his country does not violate any law." So he's above the law. That phrase has been attributed to the French military leader who declared himself emperor in 1804. Trump has signaled that he wants to extend the limits of his executive authority despite multiple legal challenges that appear headed towards U.S. Supreme Court showdowns. Some of the lawsuits accuse Trump of usurping the authority of Congress as set out in the U.S. Constitution. It's happening, folks. It's happening. People want a king now. Why? Because this dialectical system has been so ineffective and it's been so corrupt. And of course, it's always been corrupt, whether it's a kingdom or a dialectical system. But now it's time for the democracy and the stuff that started with the French Revolution to collapse. And people are ready for it. People are so traumatized by the failures of this dialectical dance that they are willingly embracing a king. Do you get it? And every time in history that this has happened, people have damned themselves. In Israel, in the Old Testament, when they rejected God as king and they wanted Saul, what happened? Well, you know what happened. Go read the Old Testament. They exchanged the invisible creator of the universe for an imperfect, flawed man, and Saul's story was one of a downward spiral. And God allowed that to show them their error in rejecting the universal king, the true king of kings. What did the Jews say when they rejected Jesus? We have no king but Caesar. And ever since, they've been puppets of the Roman Empire. That's why I told you the Jews are not the final boss. They're puppets of the Roman Empire. And of course, you see the Jews as the front man, but if you understand that they are a shield, Rothschild, red shield, then you understand the relationship there. And of course, we talked that quite a bit. But this is the problem. People reject the truth, and so they will suffer the strong delusion. If you reject Jesus as king, and all these people say, like Candace Owens says Christ is king, and Nick Fuentes will say Christ is king, but what does that really mean to you? When you say Christ is king, what you're really saying is the Eucharistic Christ is your king. The Catholic Christ is your king. The Catholic system is your king. You're not actually saying that Christ, the true Christ of the scriptures that's been revealed, that is the living word of God that died on your behalf, that gives you eternal life, and you walk the narrow road with him, that Christ. If that Christ is king in your life, then you are divorced from the world. You don't have a need to conquer the seven mountains because he's already conquered everything. And he's coming back to destroy the system once and for all. But if Christ is king is your rallying cry as you're, conquering the seven mountains, then you're not in alignment with the narrow road whatsoever. You're going for the counterfeit Christ, which is coming into the world. And we'll talk about that at the end. But this is the problem. This is a dialectic that he does like everything else. He's putting that out into the culture, just like he put, what's her name? Paula White. I almost called her Pam. Paula White, to get people to talk. So he says this comment that's really like, the liberals are getting infuriated. What does that do? That makes the conservatives say, well, no, because they're going to defend Trump. Well, no, maybe Trump should be king, or, maybe he's just joking around. This is just getting the ball going like this, doop, 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 to get that conversation going. This video is from NBC Chicago. Governor Pritzker slams Trump and Musk in closing remarks of State of the State address. Let's see. 8 minutes and 14 seconds. Where are you at? Almost there. And how about just 8:10?
My oath is to the Constitution of our state and of our country. We don't have kings in America, and I don't intend to bend the knee to one.
What's this about? What's this about that this is now on the world stage? Again, if you interpret everything from the perspective that you are in Plato's cave, okay, you're in Plato's cave. The Jesuits are sitting there behind you with their little puppets and creating shadows on the wall. And everybody's like, ooh, look at this, look at that. And you, by the grace of God, have had your chains broken free, and you can turn your neck and you can say, wait a minute, there's Jesuits there with little puppets and, a little light behind the hand. And you can see. So the world is a stage. All these things are scheduled and appointed, and there's actors playing their parts, entrances and exits, just like Francis Bacon wrote. So these people are, now of course, maybe some of these people aren't, actors in the sense that they're just there and they're kind of reacting to this, and now this is being promoted because it's very good content. But either way, it doesn't matter. The point is that this is a stage, and now we have to put something on the stage, the idea of a king. What do the masses think about this idea? Well, let's find out. Let's get Trump to make a comment. Let's get people to argue about it. Let's this, and suddenly this becomes part of the dialectic and part of the discussion. And eventually it's going to be all over the world, and there's going to be reformation, a demand to reform the political system because this two-party democratic system just doesn't work. We need somebody who really cares about the country, and we can trust, and he can be our king, and we can just let him do everything. And we have no king but Caesar, right? That's where we're going. Trump, airport, Trump Day. GOP loyalists try to turn adulation into law. Lawmakers seek to score political points with bills to rename Washington Dulles Update Mount Rushmore and turn the president's birthday into a new federal holiday. Idolatry at its maximum. But this is, again, you look at this, and this is actually stuff that's happening. People are infatuated with this man, and they're suffering the delusion that comes with it. Look at this. This book was from 3 years ago now. The Plot Against the King by Kash Patel, who now gets his reward, and he's, the FBI director or whatever. A key player in uncovering one of our nation's biggest injustices tells the whole story for kids. Kash Patel partners with Beacon of Freedom Publishing House, an imprint of brave books, to bring a fantastical retelling of Hillary's horrible plot against Trump to the whole family. Look at this. I mean, this is just propaganda at its highest, man. When you start getting your kids involved in politics and you're making little fairy tales that are having to do with political narratives, this is not healthy education for your children. This is fascist programming. Look, kids, what does the Fuhrer have to say today? Oh, he says this. Oh, I guess we got to do that. This is programming from a while ago. And of course, they're going to increase with it. But people don't see it because they've been so traumatized by the left to where it's justified for these things to happen. Do you understand? It's justified for these things to happen because the left has been such a big bad boogeyman that acknowledging, any wrong on the right is, that's blasphemy. Trump threatens to sue authors and media who use anonymous sources. U.S. President Trump, furious over a disparaging new tell-all book about him, threatened Wednesday to sue authors and media outlets that use anonymous sources. Trump has made suing people an integral part of his brand as he made his way up from New York real estate mogul to the U.S. presidency twice. And this time he's taking aim at the common practice of books and news stories using unnamed sources. Trump is also famously contemptuous of mainstream media in America, which he routinely labels as fake news. Well, it is fake news, but anyway, the lie that people don't realize is that it's fake on both sides. His latest move comes after the publication of a new expose by journalist Michael Wolff that has Trump and his team livid. Among other assertions, the book says that after surviving an assassination attempt last summer during the election campaign, Trump seemed possibly on the verge of cracking, unable to finish sentences and flying into rages that were stunning, even for the famously thin-skinned formerly reality TV star. In a social media post, Trump said that after what he called his wildly successful first month back in power, fake books and stories with anonymous sources are coming out, and at some point I'm going to sue some of these dishonest authors and book publishers to determine if these sources exist, which they largely do not. Trump added, they are made up, defamatory fiction, and a big price should be paid for the blatant dishonesty. I'll do it as a service to our country. Who knows, maybe we will even create a nice new law. The new book by Wolff, he had a bestseller that came out in 2018 called Fire and Fury Inside the Trump White House, among other bombshell claims, also quotes a Mar-a-Lago source saying as Trump's wife Melania hates him. The Trump White House is skirmishing early and often with the news media as the president presses relentlessly his hard right agenda targeting immigrants and gutting the federal government through the freewheeling work of billionaire Elon Musk, an advisor with an outsized role in the Trump's so far very busy second term. On Tuesday, the administration broke decades of tradition by announcing that the White House itself would pick which media get close to the president in confined quarters like the Oval Office as part of what is known as a press pool. Until now, an independent association of American media organizations covering the White House made this selection. Now, who knows if these books are real, like if they're documenting real things, or if this is just opposition to justify what? To justify passing a law that you can't have anonymous testimony anymore, which is part of the surveillance state. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. I wouldn't be surprised if the dialectic between him and these guys, coming out with all these things, this is just dialectics. Maybe they'll go to court, prove that there's nothing there, and then pass a law as a justification. Problem, reaction, solution. More surveillance state. This is, again, what do dictators do? They put in their loyalists, they take out the opposition, they control the media, they control the echo chamber. Everything's the same as in other times in history. Yet people are cheering it on because they've been traumatized by the big, bad deep state. Here's another one that says the same thing. White House, this is from archive.is. White House moves to pick the pool reporters who cover Trump. In announcing plans to handpick the reporters who can ask the president questions, the White House is breaking decades of precedent. Yeah, because something new is happening. Something new is brewing. It's not really new. It's really old, if you understand that part. But now let's see so Donald Trump so far we've established is the king of America. He's going to be the king. He's going to be the monarch. And he's going to be the template for the monarchs everywhere else in the world. But what kind of monarch is he? Who's paying his bills? Well, let's see. Donald Trump secured 56% of the Catholic vote in this election and appointed numerous devout Catholics to his Trump 2.0 administration. Here's a list. Here's a thread on the list of Catholics serving in his second administration. Let's see. Vice President Vance, Marco Rubio, Sean Duffy, Secretary of Transportation, Gail Slatter, DOJ antitrust czar, Lori Chavez de Rimmer, Secretary of Labor, John Ratcliffe, CIA Director. All these people are Catholics. And of course, they're probably also Knights of Malta, Knights of Columbus members. Sebastian Gorka, Senior Director of Counterterrorism. Caroline Leavitt, White House Press Secretary, Catholic mouthpiece. Tom Homan, Border Czar. John Gibbs, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Police Development and Research, yada, yada, yada. All these people are Catholics. Catholic. Now, do you remember when we were watching that video of that rabbi who supposedly was a big traitor because, he was loyal to Judaism and even though he was an American citizen? Well, guess what, my friends? You need to understand that militant Catholics are loyal to the Pope. This is why people, when the founding fathers started this country, they understood the threat of Catholicism. Because people who are Catholic, who are militant Catholic, I'm not talking about run-of-the-mill, average Catholic that doesn't even go to church. I'm talking about militant Catholics, people who are in secret societies, in orders, Jesuits, Jesuit trained. These are people who are loyal to the agenda. They're loyal to a foreign empire. That's what you need to understand. So the Pope is not just like a spiritual authority. He's a political authority. He's a political and spiritual authority. That means that when you open your doors to religious freedom, which is what the founding fathers knew would be a problem in this country. When you open your doors to religious freedom, they knew that the Catholics would take advantage of it. The Jesuits would come and infiltrate under the guise of, we're free to do this, we're free to do that. And they would change the demographics, which is what they did through sending immigrants, sound familiar? This time it was Irish immigrants, to change the voting demographics. And voila, pretty soon today you have, 56% of the whatever vote is Catholic. And what did he say here in this post? The percentage, secured 56% of the Catholic vote in this election. So more than half of the Catholics support Trump, and he's got a ton of Catholics surrounding his cabinet. The founding fathers would be rolling in their graves if they found this out. But, they predicted as much would happen. Here's another one.
Here are the top 5 Catholic priests in Donald Trump's orbit. Number 5, the 4 priests who attended a Trump rally in Montana. They generated controversy due to their prominent seating location. Number 4, Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano. He wrote an open letter of support for Trump in 2020, and the president responded, thanking Vigano for his support. Number 3, Father Jason Sharon. He was the Ukrainian Catholic priest who gave the prayer shortly before Donald Trump was nearly assassinated. Number 2, Archbishop Timothy Dolan. Trump has tapped Dolan to lead the opening prayer at his 2025 inauguration. Number 1, Frank Pavone. He served on the Catholic Advisory Board for the Trump campaign and was named National Co-Chair of Pro-Life Voices for Trump. Here are the top.
There he is with the Pope. Of course, on the surface, dialectic is all, the Pope is a liberal, he's woke, and Trump is conservative. But you know who pays his bills, folks? You have to understand. Here's some more evidence. Archbishop Fulton Sheen, who influenced the conversion of thousands to Catholicism, including committed communists, is among the individuals announced by U.S. President Trump to receive a statue at the National Garden of American Heroes. Image of the beast, anybody? Can it get any clearer than this? I mean, really, come on. Here's what you need to be worried about. Here's what you need to be worried about. You need to be worried about this, not about communism, not about the Jews. Please help spread the beauty of the Catholic faith. Repost and follow. This is what you need to be worried about. This is coming back into the world. En masse. Protestantism is over. It's going to be converted. People will find the light of the Eucharist through charismatic experiences. Muslims and Jews have an expiration date. They're going to be converted. So what's going to happen is the world will marvel after this power. And of course, at the head of this power is the Pope, which calls himself the vicar of Christ, but actually he's the vicar of Satan. And probably he will be possessed by Satan, and Satan will receive worship through one man from the entire world. So, conclusion from that part, by every historical precedent and definition, Trump is centralizing power and becoming a dictator. By everything that you can compare to previous people in history. He throws out a term to get people to argue about it and then move the agenda along and see where the culture is at so they can measure people's reactions. He's very intentional with his language. So when he called himself king, it's by design. It's not just like, oh, he's just having fun, he's just joking around. It's by design. The NAR militants already see him as the king, like I had in that clip in the beginning of those two false prophets. The Jews see him as kind of a King David Messiah type. The Catholics see him as Constantine, type of a Constantine figure, a Caesar type of figure. He has paralleled himself to Napoleon, who was an emperor. And of course, Napoleon was propped up by the Jesuits. But either way, there's also parallels to Hitler. So you have to learn your history, folks, that there's nothing new under the sun. There really isn't. Trump is a phenomenon that is nothing new. If you understand what happened with Napoleon, with Hitler, with all these charismatic leaders in history, then you see that Trump is nothing new. It's just a repeat of that cycle to bring the world to this final situation. There's just patterns repeating themselves. Even more important, though, is that he's not just going to be a monarch. He's going to be a Catholic monarch. Now, whether he converts openly or not, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't, because he's working to create the image of the beast. America, from the very beginning, had its associations with Rome. I document that quite a bit in my Synagogue of Satan series. And it's going to be instrumental in Rome's resurrection, because it's the false prophet working signs and wonders to make people build the image. That through this image, they honor the beast. And of course, through that, they honor the devil. And the image, of course, is a representation of what the beast enjoyed. So America is fated to accomplish this purpose. And Trump is fated to be a big part of that. Now, the next section of this is technocracy. I want to cover a few stories that add to the overwhelming amount of evidence of a future technocratic state, where you have an elite oligarchy surrounding a king, kind of like a court, a king in his court, except it's going to be very technological, and there's going to be AI managing everything else. The image of the beast has to have technology as a component. Why? Because the image is related to a no-buy, no-sell situation. So it causes all, both rich and poor, to receive a mark. And if you don't take the mark, then you're not going to be able to buy or sell. That means that there's a technology component to the image of the beast. Do you get it? Because technology is required to enforce a worldwide no-buy, no-sell situation. Therefore, the image of the beast is technological in nature. Very fascinating. It's going to be like medieval feudalism, if you know what that is, with kings and a court and, the feudal system. But it's going to be technocratic, with AI as the enforcer and the executioner, and the tattletale that spies on you for not obeying the king. Let's look at a couple articles. If I can pull this up. All right, here we go. This is from Plugged In. I think this is J.D. Vance. This is from last year, but it's relevant. August 20th, 2024. This J.D. Vance funded donor organization has big plans and $1 million budget to match. Before J.D. Vance began his rapid rise to vice presidential candidate, he co-founded a Silicon Valley backed donor organization to finance right-wing news stories, voter turnout operations, and election polls within a goal of spreading U.S. President Trump's brand of nationalism, according to a previously unreported document on the group. So really quick, J.D. Vance was part of a group that was dedicated to influencing the election. Nobody ever talked about that when it comes to election controversies. Founded in 2019, Rockbridge Network seeks to influence U.S. politics through a centrally controlled network of right-wing political groups backed by some of the same deep-pocketed tech investors who helped bankroll Vance's political rise. The existence of Rockbridge and Vance linked to it have been previously reported, but 3 internal Rockbridge documents reviewed by Reuters and half a dozen sources familiar with the group reveal the scale of its ambitions, its roughly $75 million budget for 2024, and its role in seeking to influence November's presidential election. Rockbridge showcases how Trump's election or selection of Vance as his running mate could empower a new set of Republican businessmen, heavyweight tech investors who favor far-reaching deregulation. Many want to weaken the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, which regulates Wall Street, and reduce oversight of cryptocurrency and artificial intelligence. That's right, because this is the future. This is your image of the beast coming to life. Their financial backing of Rockbridge illustrates Silicon Valley's growing influence in conservative politics and marks an evolution from more traditional deep-pocketed Republican activists whose political networks have lost influence since Trump took over the party. Rockbridge oversees 5 political groups and 1 super PAC focused on financial right-wing investigative reporting, underwriting polls, turning out voters in battleground states, and spurring churchgoers into political activism. According to a 7-page Rockbridge prospectus issued to donors ahead of an April retreat in Palm Beach, Florida. Super PACs, short for political action committees, can spend unlimited amounts of money to campaign independently for candidates. Vance, identified in the prospectus as Rockbridge's co-founder, appears to retain no formal relationship with the group. He maintains informal ties to it, however, and spoke to more than 100 of its members and donors gathered at its biannual retreat in April, according to an attendee and a memo outlining the event's agenda. A longtime associate of Vance's Republican businessman Chris Buskirk is Rockbridge's other founder. Rockbridge's network donor outreach is run by Rockbridge Network LLC, a for-profit Delaware company that helps manage donations for the network's political groups. Its owners are not identified in corporate records. 2 Rockbridge officials who handle donor contacts and donations are also members of Vance's current fundraising team, according to 2 of the internal documents in a campaign official. Many of Rockbridge's donors support Vance politically. A spokesperson for Vance declined to comment about Rockbridge. The Trump campaign did not respond to questions about the network's role and its links to at least 2 of the campaign staffers. Vance's poor, unstable upbringing in Ohio led to his best-selling 2016 memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, and the Trump campaign is hopeful his story will resonate with the working-class voters. Yeah, because nobody in the campaign can resonate with working class because it's all billionaires. We need a leader who is not in the pocket of big business, but answers to the working man, union and non-unions alike, Vance said in his July 17th acceptance speech at the Republican National Convention. His resume also includes a degree from Yale Law School, which is great Jesuit grounds to recruit people, by the way, and a lucrative career as a San Francisco Bay Area-based venture capitalist. The Rockbridge network he co-founded draws heavily from the elite worlds of tech and investing. A number of high-profile Silicon Valley venture capitalists and crypto investors have thrown their support behind Trump. Conservatives in the tech industry have said they are concerned about the Biden administration's crackdown on crypto and cautious approach to artificial intelligence. Rockbridge hasn't disclosed its financial backers and isn't required to reveal them under campaign finance laws. But according to 2 sources with knowledge of Rockbridge, they include Peter Thiel, there you go, a German-born libertarian billionaire who poured millions into Vance's 2022 U.S. Senate race. Its members also include venture capitalist Blake Masters, a Thiel protege and former candidate for U.S. Congress in Arizona, and investor Omid Malik, a former Democrat who now backs conservative-friendly companies, the sources said. Right-wing activist and Harris, Rebecca Mercer, a major donor to Trump, is also a backer. Spokespeople for the Thiel and Mercer did not respond to requests for comment. Masters did not respond to requests for comment. Since being selected by Trump as his running mate last month, Vance has held rallies in the battleground states and headline fundraisers include the Silicon Valley. His debut has sometimes been shaky, notably due to the unearthed 2021 comments about childless cat ladies, a jab seen as misogynistic and discriminatory to people without children. Recruiting churchgoers investing in media. Reuters reviewed 2 documents distributed to donors who attended Rockbridge's April retreat in Palm Beach. A 5-page memo details the 3-day meeting's agenda. A separate 7-page prospectus explains Rockbridge political visions and projects. Reuters also obtained an invitation sent to donors for a private dinner in Dallas last month to discuss Rockbridge. All 3 documents are labeled confidential. The prominence of the guest speakers in Palm Beach underlined Rockbridge's influence. Trump himself spoke by video from New York, where he was on trial in his hush money case at the time. Trump campaign co-chair Susie Wiles gave a presentation during a section titled Winning the White House. Influential conservative legal figure Leonard Leo and New York Jets owner Woody Johnson, a Trump donor, also spoke according to the memo. Leo did not respond to questions sent to him at the Federalist Society, the conservative legal group he heads. Johnson didn't reply to questions sent to him via the New York Jets. Rockbridge, according to the documents, consists of a cluster of small groups, none of which appear to have their own websites or much of a public footprint. It has 150 to 200 members and has 2024 budget of between $70 to $80 million, the source familiar with the group said. The cost of membership ranges from $100,000 to $1 million, according to the Rockbridge prospectus. Two Rockbridge groups, Virginia-based Better Tomorrow and Washington-based Over the Horizon, focus on get-out-the-vote operations, according to the documents. They are helping Trump and Vance in 7 swing states, the source familiar with the group said. The two groups, plus a newly created Buskirk-led super PAC first revealed by the New York Times, will have a total of around 5,000 people in the field seeking to drive turnout, the source said. Another Rockbridge group, Faithful in Action, has more than 160,000 members, according to the prospectus. Its mission is to recruit churchgoers into political activism, the prospectus said. It was incorporated in 2023 in Wyoming, and state records show its president is Buskirk. Reuters was unable to independently confirm its size or current activities. Rockbridge's efforts to influence journalism are led by Firebrand Action. Incorporated in Virginia in 2022, state records list Firebrand's president as Buskirk and its secretary as James Blair, a member of Trump's campaign staff and a former deputy chief of staff for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Blair resigned from Firebrand in the spring before joining the Trump campaign, said a source familiar with his role. Peas in a pod, man. You see, really quickly, notice how they're all doing the same stuff. Whether it's liberal or conservative, they all have their little mushroom organizations and NGOs and LLCs and money laundering schemes and all sorts of things to influence and shape the culture. Rockbridge funds reporting published by aligned media outlets, the prospectus said. Reuters was unable to identify any articles or media outlets backed by the group. Firebrand and Revitalization Partners, a charitable investment account, are both listed in the prospectus as supporting investigative journalism and public polling that has been included in the go-to Real Clear Politics and 538 polling averages for political races. The document didn't name the polls involved. Real Clear Politics and 538 did not respond to requests for comment. Rockbridge also has served as an incubator for new ventures. At a 2022 Rockbridge Summit, Buskirk investor Malik, hedge fund heiress Mercer, and former Arizona congressional candidate Masters started discussing how to finance a parallel economy of conservative businesses, one attendee said. That would eventually become 1789 Capital, a $150 million Palm Beach-based venture capital firm owned by Buskirk, Malik, and Mercer, the source added. Last year, 1789 Capital announced its first investment, $15 million into conservative TV personality Tucker Carlson's new former company, Last Country Incorporated. In April, at a fireside chat with more than 100 prospective Rockbridge donors at the Four Seasons Resort Palm Beach, Vance sat across from Buskirk in an armchair, according to an attendee and the memo outlining the agenda. The source said Vance's speech went hard on his key policy planks: reluctance to take on Russia and Ukraine, false claims that Trump won the 2022 election, and emphasis on what Vance deems family values, such as the importance of marriage and children. Vance and Buskirk were introduced to each other by Thiel and first met in San Francisco following Trump's 2016 election victory, according to the source familiar with Rockbridge. At the time, Vance was working for Thiel's venture capital firm, Mithril Capital. Vance and Buskirk launched Rockbridge in 2019 as an informal network to, quote, replace the current Republican ecosystem, the prospectus said. Vance's ascension to the presidential ticket has attracted more donor interest than Rockbridge, said two sources familiar with the group. On July 25th, 10 days after the Vance was picked, an invitation went out to several Republican donors for a private dinner and discussion about Rockbridge Network in Dallas, according to an invitation seen by Reuters. Gosh, so much intrigue and so much shenanigans with these people, but it's all just the same stuff. The technocratic elite have just put their people in, and these will be the kings of the earth. And combined with people in other countries, it's all just one system. This is from Not the Bee. Apple to disable high encryption option for British users after UK government demands backdoor into people's data. I mean, What more can you say with this headline? Another day, another subtle erosion of personal privacy. Though it's only happening in the UK for now, everyone everywhere would be wise to pay attention to a new change Apple has made regarding the protection of user data. As reported by BBC, Apple is at least in part accommodating the UK government's request to have access to private user data by removing its highest level of security tool for UK users. Again, this is not a point, people. This is a path. It's a path. Where does that path go? Well, all roads lead to Rome. So how does that lead to the image of the beast and the papacy being worshipped and everything else that the Bible warns you about? These companies, all they need to do is just flip a switch. You don't own anything anymore, man. I don't own my computer. I don't own my phone. You think you own it, but you don't own anything. All they can do is just flip a switch if you're not being a good little boy or girl, and boom, you're out of the system. You don't want to, you're going to get fined, you're going to get, sanctions, all sorts of things. You maybe even get imprisoned or worse. That's the future. This is Greg Reese, and it's about some technocratic stuff. Carbon tax and the digital ID control grid. Let's see.
Every transaction we make. In the current system, a birth certificate of title is registered for every child born. This is provided a paper record with minimal information. But with biometric data, the new system is capable of assigning a digital ID to every living man, woman, and child born. Locked into the blockchain from day one, every person's carbon footprint can be monitored, their compliance measured, and their overall value to the system can be calculated in real time. Blockchain is an immutable, time-stamped record of every interaction and exchange. And it's not just individuals who will have a digital ID. Every business, every product, and everything we interact with will have a digital ID. This is called tokenization, and it's happening right now. From the perspective of control, it is the most effective method of controlling human behavior that the world has ever known. And while many argue that the blockchain is not capable of doing all this, the problem has already been solved. It's called Hashgraph, and it appears to be ready for deployment. Hashgraph is exponentially more efficient than blockchain. Able to handle hundreds of thousands of transactions per second, it uses practically zero energy. It is the perfect digital branding iron for human chattel in the new AI digital control grid. Hedera, the company behind the Hashgraph system, is already partnered and connected with major corporations and governments. The Institute of International Finance has tapped Hedera as the only Layer 1 tech to explore blockchain solutions for tokenized financial assets. And this is how the carbon tax will be calculated.
Has there been a response to this? Like, is this something that's...
I talked to the Biden administration, incoming administration, and they were like, well, this seems too politically difficult. And I was like, well, this is obviously a thing that should happen.
And even some sort of an incremental increase over time.
Yeah, exactly. We don't need to
warn people.
Yeah, say if you just say it's coming, people will automatically make the changes.
That seems so reasonable.
Yeah, I agree.
And they were like,
They thought it was like too politically difficult, and I'm like, I mean, I don't know, man. I think that's like at least half the reason you got elected. So why don't you just fight for that? There's just one thing that will matter: put a price on carbon.
That would be the best option
for sure.
That seems like it'd be such a good idea.
Like, what do 90%?
Such a good idea, says Joe Rogan. This was a couple of years ago, though. But either way, this is the guy, Elon, that is also in charge of the air with the sky, the rockets, the drones, the chips, the app. And yeah, we need to tax carbon somehow.
Have economists thinking like they all agree. Okay, we should do that.
It was too politically difficult for Elon to introduce a carbon tax under President Biden because the MAGA cult would have resisted it. But they have become cheerleaders for the new system and all things Elon. So now the gates are wide open. Democratic Party member Maxine Waters recently introduced bipartisan stablecoin legislation. This aligns with what the Trump administration has been proposing and is expected to be passed into law without any pushback. This will create a digital dollar backed by U.S. Treasury bills and other debt instruments. But the United States has been bankrupt for decades, and a complete financial crash is imminent. Once the dollar dies, the already legally accepted stablecoins will then be pegged to Bitcoin, and the new digital system will be the savior. It will be celebrated for saving us from a depression, securing our borders, and protecting the children. And the carbon tax will begin.
But it's really fundamental. Unless there's a price put on carbon,
we're never going to be able to make the transition that we need to in time, correct?
Yeah. And the only way to do that is basically with a carbon tax.
Greg Reese reporting.
Oh my goodness, and people are cheering it on. That's the mind-numbing part of all this, that people are cheering it on. Meet the world's 24 super billionaires. Meet your kings of the earth right here. All of them smiling. In 1987, Forbes published its first billionaires list featuring 140 individuals whose combined wealth totaled $295 billion. At the time, the richest person in the world was Japan Yoshiaki Tsutsumi, a real estate tycoon with $20 billion. Today, the world's richest person, Elon Musk, is worth $419 billion, roughly 21 times as much as Tsutsumi at his peak. The rich have gotten richer, folks. These are the new kings of the earth, and they will pledge their power to the beast, and they'll be part of this instrumental system. Here's one more on the PayPal Mafia.
Mafia, and how are they linked to apartheid-era South Africa?
Well, they're a group of men who are at the top, the founding of PayPal, all of whom in some way or other grew up in South Africa as children. You've got Musk himself, who was born in South Africa and lived there, went to high school there until he was 18. Musk's grandfather, Canadian grandfather, had been the head of the Canadian branch of a political movement in the 1930s called Technocracy Incorporated, which in essence wanted to scrap democracy in the United States and Canada and have technocrats rule the country, which might sound familiar. That becomes a de facto fascist party, is banned during the Second World War, and then the grandfather moves to apartheid South Africa, having had no connection to the place, in 1950 because he likes the sound of apartheid. And even Errol Musk says of the grandfather, he was an open neo-Nazi. You got Peter Thiel, who was a co-founder with Musk of PayPal. Thiel was born in Germany, but brought to South Africa as a young child. His father was a mining engineer, lived in Johannesburg, and then moved to Southwest Africa, which was then a South African colony, is now Namibia. And he went to school in Swakopmund, which was notorious as probably the last place on the planet where people still openly greeted each other with Heil Hitler and celebrated Hitler's birthday. He went to a German school there before moving to the United States when he was 10 or 11. You've got David Sachs, who was born in Cape Town. He's big in PayPal and is now Trump's AI and crypto czar. He moved to Tennessee as a relatively young child, but grew up in the white South African diaspora there. And you've got Roelof Botha, the grandson of Pik Botha, the last foreign minister of apartheid South Africa. He was the acceptable face of apartheid. You'll remember he used to run around the United States trying to put a gloss on how they were reforming things and that everything was getting better. So you see those four key people at the top of PayPal, and they all have this, very intimate connection to South Africa.
Who are...
Peas in a pod, folks. Peas in a pod. So, what do we take from this? Well, we take the fact that they're centralizing power. They're centralizing power in the fulfillment of the Bible's words. Remember, the image of the beast is a representation of the government that the beast enjoyed for over 1,000 years. It's a representation, and it's worldwide. Okay, so it has certain qualities to it. It's a representation, meaning it looks just like that government. It's worldwide, meaning the New World Order type of situation. And because it causes people to take the mark, meaning there's a legislative power to it, and you can't buy or sell unless you have the mark, meaning there's a technological component to the image of the beast. Do you see how the Bible is so brilliant, man? The Bible is so brilliantly written and so simple. In such few words, it gives you such a deep perspective of the history. And it tells you also that the kings are going to pledge their power to the beast. We talked about that last time. That isn't just John saying, well, I don't know what presidents look like, so I'm just going to say kings. No, I think that John was seeing kings for a reason, because you're going back to monarchies. because the image being a representation of what the medieval papacy enjoyed, with kings pledging their power, has to have kings pledging their power to the beast. You get it? People are not going to, let's have a vote. Let's have a vote, a national vote. Should we pledge the power to the beast or not? That's not how the things work. Democracy has to be obliterated. You need a king to do the decision for you and to bring everybody to the beast so that they will enforce it. So the rich have gotten richer, and they're going to control your life with AI, with blockchain, with drones, with robots, Skynet. All the things we saw in sci-fi movies are actually coming true. My God, what a crazy time to be alive. But all these people are bought and paid for is the point too. They're all bought and paid for. Vance, he's a puppet. Thiel, what's his name? Elon Musk. They're cronies in crypto and Trump's administration. Everybody's part of the club, man. It's all one big club. Trump is not getting rid of the swamp. He's making it bigger and better than ever before. He's coming in with a wrecking ball and renovating it and making it better and bigger and more efficient, quote unquote, than ever before, so that the swamp can finally fulfill its purpose, which is to pledge its power to the beast. Okay, the final section of this is more worldwide stories, although I believe there are like 2 stories here in the beginning that having to do with more local stuff. Yeah, this is from local stuff in America. But anyway, these are more worldwide things. I want to look at just the image of the beast taking shape throughout the world and international situations. Of course, a big part of this is the Zelensky visit to the White House, which is a total circus act, as you saw in the montage to this presentation. Just the clips of Zelensky arguing with Trump, and then you have flashing to Trump on what is it, WWE or WWF or whatever it's called. I mean, it's all theater, man. It's all theater, and when you understand it, you'll see more proof of that today. But again, this is just moving the Club of Rome plan for nation states of the image of the beast, basically, to the future. It's just moving it faster and faster. We're right on the horizon of this becoming reality. So this is from ProPublica, and it's about Mike Johnson, which is also relevant. This is from February 28th, 2025. Speaker Mike Johnson is living in a D.C. house that is the center of a pastor's secretive influence campaign. Remember Rockbridge? Well, the Capitol Hill townhouse is owned by a major Republican donor. It's the headquarters of a little-known political influence project that has reached a number of powerful Republican politicians. In 2021, Steve Berger, an evangelical pastor who has attacked the separation of church and state as a delusional lie, so you know what team he's batting for, and called multinational institutions demonic, set off on an ambitious project. His stated goal: to minister to members of Congress so that what they learn is then translated into policy. His base of operations would be a 6-bedroom, 3.7 million townhouse blocks from the U.S. Capitol. Recently, the pastor scored a remarkable coup for the political... First of all, how did he get the money to buy this house? That's an interesting question we need to be asking since he's a pastor. Recently, the pastor scored a remarkable coup for a political influence project that has until now managed to avoid public scrutiny. He got a roommate. House Speaker Mike Johnson has been staying at the home since around the beginning of this year, according to interviews and videos obtained by ProPublica. The house is owned by a major Republican donor and Tennessee car magnate who has joined Berger in advocating for and against multiple bills before Congress. There they are, hanging out, having fun, peas in a pod. Over the past 4 years, Berger and his wife, Sarah Berger, have dedicated themselves to what they call their D.C. Ministry Center. In addition to Johnson, who is an evangelical conservative, the pastor has built close relationships with several other influential conservative politicians. Dan Bishop, now nominated for a powerful post in the Trump White House, seems to have also lived in the home last year while he was still a congressman, according to 3 people. A spokesperson for Johnson said that the speaker, quote, pays fair market value in monthly rent for the portion of the Washington, D.C. townhome that he occupies. He did not answer a question about how much Johnson is paying. House ethics rules allow members of Congress to live anywhere as long as they pay fair market rent. The spokesperson added that Johnson has never once spoken to Mr. Berger about any piece of legislation or any matter of public policy. Berger and Bishop did not respond to requests for comment. Wait, I need to take a drink really quick. Yeah, if you believe that, then I got some beachfront property for you. I'll order you a mug if you believe that, so you can have a little beachfront property yourself. All right, let's go to the next one. This is from the web archive because they have a paywall, but it's actually from, what is it, local news, New York, something, CBS News, I think, CBS News. America's Dream Mall sidestep. So this is a local thing, but I think it's relevant anyway to the image of the beast being worldwide, because this is the coming reality, is this Sunday stuff. American Dream Mall's sidestepping of Bergen County, New Jersey's blue laws causes considerable debate. Now, I've covered stories in like the UK where like Chick-fil-A is having these dialectics about keeping open on Sunday and staying open, or versus being forced to, or being forced to open versus wanting to stay closed, all this kind of stuff on Sunday. Again, what do? Here's the ball, set it in the court, and let the people, look to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. And that's to get the masses hypnotized with this topic. So whenever you see this starting to become mainstream, this is setting a precedent, folks. You have to understand everything the devil does is counterfeit. What does God do? So then understand what God does so you understand what the devil's doing as a counterfeit. God sets precedents, right? When you study biblical typology, for example, that is a whole realm of study of unspoken prophecies. When God does something, he sets a precedent, whether it's through a prophet, through a situation, he's setting a precedent that typifies the future. Because God is consistent and he's sovereign. So he sets a precedent. And then you understand when the thing happens that there's a precedent for it. There's a typology. There's a lot of that, whether you're talking about salvation, Christology, Bible prophecy, there's a lot of that, precedents. Well, the devil, because he wants to play God, he's also setting precedents and revealing the method and doing these types of things. So when you see an article like this, which seems, relatively meaningless, but it's recent, it's like, a month ago, where there's a dialectic of, oh my gosh, the Dream Mall is open on Sunday. How dare they break the blue laws in New Jersey? So now there's a dialectic. Do you get it? There's a dialectic now. The Goyim have to argue over this. And what do you have? Well, you have the, pro-Israel, against Israel. You have the liberals. You have the conservatives. You have all these different factions of people that have different views on whether or not Sunday should be honored. And of course, in the process, you're going to create conflicts and precedents to where then other people who are voices for Catholicism, like Candace Owens, like Russell Brand, like Jordan Peterson, who are shaping the culture, can now refer to these precedents and say, look at that situation that happened in New Jersey. We need to have reform so that we can rest on Sunday. I can already see it happening. These types of things are precedents for the future. So again, they are paths. They are not points. They are paths. You have to think in terms of paths. So, with that said, let's read a little bit about it. Despite Bergen County's blue laws, which require retail stores closed on Sundays, the American Dream Mall is open for business on Sundays. Shoppers seem thrilled about it, but there are some county officials who are not. How'd they get away with it? CBS News New York learned earlier this month that the American Dream started advertising that all stores are open on Sundays, and many have been for more than a year. Imagine such blasphemy. The mall sits on New Jersey Sports and Exposition Authority land, which could perhaps be why it believes the blue laws don't apply to its retailers. Reporter Vanessa Murdoch reached out to both NJSEA and American Dream to get to the bottom of it, but both declined to comment. Shoppers she spoke to, though, didn't seem to care, as they were spotted Sunday enjoying the freedom to stroll in and out of the mall's retail shops. I think it's fantastic, said Joanna Mordecki of Tuxedo Park, New York. Mordecki says she loves it because during the weekend on Saturdays, she's too busy to shop. It gives me an opportunity to come out and to get some much-needed socks, shoes, pants, anything, she says. Dina Goldman of Teaneck said she grew up with blue laws and liked them then, but now shares the same sentiments as her daughter, who approves of the idea. It was very exciting when we saw it was opening officially, Goldman said. There's nothing wrong with having a place to go to indoors, away from the cold, with a million things to do, a million people to see, said Harold Johnson of Somerset. This is Bergen County. Well, added Bob Nadella of Rose Park, how'd they get away with it? So this is a dialectic, and this dialectic matches the other dialectics that we've covered, like the Chick-fil-A thing in the UK, other, types of things where Sunday was on the table. These are just the beginnings, folks. This is very the bubbles of something much, much, much bigger that's coming. It's not ready yet. They gotta prime the culture, but these things are going to be setting precedents. And then you're going to see, again, the talking heads bring these types of topics to the forefront and say, what? We need to have a discussion Just like we need to have a discussion about the Muslims. We need to have a discussion about Sunday. You know, we need a day of rest because, you know, man is so stressed, and Jordan Peterson is going to come up with all these intellectual arguments why you need to rest on Sunday. It's happening, folks. It's going to happen. Just wait. Just give it time. Not too much time either. Trump administration pressuring Romania over Andrew Tate reports, February 17th. Trump administration has urged Romanian authorities to lift travel restrictions on influencer Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan Tate as they await trial on charges including human trafficking, sexual misconduct, and money laundering, according to a report by Financial Times. Now, really quick, everything we've covered, Nick Fuentes, the Epstein stuff, yada, yada, yada. Is Andrew Tate one of those people that is like Nick Fuentes? Would he be open? I should say open. I should say susceptible to being manipulated by money, sex, emotions, power, influence? Would he be available to be manipulated by these things? Absolutely. Is it likely that he's been manipulated by these things, given what we know? Yes, it's very likely. In fact, probably certain. And you can see that there is a dialectic, that he is now running for prime minister for the UK. So, hey, listen, you got a charisma, you got a personality. We need you. You just do this thing, and don't worry. We'll get rid of the court cases against you. All that blackmail material is going to get stuffed under the rug. Same old stuff, folks. Same old stuff. And you see that Trump is playing ball with Andrew Tate. Because why? Because Andrew Tate is just like Trump. They're peas in a pod. And Andrew Tate is going to be the copycat movement in the UK with his Bruv party or whatever. Again, these things are named after memes. That's how stupid people have gotten. To where it's like, oh, it's named after a meme, therefore it has credential. Doge, Bruv. It's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. So we should keep an eye out on what happens with Andrew Tate, because I bet you he's going to be the next prime minister of the UK. It sounds crazy, but we are in a crazy world. Clive Palmer launches Trump-inspired political party Trumpet of Patriots. I think this is Australia. Clive Palmer has launched a new political party named Trumpet of Patriots ahead of his year's federal election, promising to adopt many of the policies of the U.S. president. The billionaire mining magnate made the announcement today at Canberra, adding that the party will run candidates in the House of Representatives, the Senate, and all Liberal teal seats. We will make Australia great with Trumpet of Patriots, a registered political party with the Australian Electoral Commission, he said. You can't even have an authentic name for your political party. Like, okay, I understand you're going to be a fascist, like you have, some, like the crazy koalas or something like that, but not, you're naming it after Trump, for crying out loud. Trumpet of Patriots. If you can't get more idolatrous, I don't know. Trumpet of Patriots has been listed under the Australian Electoral Commission's Register of Political Parties. The party on its website writes, quote, common sense policies for all Australians, and enough is enough. We will drain the swamp. Oh, goodness. Palmer was forced to create a new party before the upcoming federal election after losing his bid to re-register his United Australian Party in the High Court a little over a week ago. United Australia Party was voluntarily deregistered on September 8th, 2022, meaning that all candidates would not have been identified under the party on ballot papers when voters take to the polls sometime before May. While Trumpet of Patriots has not announced any policies so far, Palmer promised the party would focus on gender, changing the immigration policy, bringing down the cost of living and free speech, and blah, blah, blah. All the usual. Here's their logo, Trumpet of Patriots with a lion, and trumpet. And again, why do they always have Latin? You ever ask yourself that? Why are these seals always in Latin? Why not, native Australian or English? Yeah, of course they have English here, but they always have Latin. They always have Latin, which tells you who pays their bills. So go figure. This is just one of many things that are going to happen throughout the world. And of course, this guy's a billionaire, and they're copying the same. It's the same copycat stuff, folks. They're getting the technocratic elite, the people who are billionaires, to be the kings of the earth, and they're promising power and riches in exchange for obedience. Okay, here's the Zelensky thing. I'm not going to play this video because you already saw clips of it in the montage, but I want to talk about what is the angle with this. I don't think a lot of people realize that this is all part of the plan. Furious Trump ejects Zelensky from White House and says, "Come back when you're ready for peace." Oh my gosh. Snarling Donald Trump sparked global chaos last night after booting I can't even pronounce that, Zelensky. Volodymyr, sounds like Voldemort, out of the White House amid a blistering row over U.S. backing of the Ukraine war. This is a total circus show. But you got to remember that this is all planned, folks. This is the thing you got to remember. It's all planned, and what is the angle? How does this relate to the image of the beast? Well, you're going to find out today. It's very simple, actually. Kremlin says that U.S. foreign policy shift aligns with its own vision. What vision is that, I wonder? We'll find out. The Kremlin said in remarks aired Sunday that the United States' sudden shift in foreign policy largely aligns with its own position. The new administration is rapidly changing all foreign policy configurations. This largely aligns with our own vision, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told a reporter from the state television. There's a long way to go because a lot of damage has been done to the whole complex of bilateral relations. But if the political will of the two leaders, President Putin and President Trump, is maintained, this path can be quite quick and successful, Peskov added. Yeah, okay. I thought something was beeping. I don't know. Anyway, so the Kremlin is all about it. The Kremlin is all about this situation because it aligns with their vision of their own kingdom. Breaking: Hungary Prime Minister Viktor Orban released a statement after President Trump's meeting with Zelensky. So this king of his territory is aligning with King Trump. Strong men make peace, weak men make war. Today, President Trump stood bravely for peace, even if it was difficult for many to digest. Thank you, Mr. President. We align with your way of doing things. And of course, he's part of the club. Elon Musk appears to back U.S. withdrawing from NATO and the UN. So Elon Musk is channeling or chiming in on this situation. Tech baron Elon Musk backed calls for the U.S. to withdraw from NATO and the United Nations after months of bad-mouthing the two international organizations. I agree. Musk 53 wrote in an X, and on a post on X reply late Saturday to MAGA influencer Gunther Eagleman's suggestion that it's time to leave NATO and the UN. Musk did not elaborate on the specifics of why he wants the U.S. to pull out of NATO and the UN, but the suggestion came after several social media users pointed to Senator Mike Lee's, Republican Utah, call to put out of both. So all of this stuff seems really rational, but there's an agenda behind it, folks. We'll talk about it in just a second. Macron: France and Britain propose 1 month truce in Ukraine. Here you go. What's the response? What's the response now to all of that? What's the response in Europe? Well, you're having solidarity. France and Britain are to propose a 1 month truce in Ukraine in the air, at the sea, Emmanuel Macron said, following talks in London on Sunday. So Europe is galvanizing unity in response to the U.S. getting itself out of NATO, out of the UN, out of not supporting Ukraine. It is now creating a situation where you have an American kingdom, a Russian kingdom, and a European kingdom. Huh. That's interesting. Reminds you of something? Let's find out.
The first priority of this government, of any government, is the security and safety of the British people.
When they say peace and safety, what happens? We are at a crossroads in history. It's time to act, by the way. This is Keir Starmer.
To defend the national interest, particularly in these volatile times. That's why last week I announced the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War. That's also why I met President Trump last week, to strengthen our relationship with America, an indispensable partner in defence and security. And it's why this weekend I've been hosting European leaders here in London to work together for the security of the United Kingdom, Ukraine, and Europe as a whole. We are at a crossroads in history today. This is not a moment for more talk. It's time to act, time to step up and lead, and to unite around a new plan for a just and enduring peace.
So Europe is really uniting over this issue because of the boogeyman of the Russians. Interesting, isn't it? This is from Financial Post. Europe's nightmare is here. They have to fight Putin without the U.S. All by design. The Oval Office blow-up between Zelensky and Trump laid bare for many Europeans that something critical has broken in their relationship with Washington. European leaders are confronting their worst-case scenario. Maybe they really are going to be dealing with a bellicose Russia alone. When the United States lined up alongside Russia and North Korea earlier this week to oppose a UN motion condemning Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, some European officials knew that the transatlantic relationship was in deep trouble. Then they watched in horror as Donald Trump gave Vladimir Zelensky a public dressing down in the Oval Office, and something broke. In interviews with Bloomberg, more than half a dozen officials who have maintained their composure through wars and financial crises reacted with visceral anger. For them, the scene showed the trust and values that have bound Europe and the U.S. together since the end of World War II. important point, are no longer shared. President Trump and his administration raised a more fundamental challenge to the transatlantic alliance than it has faced in many decades, said Graham Allison, a professor of government at Harvard University, who studied with Henry Kissinger and served in both the Clinton and Reagan administrations. French President Emmanuel Macron, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen have all described this moment as a generational challenge for the continent. They'll meet with Zelensky and other European leaders in London on Sunday to work out what their next move should be. The European Union is aiming to follow up with an emergency package of 20 billion euros in military aid for Ukraine at an emergency summit in Brussels on Thursday. But that's just the down payment for the hundreds of billions they will need to mobilize for defense in the coming months if they are to take over responsibility for their own security from the U.S. for the first time in 80 years. What happened 80 years ago? Well, the League of Nations, actually World War I started League of Nations, which was a failed thing. So then they tried again with World War II and created the United Nations, which was horrible for the United States. But that's by design. The United Nations was by design supposed to be a weakening aspect to America, so that by the time that all of this would be exposed, which is now, and America would free itself from the liberal agenda and become a utopia of conservative return to tradition, that it would polarize the world immediately and create separate kingdoms in the world. This is exactly what's happening, folks. Let's get a little perspective on this thing with Zelensky. This is from a guy named Brian Carlson. Again, at the risk of pissing a lot of people off, I would remind all those who believe that the best way the U.S. can help Ukraine is to continue the U.S.-NATO proxy war on their soil with the blood and bodies of their soldiers, that this strategy hasn't gone so well for Ukraine. I shouldn't have to repeat it. Trump is despicable. His joint display with his lame sidekick JD looked like something out of a B-grade spaghetti western or gangster movie. Ridiculous, thuggish, anything but presidential. But after his similar stunt with the King of Jordan, I was not surprised. And surely, if this is the way he talks in public, one may imagine how often he goes on tirades behind closed doors. He is severely mentally disordered. No leader, regardless of whether or not they are appreciated by the U.S. government, invited to the White House, should be lectured, yelled at, insulted by a U.S. president, or the chimp in the other chair. Yeah, it's by design, though. That's the point. The surface is like, oh my gosh, this whole thing just went totally chaotic. That's the psyop. The psyop is that's a psyop. The real psyop is this is all staged to bring back nationalism and bring a European kingdom and solidify the Russian kingdom and so on and so forth. And of course, the American kingdom, because America doesn't belong in the UN because it's taking all its money and for proxy wars. So it's not good from a nationalistic perspective. It's not good to be part of the UN, which is true. Where were we? Plus the UN's super corrupt. But anyway, that said, when Trump tells Zelensky that the war is Zelensky's fault, and that he should have negotiated right away, he leaves out the part that Zelensky and Putin were ready to sign a peace deal nearly immediately after the invasion, and it was the U.S. NATO Biden giving the orders, Boris, his dog, delivering the message that stopped that from happening. Biden was very clear that they had the opportunity now to wear down Russia's military might, and they pressured Zelensky to back out of the talks and to fight their war. I will repeat, as this is challenging for many to grasp. The U.S. government under Biden-Harris President Zelensky, through Boris Johnson's intervention, stopped a peace deal that would have had the Russians out and back to Russia and would have seen Ukraine never joining NATO and never housing nuclear weapons. Trump pointing the finger at Zelensky is ludicrous. Millions of lives would have been saved. Technically, Zelensky could have refused Boris and Biden, but they put the screws on him or pumped him up with lies about how they would make sure that he could beat Russia or whatever. Yeah, probably. These people are spies that they sacrifice. They tell him one thing and then they flip the agenda on him and so on. So very likely. But let's go for a moment to what standing with Ukraine means. So far, it has meant abolishing a peace treaty that would have prevented 3 years of an epic bloodbath in which a huge number of Ukrainian and Russians have been killed one another. Standing with Ukraine has meant giving Ukraine mountains of weapons with no oversight, as if they got to the soldiers at the front or were sold in the black markets by corrupt Ukrainians to anyone with money. Zero oversight and therefore nothing tracked, no assurances, and something like $100 billion worth of weapons made it to their destination. It has meant that the U.S. war industries and all of those with stock in them have profited massively. True. It has pushed the risk of World War III as close to the edge as it was during the Cuban Missile Crisis, as Russia was faced with the fact that the U.S. was going to put Ukraine in NATO and set up missile bases there. U.S. weapons have been used to hit Russia on Russian soil. That is an act of war and would be recognized as such by the USA. And had Russia missiles been used by anyone to hit U.S. soil? What is the end game, those of you who are standing with Ukraine project for an indefinitely long prolongation of this war? Do you see Ukraine beating the Soviet Union up to the road? Really? With what? Already they have conscripted soldiers and jailing those who refuse up to age 35 or so. They are short of soldiers, so many having died, and so many young men having fled the country at the outset of the debacle. Should they conscript a child army as well? But even if they had more soldiers to feed into the jaws of the superpower for years, 10, maybe 20, like we run our U.S. wars to nowhere, they would not win. Maybe you see the U.S. sending soldiers, men and women, there to fight alongside them. They would have a better chance then. You are talking about World War III, a war that would easily become a nuclear war. That's not going to happen, but just anyway, these are dialectics, rumors and rumors of wars. This would benefit Ukraine in ground zero. This would benefit Ukraine in ground zero of World War III. It would be flattened cemetery rivaling Gaza. What then? How best to save and to serve the people of Ukraine who live under the martial law with a president in place past his term and indefinitely as long as the war continues? It's a serious question. Or does standing with Ukraine just mean feeling like Zelensky is the good guy in the white hat but is an underdog and rooting for him to somehow beat evil Putin? Is it a bored book story, a fairy tale? The thing is, they're both black hats. That's the problem that people don't realize. It is true that Zelensky could have refused the pressure from Washington's NATO that kept this war going on and fed the fire. A proxy war, a war in Ukraine, not a Ukraine war. That would have come out at some serious peril for Ukraine, not due to the deal Zelensky was ready to sign, but due to whatever leverage Boris was used on him to get him back out. But kicking him around now because he was a tool for U.S. NATO's agencies of wearing down Russia is, aside from the ugly, a total dodge of the facts. The U.S. toppled another democratically elected president because he was neutral, was working with the U.S. and Russia, used neo-Nazis paired with Azov battalion to do so, provoked the hell out of Russia, presenting an existential threat, preventing a quick solution. Both countries could have accepted and has funded 3 years of proxy war it now blames on Zelensky. Again, I agree with this because, again, this guy's probably more of a liberal, but you know, the plot of this, he says, the plot of this story is much larger. The big bad bear and the Lone Ranger. And solving it now that the initial deal was blown will be more expensive for Ukraine. You don't get the same offer twice if you walk away for whatever reason from negotiations to go to war. Please don't waste your time telling me I'm a Russian asset or a tool or a Putin fan. I'm not. Yeah, this is very complicated, but the way to have perspective on this is to remember what the Bible says about history and the destination of history, and to also study history through historical things. But here's a couple more things. Zelensky thanked the U.S. 33 times for helping during war with Russia. Fact checker finds. Why would they report such a story? Why would they report such a story unless they're signaling to you something? 33 times. That's just such a random story. But of course, it's reported. This is from Vision for the Blind on X. I know that Zelensky is an actor, but wasn't aware that J.D. Vance also has an IMDb page. It states he's a writer and also an actor. There you go. These are actors, folks. Writer, actor, producer in the White House. Vision for the Blind. Zelensky was the star of a TV series that ran from 2015 to 2019 called Servant of the People. In this series, he played a high school teacher who, by luck, becomes the president of Ukraine. What you witnessed today at the White House was pure theater. So just like how they had predictive programming with Trump and everything else, they're doing predictive programming in Russian movies too, folks. These people are everywhere. They control everything. Profound. When you realize how everything is just really, at this point in the game, controlled by the devil, it's truly profound. This is another meme. Shows them all through. This is the stage. He's an actor. He's an actor. He's an actor. They're all actors. They all have IMDb pages. Trump was on his various shows. Zelensky was an actor. All sorts of things that he was doing. Actors. Let's review this map from the Club of Rome. These are the 10 kingdoms. Now, whether it's going to pan out exactly like this or not, who knows? But it certainly seems to be moving in that direction. The point is that they need national, like not national, but like empires, basically. They need empires with kings. So what's going on with this whole Russia-Ukraine thing? Well, Ukraine is right here, and Russia needs to be a kingdom of its own. It needs to go back to its own kingdom, and they want their own kingdom. and they've been promised their kingdom. So now there's a dialectic, and that dialectic, America has ripped itself from the UN, which was, America was the main poobah in the UN. So America becoming nationalist polarizes everybody else into their own kingdoms. Do you get it? Before, everything was like this, was intertwined because of this globalist agenda. They're still going to be globalists, but it's just globalist through nationalism. But globalism was about, spreading everything apart on purpose so that when it separates into nation states and it separates from each other, America is separating from the UN, from Europe, that polarizes Europe and Russia into a situation where they have their own kingdom, and Russia and Europe has their own kingdom now too. You saw that reaction that they're having. They're polarizing into kingdoms and empires. And so you're probably going to have a revisitation of the UN, but it's going to be like the European Union, or the EU, but it's going to be, who knows what they're going to do. But they're polarizing. That's the reaction. All this was a stage game to polarize the world into kingdoms. And of course, Russia agrees with this because they have their own assets and ambitions to have their own kingdom. And of course, the beast has promised them these things. But this is the direction. This is the 10 kings. Now, again, is this a literal number when he says the 10 kings? Is that literally 10 emperors? I don't know. I don't know if that's literal, or is it a symbol for 10 is also a number that's, a symbol for many, kind of a complete number in that sense. Although the 10 horns and the 10 toes on the statue and the 10 horns on the beast do have their actual literal fulfillment in the nation states of Rome. So that's interesting. So is the 10 kings in Revelation 17 going to be 10 empires in the world? That'll be interesting to watch. It'll be interesting to see. But nevertheless, this is the direction it's going. Now, this is the article I promised I'd read to you from the National Catholic Register. So fascinating. I think I have one more video, but anyway, we'll put this off. Squeezes my head. But this is actually a great article. It's a fascinating article. It's titled, Don't Immanentize the Eschaton, written by a Catholic, John Grindalski, in a couple years ago, November of 2020. Readers of William F. Buckley Jr.'s National Review are probably among the few people familiar with the title of this essay. Well, if you got some merch, you know what it's all about. The idea came from the conservative thinker Eric Vogelin, but Buckley popularized it in his own unabridged polysyllabic way, making it a rallying cry for young Americans for freedom, a conservative group Buckley helped found. So why am I, a theologian, writing about a slogan in a Catholic newspaper? Because A, it's true, and B, it fits with the end of the liturgical year, and C, it's very appropriate when we consider the signs of the times. First of all, what does it mean? The eschaton is the end of history, the end of the world, the second coming, and the general judgment. Immanentize is a neo-verb from the word immanent, as in immanent or transcendent. Two categories rather important to theology. Something or someone that is immanent is in the world of space and time. Something or someone that transcendent surpasses or transcends the limits of space and time. The God of the Old Testament is seen as almost always in transcendent terms, beyond the world, beyond space and time, living in unapproachable light, who sometimes descends to speak with his people. Jesus, in his incarnation, underscores the immanent. God is here and now, and part of this world. Catholic theology, which is prone to resolving contrasts by both and recognizes we need both transcendence and immanence. God is not just my good buddy, and certainly not on my level. He's utterly other. At the same time, the Word was made flesh and dwelled among us, starting in a baby in Bethlehem. Overemphasize transcendence and you will wind up with an abstraction disconnected from me. Overemphasize immanence and you never break out of this world. You are always subject to the confines and measures of space and time. History, untampered by eternity, devours us. The great French philosopher Jacques Maritain called it the Minotaur of immanence. So what does this have to do with Buckley and or Catholic theology? The truth is that it has to do with both Buckley and Catholic theology. But let's start with the theology. In these last weeks of ordinary time, the Church's readings focus increasingly on the end times. But we need to connect that focus on the four last things, death, judgment, heaven, and hell, with the first things, God, man, and the purpose of creation. God made man to know, love, and serve him and to be happy with him forever. God's original game plan was different. Then sin came along, changing how we know, love, and serve him in this world, and be happy with him in the next. Would how might man have transitioned from the paradise God planted him in on this earth to a heavenly one at the end of his earthly life, if he had not sinned is a matter for theologian speculations. He wouldn't have, because God preordained these things, and that means that the fall of Adam was preordained because the cross was predestined from the foundation of the world. You know that from Acts 4, verse 26, I think, 26 or 27, 28 maybe. But let's leave that aside. In the world we know, we have to die in this world to live in the next. Because sin came along, the human relationship to God was warped, flawed, damaged, interrupted. God's design for our salvation was detoured by sin, having to take the new way, John 14:6, via Calvary, to get back on the track to his destination. This is a good article. It's fascinating, really, coming from a Catholic. That destination is God, not just the way, the truth, and the life as well. That life physically and spiritually was given at creation. It suffered grave damage by sin, but Jesus, through his passion, death, and resurrection, got man back on track. Not perhaps without some scars. An arm that's been broken is never going to be quite like new, but essentially ready. Getting back on track means Jesus is restoring man to the spiritual and physical life that sin takes from him. The resurrection on Easter was the start of it. The resurrection at the end of the world is its culmination. God created man and the universe for good. Life is always good. Death is never good. Good is good, evil is evil, and never the twain shall meet. The end of the world is therefore nothing less than an affirmation that God and good has the final word in human history, not evil, not sin, not the devil, but God. The Christian affirmation of the end of history is the restoration of all things in God and goodness, the triumph of God and goodness. But notice what we say. The end of the world is the end of history. It's an entrance into eternity, which is not just a long time of now, but the end of time, of history. It is a qualitatively new and different moment that introduces a qualitatively new universe. Not the broken world of sin that we know, nor even the natural paradise given at the origins of the species, but a universe groaning to give birth to the sons of God and reflect his greater glory. That's what we might mean by not immanentizing the eschaton. The triumph of God and good is God's work. Now we get to kind of the main point of this. Man is called to cooperate, but without God's lead, the victory would not happen. Just like the incarnation, finite man needed to make satisfaction for sin to an infinite God, but only an infinite God was capable of infinity. Divine love found the answer in Jesus, true God and true man. But that same divine human interplay is true of whatever good we do. It is God's grace that inspires us to do good and sustains us in the doing. His grace precedes and surrounds us, but our might is demanded. I emphasize the eschaton, the triumph of God's goodness, is God's work because man on his own will not be able to bring it about. Very interesting. Coming from a Catholic, which of course, the Catholics are all about bringing the 7 mountains to society and people pledging their power to the Pope. But this theologian thinks differently, which doesn't mean he isn't tempted to try. That temptation has been especially more appealing in recent centuries as belief in God has waned or grown more abstract. The fact that human beings don't believe in God or think they've outgrown him changes neither the facts that man recognizes there is evil in the world, nor that he knows that evil shouldn't be there and wants to get rid of it. The problem is he wants to take a divine task, eliminating evil, on human shoulders. That's right. You cannot vote the devil out, man. The devil has been given authority and power over the earth until Jesus returns. As James Weldon Johnson reminds us, your arms are too short to box with God, or even the devil, yeah. Even if faith in God fades, the human aspiration to justice in God does not. To do good, it does not. But when faith in God who transcends this world goes into eclipse, man becomes increasingly trapped in the world, in an immanent world in which he projects all the aspirations that used to be seen in proper proportion on a transcendent canvas. That's why the triumph of goodness that God promises in the eschaton turns into rude caricatures in human history. Like the elimination of injustice by faith in revolution, quote-unquote revolution, leading not to heaven but communism. Interesting now that communism is highlighted to you as the Satan, the opposer. Like the elimination of injustice by faith in holding the right views about race, class, sex, gender, identity, economics, politics, social relations. Except how do I know what values might be eternally right if I can never escape the immanence of my own history? Not immanentizing the eschaton means A, recognizing the kingdom is God's work. B, you're not God. C, the here and now is too cramped a place for the glorious revelation of a kingdom of justice, love, and peace. And D, trying nevertheless to force that kingdom into the narrow confines of this world is less likely to make heaven a place on earth, as rather into that other place, i.e., hell. Not immanentizing the eschaton means recognizing that while we are commanded to do good and avoid evil, we are not going to build a kingdom in this world, and certainly not by human power. The poor you will always have, says Jesus, as well as sinners and the selfish and those who do unjust, unloving, and unpeaceful things. Since their conversion is beyond human capacity, many of those who aspire to create heaven on earth turn conversion into cancellation. Take your pick who to cancel: the enemies who did not salute La République, the 100 million counter-revolutionaries who did not salute a red rag on a stick, or the unwoke who have yet to atone for their privilege or wrongthink. When man aspires beyond his abilities to change things in his fellow man, things can get bloody. That's right. Told to you from a Catholic, which is really interesting. Leaving God's work to God theologically is a recognition of whom God is and whom we are, of humility, and of genuine tolerance for the sinner in whom but for the grace of God goes I. Leaving God's work to God is politically also a recognition of humility, that politics has limited goals and limited abilities. They may be important goals and abilities, but they are limited. Politics might be able to fix potholes. The record there is debatable. But it can't fix men. It can't fix men. And it shouldn't try, because it will then do more evil than good. Agreed. The failure to keep these boundaries in place, to think the eschaton can be siphoned off into human history, leads to an unrealistic politics that is tempted to all sorts of excesses because it is trapped in its own immanent world. A Caesar who will not give to God, a Caesar who will not give to a God he does not know. It's interesting he mentions Caesar. But because people still want what only God can give, Caesar then promises bread and circuses. Usually with the proviso that he eventually be deified. Fascinating article. Fascinating. I'm so happy that I forget who sent this to me, but I'm so happy that they sent it to me. He will come to judge the living and the dead, is the Christian's profession of faith and his riposte. It's a judgment that confesses an omniscient and loving God as the judge, the way, the truth, and the life, except no imminent substitutes. Gosh, I find myself agreeing with practically everything in this article, almost. It's fascinating. John Grindalski, he's a PhD in Fordham University. Maybe he's a Jesuit. Wouldn't that be hilarious? But such a good article, really. It tells you a lot of truth about this immanentizing of eschaton, which is the idea that we can bring the kingdom of heaven on earth. And that's exactly the idea, by the way, that the people who are waking up from dispensationalism when the Jews are being exposed, that is the idea that is waiting there with arms wide open to devour them. Because once you get rid of the idea that the Jews aren't the chosen people, well, then what do we do? Oh, well, then I guess we got to build the kingdom here. What's up to us? That's the next logical conclusion. Unless, of course, you really wake up and you realize the importance of history and how it fulfills, how the Bible is historically fulfilled. This is one little thing. It's actually funny because last time I highlighted a story about Ferrero Rochers, and I used to really like Ferrero Rochers until I found out it's paying homage to an apparition of Satan. So this is now to ruin your fun with Girl Scout cookies forever.
Scout cookies where they break them down and find out what's in them. Oh, holy they're toxic as Thin Mints being the worst offenders. 5 flavors of Girl Scout cookies contained... Scroll up, back up. Contained levels of glyphosate and heavy metals above EPA water safety limits. New investigation found 100% of tested Girl Scout cookies contained glyphosate, 100%. Controversial herbicide and Roundup, 88% contained toxic metals like arsenic, lead, and mercury. Key finding, Thin Mints had the highest glyphosate levels at 111.07 ppb, 334 times what experts say is harmful. Peanut butter patties had the highest heavy metal contamination, with lead reaching 42.5 ppb and aluminum at 27,500 ppb. 76% of cookies tested exceeded cadmium safety limits, and 96 contained lead.
That's
Girl Scout USA, which sells 200 million boxes per year, $800 million in revenue, did not respond to researchers before publication. I wonder why. I wonder why. I wonder why they wouldn't chime in. Like they've done.
Oh, peanut butter patties, those are so tasty. So there you go, ruining your fun, just like with Ferrero Rochers. If you like Girl Scout cookies, then don't eat them because they're poisonous, unfortunately. And actually, the other day I was riding my bike and there was this Girl Scout cookie stand with these two little girls, probably like 9 or 10, and their mom was there. I was like, oh, hey, by the way, I just like that awkward, introverted conspiracy theorist friend that's like, oh, you should watch out. Those are full of glyphosate and heavy metals. And, they didn't take it too well. But, oh, well, my job is to tell them the truth. Either way, conclusion, the world is going to copy Trump's MAGA and Doge movements to bring this image to life. MAGA is the political aspect to deceive people with populism and nationalism and memes, to basically let their guard down so that all the Doge stuff, which is basically centralizing power, bringing the AI technocrats in, preparing the system for the final layer, can come in and do these changes that you would normally never allow anybody to do. So the MAGA stuff, which is charismatic leaders, populism, et cetera, that stuff is there to deceive people into accepting something that normally they would never accept, which is the centralization of power. Because that goes backwards and against the last 200 plus years of democracy and liberalism that we've had. So they need to move in the opposite direction that they moved 200 years ago. But in order to do that, they have to deceive people that, oh, no, this is a good thing. Don't worry, this is a good thing. We're moving towards good things. So this is what they're doing. Zelensky, of course, going to the White House was a total joke and circus show. And the Trumpers are cheering it on as a victory because, Trump stood up to Zelensky and all this kind of stuff, and he's taken us out of the UN. This is all just circus. It's bread and circuses because, first off, Vance, Trump, and Zelensky are all actors. Zelensky thanked Trump 33 times. There's no need to report such a story unless you are doing a Freemasonic tell that they always do. So the question is, what does this accomplish? Well, again, remember, everything is based on opposition, like they do all the time. They need an opposer. They need polarity so they can polarize. They can polarize and unify, polarize and unify. This is what they do. This go constant between unity and separation. Now they're going into a separation phase with nations that promotes the creation of empires, kingdoms. They're kingdoms, which will have a ruler, a king of some kind, a monarch, a dictator, whatever. And those will be pledging their power to the papacy. In World War II, they restructured the map. And that created the UN, all these governmental organizations, the globalist thing that was supposed to be very anti-American. Just like that video said, I forget which video it was because we still watch so many things, but what if all of this stuff with, I think it was that conspiracy theorista that was doing the predictive programming of Trump in Trackdown. She was talking about how all of this policy that was basically against U.S. policy, it was very anti-America, was by design to make people revile this system and get sick of it and froth at the mouth for a charismatic leader to take them in the opposite direction. So that's what I believe, because they do everything in opposition. And of course, World War II was very, the end of that, they created the UN, which is very liberal and the liberal world order, basically. And now that's coming to an end. They are doing the opposite of what they did in World War II. They're moving it in the opposite direction. So it's time to restructure the map again. Do you get it? It's time to restructure the map again. This time it's going towards, again, empires and kingdoms. Europe was way too comfortable with NATO and, of course, USA basically pampering them. So USA is withdrawing from NATO. Now there's a dialectical reason, boogeyman of Russia, for Europe to impose a tighter union, because they've tried with the European Union forever to try to get something going. It's been a mess. It's been a total mess. But now there's a crisis to justify unifying the European continent into a kingdom. And we'll see we'll have to watch these things and see how they play it. But there's an obvious reason why all this happened. To get the boogeyman of Russia being, basically the reason to push the Club of Rome nation state agenda into the future, into the horizon that's coming. So this is all by design. Don't buy into the drama. Yes, there's truth on both sides. Yes, Zelensky could have, had a peace treaty. Yes, he was getting agitated. Yes, Zelensky is also a fraud. He's an actor. This is a schizophrenic system you're dealing with multiple layers of manipulation and secrecy and secret orders and all this stuff. That's why you need the Bible and history as a guide. It's so easy to get lost in various perspectives, liberal or conservative, of who's pulling the strings. No, it's this. No, it's the CIA. Oh no, it's the military-industrial complex. Oh no, it's the Jews. Oh, it's this. You need the Bible. The Bible shines a direct spotlight on this hidden system with all these tentacles going around the world. It shows you where the heart of that system is. And that system is the papal throne, because Satan chose to receive worship through the papal power. He has to have a singularity. Do you get it? The devil, in order for him to receive worship through one man from the whole world, he has to have a singularity. And the Bible reveals that to you. It says, look, this is the singularity. Everything is being shaped around this. And if you understand the singularity, Revelation 13:2, the dragon gave the beast its power and great authority and its throne, then you understand that everything is framed through that perspective. So you see that this situation with Trump and Zelensky, forget the liberal narrative, forget the conservative narrative, it is a dialectic. Problem, reaction, solution. What's the solution? Well, the solution is Europe needs to unify into one kingdom to fight off the big bad, kingdom of Russia. And Russia is going to probably negotiate with them because Ukraine is Ukraine is a very important part agriculturally and economically, obviously. So Russia wants a piece of that. And Russia wants to be what it was with the Soviet Union when they created that kingdom after World War II. But of course, that collapsed as they did the counter-revolutions to communism and collapsed communism in Eastern Europe. And it's just been one mess. And so now they need to restructure the map anyway and get back to these conservative nationalistic type of kingdoms. Everything is designed and everything is going according to plan, which that was the Club of Rome published that image, I don't know, like the 1970s or something. So anyway, final thoughts for you, wrapping all this up. My goodness, I think this is going to run like probably 8 or 9 hours. My goodness. This is just an enormous amount of stuff, enormous amount of content in the last 2 weeks, just document all these things and putting them together to make a cohesive narrative and to edify you. I hope that it's been edifying. I hope that it's been educating. I hope that it's given you material to discuss with your friends and family. I hope that, it's been giving you material to share with your friends and family. I was riding my bike the other day through some really nice neighborhoods in Paradise Valley in Scottsdale. We have a lot of nice, golf courses here and stuff, middle of the desert, it's just the stupidest thing. But anyway, for the time being, it's nice to ride through. Huge houses, mansions, lakeside stuff, totally safe and peaceful neighborhoods, totally beautiful. And, of course you're riding through that and you're relaxing, like, gosh, man, it'd be nice to live here. It'd be, really nice, houses, nothing to worry about. And then a thought came into my mind, and it occurred to me that all the beauty, all the safety, all the prosperity, all the worldly goodness has been given to Satan in the end. God has given him all that. Go ahead, Satan. Use all the beauty and peace and prosperity that the world has to offer. Because God created these things. God is the source of these things, right? God is the source of prosperity, of life, of goodness, of safety, of beauty. God created creation and it was good. Therefore, the creation reflects God's goodness. So these things aren't inherently evil. However, the devil uses, remember, God's goodness to attack God indirectly by destroying your faith with God's goodness into idolatry and seducing you into worship of the self and neglecting a relationship with God. That is the profound truth of evil from the very beginning, that Satan uses God's goodness against you and in a way to attack God as well. So God has resigned the world to Satan and allowed him at the very end to use all of the goodness, all the prosperity, all the safety, all the technological marvels, all the positive things at the end, to use that to test the elect. Why? Why? So that you know that the true source of peace and safety is God. So that you know that the true source of wealth and abundance is in knowing God, not in having anything in this world. So that you know that the true beauty in life is in things that you can't see. Who is God? God is the source of all of these good things, but you can't see God. You will see God when he returns, but you can't see God. And it requires faith to understand that he is the thing that upholds all of the universe with the word of his power. He's the source. So remember that God's goodness is used by Satan as a weapon to deceive you into idolatry so that you neglect a relationship with the God of the universe that you can't see. That is the source of these things. That is the profound revelation on Satan's activities in the world. Now, another follow-up point to that is that right before Jesus returns and ushers in eternity, the devil is going to return through the resurrected papacy. Those who love the counterfeit return will not share in the true return. This is a profound point, and I hope to really convey it. You have to understand that the Pope was seen as the presence of Christ on earth and worshipped as God. I hope that you go and study the materials that I'm going to have at the time of this video. I'm thinking about recording because there's a new Pope coming, and so it'll be perfect timing. I want to record 50 times the Pope blasphemed God. I'm just going to have just straight facts. We're going to look at the exact documents, and we'll have that as an additional resources. But in the Synagogue of Satan, there's a section on the man of sin, plenty of stuff there. The Pope was seen as the presence of Christ on earth, and he was worshipped as God, and the popes believed themselves to be God on earth. So you have to be aware of that very important history. The Bible says that we will come back to this particular reality where the popes were God on earth, basically believed themselves to be God on earth, for a brief time before the return of Christ. Now, early Christians in the Didache thought that Satan would impersonate Jesus at the end. And I've talked about this, like the Ellen White writings, the Adventists have, they believe that there's maybe going to be an impersonation of Jesus at the end. I've talked that this is not on the table because Satan needs, the Bible doesn't say that Satan is going to impersonate Jesus. It warns of false Christs, but it mentions the beast. And the beast is a religio-political institution. And the beast comes back to life. It's not like the beast dies and then there's another thing that happens. No, the beast comes back to life. So it's the same beast that it was. It's just resurrected. So you're dealing with the papal institution. That's not changing. There's not going to be, Satan is not going to come to the earth in some sort of glowing Jesus body and rule in Jerusalem, and you're going to believe that now we're in the millennial reign. I don't think that's going to happen. I think there will be a papal power. There will be a resurrected papacy. But the resurrected papacy is the return of Satan. Do you get it? As the counterfeit Christ on earth. I really hope you understand this particular point. It's not going to happen physically, but spiritually. They may fake an appearance of Jesus to fool the Muslims and Jews, like we talked about in that Greg Locke video, but they can't fake a return of Jesus because there's things that Jesus promised when he returns that they cannot fake. Levitation, resurrection of everybody, you can't fake that. So they have to do the opposite of what God says. Do you understand? Whatever God says, if God says something is spiritual, the devil makes it physical. Transubstantiation. You have to partake in Jesus through faith and partake in his sacrifice as the payment of your sins. And then you have the bread of life. That's a spiritual thing. He says, I've spoken words of spirit and truth to you, spirit and life. He's not speaking literally, you need to eat my flesh. The Catholics, what do? Invert it to, you need to eat the body and blood, the physical body and blood through some wafer and wine of Jesus. Where Jesus says physical, the enemy says spiritual, or does spiritual. Jesus is returning to the earth physically, really, boldly. You will not be able to mistake it. As the lightning shines from the east to the west, so shall be the coming of the Son of Man. Meaning you're not going to be sleeping. Okay, whenever that day is, the whole world is going to see him. That's a physical reality. That has been the promise from the very beginning. A physical return with a physical resurrection and physical levitation into the air. for both people who are coming out of the graves and being resurrected and the people who are alive and being taken up into the air. That is a real physical phenomenon. They can't fake that. So the return, the counterfeit return, is spiritual. It's a resurrection, just like the papacy is a mockery of Jesus with its resurrected, from the mortal wound. So too will it return spiritually in people's minds and hearts. That's why people will take the mark, the character of the beast upon them. And they'll either take it on their head in the sense they believe in the spiritual delusion, or their hands in the sense they're participating with the spiritual delusion. So they can't fake the return of Jesus, but it'll be a spiritual return that they're going to fake. It's going to be a spiritual, counterfeit spiritual situation through the charismatic movement, through ecumenism, through all these things that we're talking about, dialectics, image of the beast, and so on. People will believe again. So what's the return? What's the spiritual return of the counterfeit Jesus? The counterfeit Jesus is the Pope. He's the counterfeit Christ. He's the counterfeit presence, quote unquote presence of God on earth. So people will again believe that the Pope is the very presence of Christ and God on earth and marvel. That is the future that the Bible warns you about, because that's what happened for hundreds of years. The wound has been healed, and now it's time to get ready for people to marvel after this institution and say that this is the presence of Christ on earth. Do you understand? This is the return of Satan, the second coming of Satan. And if you're not aware of the first coming, i.e. through the beast system that was for 1200 years plus, you're going to be deceived by the second coming. So this is the point. Occultists are going to see him as the Maitreya, the incarnation of Saint Germain. The Jews and Muslims will be converted through the dialectics, the charismatic spirit, and so on and so forth. The NAR is going to bridge with Catholicism. Everybody's going to come to marvel after this institution again as the prime moral authority for the earth. And they will pay worship to the devil in doing so. So in some sense, the early Christians were right. The man of sin is a counterfeit Christ. That institution suffered a deadly wound and will resurrect, which is a counterfeit of Jesus' resurrection. Before Jesus returns, Satan will return to be marveled at in this institution. Before Jesus returns, the counterfeit eternity, golden age, will be offered to you. You'll be invited, like Jordan Peterson said, to a world of endless possibilities. You'll be offered a counterfeit eternity before the real eternity comes and is given to you. Do you get it? It's always the opposite. Jesus gives the eternity to you. Satan offers you the eternity. And of course, the occultists all know that this is being prepared, and they're preparing for the second coming of Satan to the earth. Satan is already on the earth. He's been kicked out of heaven. But the coming of Satan, where the world will marvel after this institution, and to the ones who are initiated, they know that you're paying homage to the devil because they know the truth. Those who mistake Satan's second coming for the real deal will be destroyed. If you buy into this system and you believe with your mind that this is the presence of Christ on earth and this is the will of God for your life, that you pay homage to this system and you obey this authority, you're going to be destroyed. If you go along with Satan's second coming for the benefits, you don't really believe in it, but it sounds like a good idea. I'd rather not be persecuted. You're going to be destroyed. Those who see the deception and refuse will be persecuted and probably killed. But they're going to be resurrected in glory at the real second coming. Now, how do you know about Satan's second coming? Again, you have to understand history and scripture so that you understand the first, which is the man of sin. The papacy ruled for 1260 years with an iron fist and was worshipped as God on earth. If you don't see that, then you are not going to see the second coming. Just like, the Jews, they don't see the first coming of Jesus. So how can they possibly be prepared for the second coming? They're related. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 says that the man of lawlessness has to be revealed. So there's a deceptive element to this power because it's not obvious. Before, when you had Babylon, Persia, Greece, and Rome, very obvious who is lording the power over you, right? Very obvious. The pagan power, they're telling you what to do. They're playing like they're God on earth. It's a very obvious, overt power. But this final power, the fifth kingdom that came out of Rome, is a deceptive power. It needs to be revealed because people aren't going to realize it. Why? Because it's posing as the vicar of Jesus Christ. It's posing as the will of God. It's posing as something good, when in fact it is actually extremely evil. Just like Satan entered Judas, who is called the son of perdition, the son of perdition is only used for the lawless one, the man of sin. Of course, a lot of people mistakenly believe that that means the man of sin is an individual. No, it's an institution of men. However, there will be a final man of sin, which of course will be, very special in Satan's eyes, probably possessed by the devil, because Judas was also possessed when he did what he did, which he betrayed Christ. So there's a relationship there. Judas was also in charge of the money. He was part of, the fold of the apostles. The Pope is in charge of the church, which is the most wealthy thing, and he's supposedly, very close to Christ because he's the primarch of the Pope, of the Catholic Church. Satan gave his throne and power and authority to the Roman Catholic Church. The Bible tells you that in Revelation 13. And so, of course, before Jesus is fully revealed, Satan will be revealed through the lawless one. When you see that final Pope, and people are marveling after this Pope, whoever is going to be next, whoever it's going to be, I don't know, you will be looking at Satan. You'll be looking at Satan in the eyes. It's a crazy thought. But that's very biblical, and it's very historical too. Now, another point is that the lawless one is called the man without the law in the Greek, original Greek. Lawless one is a good translation. Man of sin is not the most accurate translation, even though it is biblically accurate, because sin is transgression of the law. But lawless one is a better translation because it gives you a clue as to this kind of power. First off, it has to be revealed, meaning it's deceptive. We know that the fifth power comes out of Rome. And then this fifth power has to do with the law somehow. There's some sort of law issue. God's law is the issue with this power. So what does that mean? Well, which law is the one that is prophesied that got changed? Well, the Sabbath got changed. And there's plenty of documentation on that. Watch my Sabbath series. Get educated on this issue. Watch my eschatological series. Learn the truth, because the Sabbath is going to be the test of our generation, folks. As the devil is drawing the wicked to himself through ecumenism, God is drawing the elect to himself through truth. Profound. If you see this double narrative happening, we have seen many times that the devil is using ecumenism to unify people into an apostate Catholic Church. But you know what? In the background, where you don't see, because the invisible church is the true church and God is spirit and you don't see him doing, what he's doing, God is drawing the elect into his church. It's like a reverse ecumenism type of thing. It's very fascinating. These two singularities that are moving in opposite directions, and you are caught in between this movement. One is to the right, one is to, I should say a better way to describe it is one is to destruction, one is to life. That's a better way to describe it than right and left. So learn the truth about the Sabbath, because it's going to be the test of our generation. The elect from all tribes and tongues and denominations will learn the truth about the Sabbath as these things get worse and become more obvious. They will learn. God will bring the truth to them, and they will unite across the world with other elect who keep the Sabbath. Now notice how beautiful this is. Because the true Sabbath is uniting the true universal church at the end around the true Christ, while the counterfeit Sabbath is uniting the counterfeit universal church at the end around the counterfeit Christ. Do you see how utterly profound this is? How these two paradigms are shaping, and you're caught between them. You're an observer. And of course, God has given you awareness to be on the right side of history. But nevertheless, this is the case. This is what's happening. The Sabbath is the issue, because the Sabbath is the physical expression of the gospel, folks. It was the first command ever to be commanded, and it was the first picture of the plan of salvation. The first thing that man ever did was rest with God in paradise, which is a picture of the gospel. It was the first thing, and the Sabbath is throughout time special to God. So learn the truth about the Sabbath. Do not make it into a burden. Do not call me a Pharisee or a legalist, because I'm not. You have to learn the truth about this. It's a delight. It's the best thing that can happen to you. And certainly it will arm you with the truth against what is coming. Because again, the Sabbath is the main issue. The devil is drawing people to himself with the counterfeit Sabbath that is attached to a counterfeit golden age. and a counterfeit Christ, the authority of a counterfeit Christ, which is the papacy. Meanwhile, the people who will be awakened to these lies are being drawn to God by spending time with him every day, every Saturday, every seventh day. So they're being drawn to him through the truth and through the true Christ, which provides rest, who will give you a true rest and true golden age when he returns. Fascinating. Two paths, obedience and rebellion, faith or knowledge, i.e. tradition, two trees, word of God or the word of the devil. As it was in the beginning with the Garden of Eden, so it will be in the end. Isn't that just profoundly beautiful? Just shows you that the mind that wrote this story that you are in, it's a living story. It's playing out before your eyes. The mind that wrote this story is so infinitely wise and complex. It's totally profound to see how all of this is shaping up to be the same as it was in the beginning, as it was in the end. Profound. In the beginning, you had an invitation by the devil to choose God's word or the devil's word. Did God say that? Slither, slither. So you have to know what God said. I encourage you heavily to watch my Sabbath series if you haven't, so you know what God said. Because at the end, it's going to be the same thing. The devil's going to come in a shining appearance of moral virtue and tell you, hey, come participate in this thing. He's going to invite you. And most people will take the invitation. Just like Eve took the invitation, and look where we ended up. But of course, those things were predetermined so that God could reveal his justice and his mercy and the gospel and all the good things that have been revealed about God as a result. And when this is all over, none of this is going to matter other than being in God's presence forever. The more you realize that everything the devil does is an inversion or a counterfeit of the truth, the more you see things so clearly and so profoundly. You also see the brilliance of God and his plan, and I hope that you've seen that today. And I hope that you are grateful for being on the right side of history. No matter what happens, no matter how crazy things get, the knowledge and awareness that you've been given is a gift from God, because most people do not have that knowledge. So I hope that today has helped you see better. I hope that it's edified you. Use the resources I cited that are available to you. Share with your friends. Don't give up. And of course, stay strong in the Lord. We'll see you next time. Take care and God bless.